Volume 7. Chapter 601, Shi Yun's Identity, 2. Chapter 601, Shi Yun's Identity, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun's hand, which was hidden in her robes, clenched into a fist. She took 2 steps back, lowered her eyelids and communicated through her soul, "Zixi, is there any way to defeat him?" Silence. All was quiet from within her soul. Her voice was like a tiny pebble which had been thrown into a vast ocean, receiving no response. Zixi seemed to have disappeared, and this caused Gu Ruoyun's chest to tighten. She called out urgently, "Zixi!" There was only silence. Zixi has always remained in the ancient divine pagoda. In fact, he'd never left. Therefore, why had he suddenly disappeared at a time like this? Did something happen? A sense of panic suddenly appeared in her clear and calm eyes at the thought of this. This panic was not because of the danger she now had to face alone, but because it now seems that something had befallen Zixi. Ever since her rebirth, this reckless and demonic man had always remained by her side. It was he who had followed her from her weakest moments towards her current position in power. One could say that without Zixi, she would not be where she was today. If something had happened to Zixi, she would never be able to forgive herself. Gu Ruoyun, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the ancient divine pagoda and Shenbei Yi. The man stepped closer towards Gu Ruoyun and raised his chin arrogantly as he scornfully instructed her. Gu Ruoyun backed away and the fist in her robes clenched itself tighter and tighter. Suddenly, she laughed. Her smile looked absolutely magnificent and was a huge contrast to her previously cool demeanor. The ancient divine pagoda? If I give it to you, I'm afraid that my life will be in jeopardy after that. You might as well kill me if you really think you can. However, if you kill me, you'll never have the ancient divine pagoda. The man paused in his steps and laughed. Despite his masked expression, you could hear the cold arrogance in his voice. Gu Ruoyun, don't think that I'm ignorant of the fact that the ancient divine pagoda is hidden in your soul. I only need to kill you and take your spirit away. All that's left is to make you give up the ancient divine pagoda and Shenbei Yi. He raised his foot again, and every step he took echoed within Gu Ruoyun's heart. After countless grudges for over 10,000 years, I can finally have a conclusion today. Gu Ruoyun, you should never have come back. However, since you've chosen to return to this place, I'll let you have the chance to experience the pain of having your soul destroyed so that you'll never be able to reincarnate again. Gu Ruoyun frowned gently as she thought, I still don't understand what this man is talking about. What does he mean by I should never have come back? Could it be that we've met each other before? But why was it that I can't seem to remember anything? Actually, it doesn't really matter if you don't hand over the ancient divine pagoda. As long as you're dead, no one else in this world will ever be able to control the ancient divine pagoda. Then I will only need a little bit more time to break this seal and escape this place. When that time comes, the entire mainland will all be mine. Ha ha ha. The man's smug voice rang throughout the entire cave. A strong power, drenched in an aura of death, erupted from his laughter. At this moment, Gu Ruoyun was suffocating under the sheer force of his powerful coercion. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing itself firmly against her body, making it hard for her to breathe. This time, as the clutches of death drew nearer and nearer, it all became clear. No, if this keeps up, I'll die here for sure. Right now, Xiaoyi has yet to recover and Zixi has disappeared without a trace. If I die, no one else will be able to help them. So, I must survive for their sake. The anxiety in Gu Ruoyun's heart grew stronger. She did not know what had happened to Zixi which had caused his sudden disappearance. This is why I must leave this place as soon as I can. Only then will I be able to enter the ancient divine pagoda and investigate the situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 602, Shi Yun's Identity, 3. Chapter 602, Shi Yun's Identity, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The man glanced at a pale-looking Gu Ruoyun and an icy sneer flashed across his cold and arrogant eyes. Instantly, he unleashed the full extent of the coercion from within his body and directed all of it towards Gu Ruoyun. Even though Gu Ruoyun holds the ancient divine pagoda, the man before her was a martial saint, feared by all in the mainlands. No one can remain standing firmly when under the coercion of a martial saint. Thud. Gu Ruoyun had to prop herself against the ground in order to avoid falling over. She now felt as if her bones could crumble into dust. Her delicate and pretty face was now as white as a sheet. However, she kept her head up and fixed her clear, cold eyes upon the powerful and godlike man before her. If you want to look, I'll let you look as much as you wish. After today, you'll never see this holy one again. The man waved his robes and a black wind filled with a thick gloomy air suddenly rushed towards the immobilized Guru Oyen. He was too fast, so fast that no one had any chance to react. Is this the true extent of the power of a martial saint? Guru Oyen raised her head and muttered to herself, indeed, with my current level of power, I can't even retaliate when faced with a martial saint. Martial saints were at the apex of existence in the mainland. Whenever they appeared, nobody would have the chance to retaliate. Guru Oyen laughed bitterly. My powers have been improving by leaps and bounds all these years. However, regardless of how fast my improvements have been, when faced with a powerful cultivator like this, I can't even escape, let alone retaliate. Just as Guru Oyen was falling into an inescapable calamity, a hand reached out from the side and pulled her into a warm embrace. At the same time, the black wind directed towards Guru Oyen slammed fiercely into the walls of the cave behind her. The solid walls were melted into the shape of a large dish. It was an absolutely horrifying sight. Zixi? Guru Oyen was in a daze. She raised her head in astonishment and a handsome, demonic face appeared before her eyes. The man was dressed in deep purple robes and looked absolutely sophisticated and magnificent. He turned towards Guru Oyen when he heard her voice. His eyes fell upon her and he smiled as he said, "Little girl, I've arrived a little late." "Zixi, how had you gotten out? Aren't you?" Zixi held onto Guru Oyen's waist in a tight embrace. The corners of his lips were curled into a smile. "There's definitely some kind of seal in the banished lands which had confined me to the ancient divine pagoda. Nevertheless, once I sensed that you were in danger, I found a way to break the seal. The only thing was, breaking the seal required quite a bit of time. Was that why I was not able to contact you?" Guru Oyen frowned. "Also, what price would you have to pay for breaking this seal?" A peculiar glint flashed across Zixi's eyes when he heard this, but he hurriedly concealed it. His handsome, almost godlike features lit up with a demonic smile. However, when he turned towards the man, his smile slowly faded away and a powerful aura erupted from his body. It swept towards him like a hot knife through butter. "Celestial being, I trust you have been well since we've last met." The man looked flabbergasted and asked in a voice drenched in disbelief, "In the banished lands, you who had resided within the ancient divine pagoda cannot leave its walls. If you were to insist on forcing your way out, there's only one way. Yet, not only had you forced your way out, you've increased your level of power. Zixi, you should know the consequences of your actions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 603, Sure Yun's Identity, 4. Chapter 603, Sure Yun's Identity, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. And so what? Zixi laughed coldly as he fixed his demonic stare at the man before him. He slowly raised his hand and gathered the particles in the air before shaping it into a sharp sword surrounded by purple flames. "Tian Shang, I didn't think that you would have shown yourself so soon. It's too bad that the power you currently wield is only a small fraction of your true extent. This is a far cry from your true self, so my current level of strength is enough to beat you. Zixi, you're throwing away your life." Tian Shang's expression changed. The reason why he had chosen to appear in the banished lands was that he had expected Zixi to not show up. He could never have imagined that this guy would have forcibly stormed his way out of the ancient divine pagoda. All for the sake of a woman? Do you even know the consequences of your actions? I know the consequences, but I have no other choice. But if Tian Shang had only wanted to end Guru Oyen's life, I have a million other ways to resurrect her. However, this man wants to extract and scatter her soul. If she loses all of her soul, I would never be able to reincarnate her, not even if I gave up my life in the process. Zixi, you've gone mad. The man's expression changed greatly. This phoenix has definitely gone insane. Zixi clearly had no interest in any form of conversation with him. That shock of deep purple robes flashed and appeared immediately in front of the man. Clank! Two swords clashed, causing a spiritual force to erupt and destroy everything in the cave. A gray mist formed before her eyes. Guru Oyen clenched her fists tightly as her eyes were fixed unmovingly upon the two men who were locked in battle. They were too fast. So fast that she could not even catch sight of their shadows. All she could see were two lights, one purple and one black, clashing against each other in the thin air. As time rolled on, Guru Oyen grew more anxious. However, the battle between the two continued without stopping. Just as Guru Oyen was about to panic, a loud crash sounded and the two lights were sent hurtling down and slammed fiercely into the ground. Dust scattered upwards and filled the air. Zixi! Gu Ruoyun hurriedly scrambled towards the man in purple robes and asked with a frown on her face, "Zixi, are you alright?" "Don't worry, little girl. Simply because he is a doppelganger, he is still no match for me." Zixi smiled and turned towards the man in the black mist. He curled his lips demonically. "Tian Shang, one day, we will find you and vengeance will be ours." "Ha, I'm afraid that you won't have that chance." The man laughed. It was a laughter filled with bone-deep hatred. For the sake of this woman, you had willingly paid such a painful price. Do you think you would have the chance to have your revenge? Once I've broken this seal, I will claim this woman's life. As he spoke, his body slowly turned transparent before gradually disappearing into the gray skies. Zixi. Gu Ruoyun held Zixi's wrist in a tight grip. "Tell me, what painful price was he talking about? What price had you paid for the sake of appearing here?" "Little girl." Zixi placed his hands firmly on Gu Ruoyun's shoulders. His handsome face no longer held his usual teasing demeanor. Instead, he stared at the girl in all seriousness. "From now on, in everything that you do, you will truly have to depend on your own strength." "I'll have to depend on my own strength in everything that I do?" Gu Ruoyun's heart shook violently as a bad feeling began to take over. It almost feels as if the man in front of her was saying his final goodbye. "What do you mean? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 604, Shi Yun's Identity, 5. Chapter 604, Shi Yun's Identity, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Actually, little girl, based on your talent, you will grow in strength very quickly. It's only that I will no longer be by your side, so you must take care of yourself. Zixi smiled gently. His voice filled with a reluctance to leave. "Every time I see you, you're always covered in scars. When are you going to take care of yourself? Zixi, tell me. What price did you have to pay? Why had you resorted to some sort of method to force your power to increase?" Gu Ruoyun held tightly onto Zixi's hand and refused to let go. She was terrified that if she loosened her grip even for 1 second, the man in front of her would leave her. At this very moment, she was afraid. She was truly afraid. Even in her past life, when she was staring at death straight in the face, she had not felt any hint of fear. "Don't you worry, I won't leave you completely. I will be using other means to stay by your side. The only thing is that I will no longer be able to fight for you, nor will I be able to protect you. This little girl has established so many enemies, how can I leave in peace? I'm sorry, if I hadn't come here then you wouldn't have." Gu Ruoyun's heart was swollen with guilt, but most of it was regret. If only I had not given in to Tian Shang's temptation, I would not have dragged Zixi down with me. "No." Zixi shook his head and smiled weakly. "Little girl, this matter has nothing to do with you. What had brought you here was not Tian Shang. He had inadvertently followed your aura and descended into this place. Actually, even if you had not come to the tomb, he could still appear before you. There is definitely something calling out to you in this tomb, but it is further along the way. Unfortunately, the road ahead is one that you must take alone." Cough, cough. Zixi coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. On this very piece of land, this was a particularly ghastly sight. "Zixi, that won't happen. You can't leave me, and there must be a way to save you. You must tell me, there has to be a way. In my past life, I had been unable to protect my mother, and even my little brother had died before my very eyes. Once I was reincarnated, I had promised myself that in this life, I will never let anyone sacrifice themselves for me. But now, Xiaoyi is in a coma because of me and even Zixi. No. I won't let Zixi leave me. Even if I have to give up my own life. Lit girl." Zixi lifted his hand and pulled Gu Ruoyun into an embrace. He gently pressed his icy cold lips to her forehead. His smile was demonic, yet mesmerizing as his slender fingers gently wiped away the tears from the corner of her eye. "I've told you that I'm not leaving, I'm only using some other means to stay by your side. How could I truly bear to leave her? Zixi." Gu Ruoyun watched as Zixi's body crumpled to the ground and hurriedly caught him. A great anguish gripped her heart as if it had been torn to pieces. She could not be free of this pain. Then, before her very eyes, Zixi's body was enveloped in a purple light which glowed brighter and brighter. When the light disappeared, a magnificent phoenix appeared before her. The phoenix licked Gu Ruoyun's hand as if he was unwilling to let go of her and saying his final goodbye. Slowly, as if he was greatly fatigued, he slowly closed his eyes and lay down on the ground, lifeless. "Zixi?" Gu Ruoyun staggered to her feet as her eyes stared dully at the phoenix lying on the ground. Even though she had felt equally sad and cried her heart out and wished that she could die as she saw Qianbei fall to the ground, Xiaoyu was only trapped in a deep slumber. She only needed to find the Hell's Lotus and he would be revived. However, it seems that Zixi was now dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 605, Departure and Increase in Strength, 1. Chapter 605, Departure and Increase in Strength, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. No! Gu Ruoyun grabbed her head tightly and let out a heart-wrenching scream. She then slowly lifted her head and her eyes were reddened as if they had been drenched in pools of fresh blood. Endless tears streamed down her face, carrying a heartache and rage that could bring the Armageddon. Tian Shang, I, Gu Ruoyun, hereby swear that your debt in blood shall be paid with blood. I will not rest until you are dead. Also, Ya Luo and the Wolf's Fang robbers. If it weren't for you all, I would never have come to this cave. Hence, I want all of you to follow him to the grave. Under normal circumstances, even if Gu Ruoyun have had a dispute with the two organizations, she would never have lashed out at other people. Now, Zixi's death has erased all sense of rationality in her. All she knows was that if it had not been for Ye Luo's actions, she would never have fallen into such a place. As such, be it the Ye family or the Wolf's Fang robbers, all shall follow Zixi to the grave. A great wind rose and her soft black hair danced in the tempest. The woman's entire body burned with a disastrous murderous intent and her bloodshot eyes looked like she was possessed by a demon. Revenge. At this moment, there was only one thing on her mind, That whirling mass of murderous intent encircled all four corners of the area. It intertwined with the strong tempest, bringing forth an extremely eerie aura. Suddenly, a ray of purple light soared to the heavens. Endless flames appeared from the phoenix's body. Under the scorching heat of the burning flames, Gu Ruoyun finally showed a different expression. Her body stiffened as she watched the flames gradually burning the purple phoenix to ashes. Suddenly, as if gripped by madness, she rushed towards him and held the latter's body, ignoring the burning flames. Zixi, you cannot leave. It was you who had made me who I am today. You had given me the power I now have. If this power cannot protect the ones I love, why would I even need them? What use are they to me? As long as you come back, I'm willing to give it all back to you. Zixi, I'll return all this power to you, so don't go, please. In that last sentence, her voice grew weak. She begged bitterly as the tears rolled down from her bloodshot eyes, riddled with pain and sorrow. Her body trembled. No matter how painful the burning flames were, she refused to loosen her hold on him. She was terrified that if she had loosened her grip even for a moment, the phoenix would turn into ashes and scatter into the air. However, no matter how much she was determined to make him stay, the purple flames continued to burn Phoenix's body, turning it all into dust. The final residue from his body slowly disappeared from Gu Ruoyun's hands. Zixi. Gu Ruoyun's shoulders trembled violently as her dark eyes filled with hopelessness. Perhaps, from the moment she had met the man, she never imagined that this man, who had always stayed by her side and protected her, would one day disappear. Thud. No longer able to endure the agony in her heart, Gu Ruoyun crumbled to the ground into a kneeling position. Her hands held the only remaining bit of Zixi's ashes. Suddenly, she burst into maniacal laughter. It was a laugh which dripped with insanity and rage. In my past life, my mother and my little brother had died because of me. My maternal grandfather and his entire family were dragged into the dirt because of me. In this life, Xiaoyi had fallen into a coma in order to protect me, and now Zixi has given his life to save me. Everyone that I love has either died or suffered horribly because of me. God, why is it that you and I cannot seem to get along? All right. Since that's the case, I, Gu Ruoyun, shall defy the heavens in everything that I do. I will avenge them even if I have to dye this entire mainland red with blood. I will kill anyone who dares to stop me. I will murder any god who dares to stand in my way. From now on, I, Gu Ruoyun, will no longer live for my own life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 606, Departure and Increase in Strength, 2. Chapter 606, Departure and Increase in Strength, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the remote mountain range, Gu Ruoyun's voice rang throughout the heavens and earth. It echoed through the atmosphere and went on, and on, and on. However, the still burning purple flames suddenly glowed with a demonic light. A purple light blazed from within the purple flames. The light was blinding and Gu Ruoyun could not help but turn her head to look at it. Slowly, the flames dispersed and revealed an egg wreathed in purple light. It sat quietly on the ground where Zixi once was. That's a phoenix egg? Gu Ruoyun's heart tightened violently. She quickly crawled up from the ground and rushed to the front of the phoenix egg in 2 large strides. With a single trembling finger, she gently stroked the oval-shaped egg. On the eggshell was a clear engraving of a phoenix spreading its wings and ready to soar into the skies. Gu Ruoyun could not hold back her tears and allowed them to stream freely down her face. Zixi! She squatted down and carefully lifted the phoenix egg into a hug, pressing it firmly against her face. Her every movement was extremely gentle, as if she was afraid that one wrong move could shatter the egg. I understand what you mean now. When you had said that you will stay by my side in another way, this was what you had meant. Gu Ruoyun's voice unconsciously filled with emotion. However, you're still here. This is wonderful even if you are unable to appear before me. Perhaps, due to the appearance of the phoenix egg, the vicious currents and rage from within Gu Ruoyun began to slowly disappear. She laughed again. In contrast to the previous laugh, which sounded like a madwoman's, this one was full of gentleness and determination. Zixi, in the past, it was you who had always protected me, so from now on, let me protect you. I'll never let you fall into any anger. Deep within the tomb, there was indeed a hidden paradise. Tian Shang's appearance here had definitely been a coincidence. It was truly this valuable cultivation ground which was calling out to Gu Ruoyun. The spiritual qi in this precious land was in great abundance. Gu Ruoyun had a feeling that if she were to cultivate in a place like this, coupled with the help of the spirit gathering pill, she probably would not even need a year to shoot up towards the rank of a martial honor. Hence, she did not delay any further. After placing the phoenix egg into the ancient divine pagoda, she sat cross-legged on the ground and began cultivating. Many months of cultivation passed. However, once a cultivator has entered into meditation, he or she will not be able to feel the passage of time at all. As such, Gu Ruoyun, who was now cultivating from scratch, had no idea about the huge matter which had erupted during the time she had vanished from the world outside. The first concerns the organizations of Black Rock City who had journeyed to the tomb on an expedition. They had encountered infinite dangers along the way and were nearly faced with a crisis many times. However, they were not able to find anything. That's right. This was like an empty grave. Not a single treasure could be found. Every organization had suffered heavy casualties. So, naturally, they were unsatisfied and wanted to forcibly take away the treasures collected by the Morong family in the Door of Life. Nevertheless, with Mei Shue's promise in effect, they had to temporarily let the Morong family off and allowed them to return to Black Rock City first. Initially, they had thought that this was not too bad of a situation, as once they have all set foot in Black Rock City, Lord Mei Shue's promise would become null and void. How could the lone Morong family cope with the combined might of so many organizations? However, the most unexpected thing then happened. The members of the Black Cloud Auction had stepped in. If one considered the 3 great authorities in Black Rock City to be the best of the best, then the Black Cloud Auction holds the highest position in all of the plains. They simply could not be compared with the 3 great authorities. Therefore, many organizations, led by the Ye family, could not understand why the majestic Black Cloud Auction would stand up for the Morong family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 607, Departure and Increase in Strength, 3. Chapter 607, Departure and Increase in Strength, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. So, with the Black Cloud Auction's intervention, they had not been able to carry out their plans out in the open. However, that does not mean that they would let the Morong family off so easily. Hence, many organizations secretly formed an alliance to attack the Morong family's business on the sly. They would even frequently send a few ruffians to cause trouble for them. Because this matter was far too minuscule, coupled with the fact that the troublemakers would always disappear after finishing the job, the Morong family had no proof that the Ye family was behind all of this. As such, the Morong family had no choice but to suffer in silence. At this moment, in the forest outside Black Rock City, a group of men dressed in the Morong family guard uniform was pushing a horse-drawn cart forward. They walked as quickly as they could. One of the guards, a young man, wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed, "We'll be reaching Black Rock City soon. Hopefully, nothing will happen." Over the past few days, business for the Morong family has become increasingly difficult. Therefore, the master had sent them to the North Sea far away to collect these precious herbs. They were also hoping that these herbs will help save the Morong family. Should anything happen to these herbs, the Morong family will be finished. Let's hurry, we'll be safe once we reach the city. The young man unconsciously quickened his pace as the surroundings along this road have made them all very tired. They had all been gradually losing physical strength, but Black Rock City was within their sights. So, no matter what, they could not rest here. Rustle! Suddenly the sound of movement could be heard from some nearby bushes. The young man's face changed greatly as he quickly pulled out his sword and stared at his surroundings in total vigilance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, countless brutes wielding large knives jumped out from behind the bushes and surrounded the cart. From the group, a man with a scar from a knife wound emerged to stand at the front of the group. He burst into laughter and exclaimed arrogantly, "This area belongs to the Wolf's Fang robbers. If you wish to pass, hand over everything in that cart. Perhaps I'll even leave you with a whole corpse. We're finished." The young man's face drained of color once he heard that name. His face now showed dejection and hopelessness. He never thought that the Wolf's Fang robbers would find out about their movements and intercept them right outside of Black Rock City. They could see that the city gates were very close by, but they would not be able to enter it. "Boss, we're rich now. These are rare herbs which are valued at the thousands. If we bring these back to the leader, he will certainly reward us generously." One robber, who was examining the contents in the cart, began to try to curry favor with the man with the scar. "It seems that our contact was telling the truth. The Morong family is indeed transporting high-quality herbs back to the city. Take this cart back and send it as an offering to the leader." The man with the scar waved his hand and sneered, "As for the rest, in order to prevent this from ever getting out, kill them all." Kill. Once the order was issued, the members of the Morong family turned very pale in the face. This time, not only had they lost the herbs, they would not be able to even guarantee their own lives. "Group leader, what should we do? What should we do?" As he heard the question from the person behind him, the young man laughed bitterly. "I don't know how the Wolf's Fang robbers had managed to get this piece of information and found out that we would arrive in this very spot today. I have no other ideas. All we can do now is pray to the gods and hope that they send a deity to protect us." Everyone's faces grew uglier and uglier as they watched the approaching Wolf's Fang robbers. However, just as the young man spoke, a sharp aura came whirling towards them from the back. This was followed by a scorching flame which surrounded the Wolf's Fang robbers. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 608, Departure, and Increase in Strength, 4. Chapter 608, Departure, and Increase in Strength, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In that instant, the thugs all vanished in a puff of smoke and their ashes were scattered into the air. They did not even have the chance to scream. The Morong family members were stunned. They turned in astonishment towards the girl in green robes in front of them, temporarily unable to make sense of it all. After all, the man with the scar was not exactly weak in power. He was at least a martial emperor or a rank above. Besides, there were many others as well. However, in the end, this woman had destroyed them all using only one move? What kind of holy being is she? Even though Gu Ruoyun had stayed with the Morong family at one point, this young man had never lived in the Morong family home. He had been sent to guard the ancestral residence and would only return every few months or so. So, naturally, he would not have been aware of Gu Ruoyun's existence. Members of the Morong family? Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow as she turned calmly towards the people behind her and asked. The young man immediately returned to his senses and quickly nodded his head. "I am the group leader of the Morong family's bodyguards." "I wonder, miss. Oh, I want to ask this, do you know where the Wolf's Fang robbers' den is?" Gu Ruoyun glanced at the young man and asked in a voice that was reminiscent of a cool breeze on a clear day. "Ah." The young man was stunned. "The Wolf's Fang robbers' den is not very far from here. See the highest peak on that mountain range? That's where they are. But the Wolf's Fang robbers are very powerful and I hear that their leader is already a mid-level martial honor. Also, the second in command has just reached the rank of a martial honor. Miss, you." Before the young man could finish speaking, the flash of green robes turned into a ray of light and flew at full speed away into the far distance, instantly disappearing from view. "Group leader, who was that woman and why had she helped us?" Someone asked from behind him as they stared in confusion at the direction where Gu Ruoyun had flown off in. The young man shook his head. "I don't know either. But let's not worry about that now, our priority is to send these herbs back to our master." He then took one last look in the direction where Gu Ruoyun had left as if it was an unconscious move, before turning away and leading the group towards Black Rock City once again. The gigantic summit. This was the tallest mountain peak in the area and because of its treacherous path, it became the Wolf's Fang robbers' residence. At this moment, high on top of the gigantic summit, Gu Ruoyun had just stepped in when two figures appeared in a flash, blocking her way. "Who are you? Do you not know what this place is?" Hurry up and leave if you wish to live. Who am I? Gu Ruoyan laughed coldly and raised her head towards the two fiendish-looking mugs. The aura from within her body stirred and shot towards the chest of one of the men with a loud bang. The force sent him flying away with fresh blood spilling out from his mouth. I'm the person who's here to kill all of you. Bang! Just as she spoke, her fist slammed into the door in the mountain. The tightly secured door swung open, sending dust flying into the air. How dare you! The other man, after seeing his comrade beaten to the ground and the mountain door blown open, was immediately enraged. He drew his sword in his anger and charged towards Gu Ruoyan. Gu Ruoyan merely glanced calmly at him. Then, as if a hand had reached out and violently pinched his soul, his body which had been charging towards Gu Ruoyan stopped suddenly. His gaze slowly turned sluggish. Ask the leader of your crew to roll his *SS over here and meet me. She calmly raised the corners of her lips. Her voice was icy yet clear, slowly resonating as she spoke. Simply tell him that I, Gu Ruoyan, have arrived to see him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 609, Creating a Stir in Blackrock City, 1. Chapter 609, Creating a Stir in Blackrock City, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The sluggish-looking thug finally regained his senses. He looked as if he had seen a monster and his eyes filled with fear. Then, without even waiting for Gu Ruoyan to say anything else, he quickly ran into the mountain door at the speed of light. Gu Ruoyan glanced at the other thug who had remained on the ground. An indifferent light flashed through her clear and cool eyes. There was no sign of any emotions on her calm face. When he noticed the expression on Gu Ruoyan's face, the thug who had been cursing and swearing at his comrade could not help but tremble. His face paled and became overlaid with fear as he spoke. You? What do you want to do? Let me tell you this, nobody can victimize us, the members of the Wolf's Fang robbers. If you dare to do anything to me, our leader will certainly crush your skull into 10,000 pieces. Gu Ruoyan laughed indifferently and gradually turned away. Her clear, cool gaze stared at the direction in front of her as she looked icily at the figure who was arriving slowly. The man waved a fan in his hand as a refined and scholarly smile hung on his face. His scholarly look coupled with an extremely weak and frail-looking figure made it difficult for anyone to imagine that such a cultured-looking man would actually turn out to be the ringleader of the Wolf's Fang robbers, even if he had presented himself to the world. In stark contrast to the man, the second in command next to him had side whiskers and a full-faced beard. He certainly had the appearance of a robber. His clothing hung in tatters on his body and his entire face was coarse and wild. A large sword was slung across his shoulder and this man seemed to ignite a flame in the wind with every step that he took. His physical appearance was strong and bulky. Leader, that's her. The person who had run in to inform the two pointed at Gu Ruoyan and spat hatefully. Not only had she hurt us, she has even destroyed the door. She simply does not place any importance on the Wolf's Fang robbers. Clack. The scholarly-looking man closed his fan and paused in his steps. He stared at Gu Ruoyan with a smile on his face as he said, "You're still alive." She had fallen into such a place yet she had managed to survive. This was simply unprecedented. I'm still alive. Are you disappointed? Gu Ruoyan smiled calmly as she observed the scholarly-looking man fearlessly. It's been a year. I wonder if the Wolf's Fang robbers are ready to experience death. 1 year. I had cultivated in the tomb for an entire year. Now, it's time to clear some debts with a few people in Blackrock City. In the past, if it had not been for my fear of the Wolf's Fang robbers' leader, everything which had happened after that incident would never have happened at all. Hence, this is one debt that I'm going to collect from his head. Miss, you should be aware of the consequences that come with provoking the Wolf's Fang robbers. The smile on the scholarly-looking man's face remained, but the look in his eyes darkened and became inscrutable. Leader, why are you wasting your time and talking nonsense with her? The beefy man with the side whiskers scoffed coldly and swept a disdainful gaze across Gu Ruoyan. A sneer formed on the corners of his lips. Little girl, if I were you, I would have hidden myself far, far away after escaping the tomb. But you're really great, aren't you? You would come here and give yourself up out of stupidity. Since that's the case, give everything you found in the tomb to us. As he spoke, the man with side whiskers unsheathed the large sword which was slung over his shoulders and stabbed it forcefully into the ground. A wave of fluctuating energy rose from the surface of the ground towards Gu Ruoyan as a strong aura spread throughout his body. This force instantly destroyed the already dilapidated mountain door. The girl in green stood tall and quiet against the cold winds as her soft black hair danced along with it. She looked quietly at the fluctuations speeding towards her from the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 610, Creating a Stir in Black Rock City, 2. Chapter 610, Creating a Stir in Black Rock City, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Boom. A strong attack crashed into Gu Ruoyun's body. However, she did not even move a muscle. Dressed in green robes, she stood firmly like a tall bamboo tree as the calm glow of the setting sun shone upon her dusty, delicate features. Moments later, a slight change appeared on everyone's face. As a low-level martial honor, the second-in-command had not been able to kill this woman with one blow. Furthermore, she had not even budged from the attack. She stood strong as if she had been nailed to the ground and had not moved a single inch. A low-level martial honor? Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly and looked at the man with the side whiskers, who now had an ugly look on his face. She spoke at a leisurely pace. My apologies, I think your powers are too weak. Perhaps you should all come at me at once. I have no interest in facing you alone. Bang! In that instant, the aura from Gu Ruoyun's body rose, creating a storm in the sky. A martial honor. The man with the side whiskers had initially looked at Gu Ruoyun with disdain. However, when he felt the power which erupted from the young woman, he was completely astounded. His wide eyes made it seem like he was looking at something inconceivable as he fixed his gaze upon her fluttering green robes. Impossible! How could you possibly have broken through to become a low-level martial honor in such a short time? That's definitely impossible. After all, just a year ago, the man with the side whiskers had sensed that she was only a martial emperor. Nevertheless, in the space of a year, she had actually broken through to the rank of a martial honor. What on earth had she been doing in that tomb for over a year? How was it that her powers have increased so much in such a short time? A hint of greed flashed across the man with the side whiskers' eyes. To him, Gu Ruoyun must have obtained some sort of treasure in the tomb, which was how she had managed to shoot up so quickly in power. If he could obtain this treasure, his breakthrough rate would not be slower than Gu Ruoyun's. Guards, surround this woman. His loud bellow immediately pulled everyone back to their senses. They promptly circled around Gu Ruoyun, drawing their weapons and pointing them at her. Gu Ruoyun's expression did not change at all. Her features were as calm as the surface of a lake. The man with the side whiskers simply could not understand it. Even though she has already broken through to the rank of a martial honor, she would still be no match for the Wolf's Fang robbers. How can she be so calm and composed as she delivers herself to the jaws of death? Gu Ruoyun, I know you must have found some sort of treasure in the tomb of the Supreme Ruler. Hand over the treasure immediately and perhaps I might even show you mercy and spare your life. The man with the side whiskers commanded with a domineering voice before laughing coldly as he stared at Gu Ruoyun, who was now surrounded. Gu Ruoyun did not respond. Her gaze pierced through the crowd and stared straight at the scholarly-looking man. I can give you all a choice, serve me, or die. As he realized that his opponent had not acknowledged him at all, the man with the side whiskers flew into a terrible rage. He shot Gu Ruoyun an angry glare before speaking coldly. Just who do you think you are that the Wolf's Fang robbers should serve you? Leader, allow me to kill this woman now. Earlier on, I had not used even half of my true power. That was why I couldn't kill her. Even though this woman has broken through to the rank of a martial honor in the tomb, this had only occurred in the time frame of 1 year. I've been a martial honor for many years now. Simply because of this, I cannot be compared with Gu Ruoyun, who had just had her breakthrough. Woman, you had the audacity to come here and cause trouble. Hence, you shall achieve enlightenment in death. The man with the side whiskers raised his great sword and, in a flash, appeared right in front of Gu Ruoyun. One should not judge him by his stocky build. A thinner man would not have been able to match his speed. He was as swift as the wind. However, Gu Ruoyun calmly looked at him before her thin lips parted and spoke in a sharp voice, Scram. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 611, Creating a Stir in Black Rock City, 3. Chapter 611, Creating a Stir in Black Rock City, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bang! A force like a heavy wrecking ball slammed into the man with the side whiskers' chest. It threw his muscular body back and he fell into the middle of the crowd. The man with the side whiskers was stunned and the rest of the gang of robbers were shocked as well. The entire mountain range had turned so quiet that they could clearly hear each other's breathing. Our second-in-command, despite being a low-level martial honor, was actually unable to retaliate? Is this fellow abnormal? The man with the side whiskers turned very black in the face and clenched his fist so tightly that it shook. To be defeated by one blow in front of so many people, this was a first for me. Especially since the opponent was such a young lady. This was simply a disgrace. Hold it. As he noticed that the man with the side whiskers was about to make another move, the scholarly-looking man raised his hand to stop him and frowned. He had caught the glimmer of a light flashing in Guru Oyun's eye. Young lady, the wolf's fang robbers will never serve anyone else. Since you wish to provoke us, I have no choice but to kill you. Whoosh, dot. As he spoke, he raised his hand which glowed with brilliance and directed a strong wind towards Guru Oyun. It brought a sharp force which swept forward like a hot knife through butter. Guru Oyun leaned to the side and dodged the attack. In the next instant, the scholarly-looking man was right in front of her. The fan in his hand shone with a grey light and was aimed at her neck. She hurriedly raised her sword in front of her face and with a loud clang, a blazing flame burst outwards. Guru Oyun frowned as she examined the scholarly-looking man who was still standing very close to her. The fan in the scholarly-looking man's hand was no ordinary fan. It looked as hard as metal and could not be destroyed by any normal weapon. However, both parties gathered their spiritual energies into the palm of their hand and gradually channeled them into their weapons. A loud bang sounded and light waves shot into all four corners of the area before dispersing into the air. Soon after, a heavy force fell upon the scholarly-looking man's chest and he lost his footing, stumbling back for a good distance. In that instant, the fan in his hand tore like a raggedy old cloth and fell to the ground. Leader! The faces of the wolf's fang robbers changed greatly. That fan was their leader's most prized possession and they all knew it. Besides, this fan was a spiritual weapon and was only shy of containing a weapon spirit. Now, this woman had somehow managed to destroy it? A spiritual weapon. There's no mistake about it, the weapon she has is also a spiritual weapon. No weapon, no matter how sharp the blade, could ever destroy the leader's fan unless it was also a spiritual weapon. I never thought that the weapon in your hand would actually turn out to be a spiritual weapon as well. I would not have been able to recognize it without a closer look. The scholarly-looking man held onto the tatters of his fan tightly and his expression was a ghastly sight to behold. His hands trembled continuously as a murderous intent began to overflow from his heart. However, my fan is far more important than your life. Since you've destroyed my fan, you shall pay for it with your life. Actually, it was not the scholarly-looking man's fault for failing to identify Guru Oyun's weapon as a spiritual weapon. Once a weapon spirit inhabits a spiritual weapon, its wielder can control it as they wish. Unless Guru Oyun chooses to expose the spiritual weapon, anyone else would assume that it was simply an ordinary sword. Of course, once a weapon spirit has entered a spiritual weapon, it would need a certain amount of time to adapt. Now, the pale dragon which resides within the sword had managed to gain total control over the spiritual weapon. That depends on whether you'll have the opportunity. Guru Oyun smiled. Then, a majestic dragon's roar rang out from the sword in her hand. Before the scholarly-looking man could make sense of the situation, a white pale dragon charged out from the blade, spitting powerful dragon's breath from its mouth. The dragon's breath knocked the scholarly-looking man out of the way before he could even react. Thud! The scholarly-looking man slammed into a tree behind him. He raised his head in astonishment and his face was full of shock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 612, Creating a Stir in Blackrock City, 4. Chapter 612, Creating a Stir in Blackrock City, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A weapon spirit? She has actually managed to obtain a weapon spirit. It was common knowledge that a spiritual weapon without a weapon spirit could not really be considered as a full-fledged spiritual weapon. Besides, weapon spirits will never choose to reside in a low-class spiritual weapon. Only a high-class spiritual weapon can house a weapon spirit. Nevertheless, this means that this woman also possesses a high-class spiritual weapon. This must have been one of the treasures from the tomb. The man with the side whiskers stared greedily at the sword in Guru Oyun's hand. If I can take that sword for myself, my increase in power would definitely not be limited to only a small increment. The man with the side whiskers became overcome with greed. He no longer cared about anything else and scrambled to his feet before charging towards Guru Oyun. Guru Oyun's attention had been focused on the scholarly-looking man in front of her from the very beginning. She seemed to not notice the man with side whiskers who was charging towards her. As the distance between him and the woman became smaller, the man with the side whiskers raised his large sword and swung it fiercely at Guru Oyun's head. In his mind, he could almost see the woman lying in a pool of her own blood in front of him while the spiritual weapon in her hand was then transferred to him. Roar! Suddenly, a pair of eyes seemed to glow in Gu Ruoyun's sword. The pale dragon charged out of the sword once again. It opened its mouth wide and aimed it directly towards the man with the side whiskers head. Even though the pale dragon had appeared in the form of a transparent spirit, it still managed to bite the man with the side whiskers head, and blood began to pour from the wound. It gushed like a bloody fountain all the way to the ground and dyed the dirt a bloody red color. This was the price of greed. Gu Ruoyun gently stroked the sword in her hand as she stared calmly back at the scholarly-looking man. Back in the tomb, you had chastised me with such a cold, self-righteous voice as someone who had refused to help a dying man. In all these years, how many people have been slaughtered by the Wolf's Fang robbers? If I had not happened to pass by on my way here, I'm afraid those disciples of the Morong family would not have been able to escape death. The scholarly-looking man crawled to his feet in a sorry manner and sneered. That was because they deserved to die. On this mainland, only the strong would have a say. I had chastised you because, at that time, I was more powerful than you, and the Ye family were my people. You had folded your arms and watched a Ye family member die. How could I not have chastised you? As for the Morong family, the scholar smiled. If they aren't strong enough, someone else would go against them even if I don't kill them myself. These are the living conditions in the banished lands. You and I are a very good example of this. Now, I'm unable to defeat you, and if you wish to kill me or carve the flesh from my bones, I will comply. However, if you want me to serve you, that would be impossible. Of course, if you were weaker than I am, I would certainly kill you immediately. Only the strong are revered, and power always comes first. Anyone whose fist was strong enough, their word would become law. Even if it was a shameless decree, many would blindly follow them. Since you've put it that way, how can I not kill you now? Gu Ruoyun slowly raised the sword in her hand and stared coldly at the battered and exhausted scholarly-looking man. Don't worry, I won't spare a single disciple of the Wolf's Fang robbers. Honestly speaking, initially, I had nothing against the Wolf's Fang robbers. It's too bad for you that you've allied yourselves with the wrong people. But the scholarly-looking man shivered and slowly closed his eyes. Ever since he had laid eyes upon the weapon spirit, he had known that he would lose this battle. And it would be a brutal loss. Boom! Just as the scholarly-looking man closed his eyes, a brilliant white light flashed from within the sword. This was followed by a large body and a loud roar which crashed into the scholarly-looking man. His body was immediately flung far away and his mouth overflowed with blood. That one blow had broken every bone in his body. Gu Ruoyun slowly approached the scholarly-looking man and patted him down before fishing out a scroll and nodding. This is indeed a pill formula. My efforts have certainly not been in vain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 613, Creating a Stir in Black Rock City, 5. Chapter 613, Creating a Stir in Black Rock City, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This pill formula was the very same one which had been obtained by the Wolf's Fang robbers during the Black Cloud auction. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Ruoyun now claimed it as her own. You. The scholarly-looking man clenched his fist as his eyes spat fire. So, her true purpose had been to obtain the pill formula. From now on, the Wolf's Fang robbers shall cease to exist in this world. Gu Ruoyun looked indifferently at the scholarly-looking man behind her before slowly turning to descend the summit. This great summit will also disappear from the world. Instantly, endless flames rose from behind her, forming a fiery wall which surrounded everyone in sight. One could hear their shrieks of pure agony from far away. Not a single person had been able to step out from the wall of flames. Today, the infamous Wolf's Fang robbers of Black Rock City had been purged from the banished lands. Such a young low-level martial honor, the skies of this mainland are certainly changing. At this moment, up in the air and concealed by an old tree, Yilan gently raised his brow and stared in admiration at the young girl in green who was descending the mountain. Such an exceptionally talented young person. I fear that Nuar might not ever be able to match up to the likes of her. Especially since this girl also holds a high-class spiritual weapon in her hands. Could it be that the spiritual weapon which had been sold for a sky-high price back at the auction 1 year ago had something to do with her? Yilan's smile grew more pronounced at the thought of this. Perhaps if Nuor continues to follow this little girl, it will bring him great fortune. I never thought that I would stumble upon this scene today just as I was passing by. I'm certain that that old man, Yung Luo, would not believe me when I tell him this. A 20-year-old martial honor. Who would believe this if it gets out? Yet, I've met such a person. It seems that I'll have to make a trip to Black Rock City. This time, I've been away for almost a month. That child, Yinua, had not stopped thinking about this little girl, so he had not been willing to leave at all. Now that this little girl has returned, perhaps I can take him home now. Yilan watched Gu Ruoyan as she disappeared and mumbled to himself, however, knowing her attitude, this Gu girl will definitely cause a stir in Black Rock City. I should go and add some fuel to the fire, consider this as my way of giving her a helping hand. Just as Gu Ruoyan was rapidly approaching Black Rock City, the whole of Black Rock City was already bursting with fervent discussions. The fight which had taken place at the summit was so sensational that it had attracted many powerful cultivators. Amongst them were cultivators from Black Rock City. Some of them had even met Gu Ruoyan before, so this news soon reached the ears of their respective families as they each reported back to their masters. Some who had been unable to ascend the summit immediately understood what was going on as soon as they saw the girl in green walking out from the flames. Hence, everyone hurriedly discarded all responsibilities and returned to Black Rock City and spread the news. They did not even stop along the way. As such, the whole of Black Rock City dove into a sensation. Who were the Wolf's Fang robbers? The leader had reached the rank of a high-level martial honor, while the second in command was a martial honor as well. They also had countless martial emperors. Even the three great authorities of Black Rock City finds it difficult to deal with them. Yet, an organization like this had been annihilated by a single young woman? Everyone was shocked. Some even refused to believe the news reported by their own disciples until members of the Black Cloud Auction stepped in to verify the incident. Then, they were all forced to believe it. Of course, compared to the shock in the other organizations, the Ye family was the first to grow terrified. After all, if not for the support of the Wolf's Fang robbers, why else would the Ye family have been so daring? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 614, Creating a Stir in Black Rock City, 6. Chapter 614, Creating a Stir in Black Rock City, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Now that the Wolf's Fang robbers had been destroyed, where would they find the bravado to threaten their enemies? Therefore, once the news had reached his ears, Yaluo immediately went into a daze. Perhaps he never could have imagined, not even in his wildest dreams, that the lone Gu Ruoyan would have ended up destroying the Wolf's Fang robbers. In contrast, the other organizations who had aided the Ye family in numerous things had not done so willingly. They hurriedly discarded the Ye family and quickly held a family meeting to decide on the best possible way to ask for the Morong family's forgiveness. Meanwhile, at the same time, the three great authorities who had kept quiet throughout this 1 year finally made their move. Upon receiving the information, Mei Shui, who was in the middle of a lovemaking session with one of her male concubines, immediately left her most beloved man behind and flew out the door. She did not even manage to put her clothes back on properly. Her expression has changed from one full of charm to utter shock. What did you just say? Gu Ruoyan has returned, and not only has she broken through to the rank of a martial honor, she has stormed the Great Summit and annihilated the Wolf's Fang robbers? Is this a F** king joke? She was on her own, how could she have destroyed the Wolf's Fang robbers? Lord Mei Shui, every word I've said is true. One of the members of our household saw her descending the mountain with his own eyes. There's no mistake. What? Mei Shui's expression changed greatly as her eyes darted back and forth. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, the winds in Black Rock City are changing. Servants, prepare gifts. I will be paying the Morong family a visit. Thank goodness. Thank goodness that there were no disputes between the Morong family and us. I've even rendered them some help. Because of this, Gu Ruoyan probably would not forget the Mei family. Meanwhile, at the greatest underground organization of Black Rock City, He Bao stared coldly at the informants standing below him. Any movements from Mei Shui and Mo Liu? In regards to your question, boss, Lord Mei Shui is already making her way towards the Morong family home. As for Master Mo, it seems that he hasn't done anything yet. Hearing this, He Bao grew silent. Over the course of this 1 year, they have all seen everything that the other organizations have done to the Morong family, yet they had considered it as a good show to watch. They had not stepped in. After all, they had not placed any importance on the small Morong family. Now, with the abnormal Gu Ruoyan in play, everything has changed. Even the three great authorities would be no match for her. He Bao paused and muttered to himself at the thought of this. He then said, come, let's pay the Morong family a visit. We'll meet up with Mei Shui there. Yes, boss. Hearing the order, the man kneeling on the ground rose to his feet and followed He Bao out the door. At the Mo family home. Mo Liu sat in his wheelchair in the flower garden with a shallow smile playing on his sickly, pale but handsome face. When he heard his subordinate's news, his finger, which was gently stroking a rose, trembled slightly. He did not even notice that a thorn had pierced the back of his hand as a glint flashed across his eyes. No one could tell what he was thinking. I understand. You may go now. After a long pause, the servant regained his senses and spoke calmly. As you wish, master. Then, the servant from the Mo family took his leave, leaving Emolio all alone in the large garden filled with flowers. I had known that you wouldn't die so easily. Emolio smiled and his face held a mysterious light. However, I never would have thought that you would re-emerge so quickly. Furthermore, you've brought such a huge shock upon your return. It seems that I've underestimated you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 615, Unifying Blackrock City, 1. Chapter 615, Unifying Blackrock City, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun had just set foot in Blackrock City when she felt the strange stares from the eyes of every citizen upon her. She wrinkled her brow, but she did not think too much of it. Instead, she headed straight for the Morong family home. She did not know that every family has sent out pictures of her likeness to the public. They were deathly afraid that any family who did not recognize her would provoke this murderous god in their ignorance. Even the Wolf's Fong robbers were instantly annihilated by this murderous god. So if she wished to destroy them, it would only be too easy. As such, everyone could not help but step aside when they saw that distinctive flash of green robes and looked back at her with either longing or terror. At this moment, the Morong family had also received the news. They were all lined up outside the door with eyes brimming with hope to welcome her return. Therefore, the instant when Gu Ruoyun stepped into the Morong family home, a figure charged quickly towards her and a soft little body threw itself into Gu Ruoyun's arms with a smile brighter than the sun. Bodyguard Gu, I knew you'd be alright. Yi Nua blinked his glistening, starry eyes and giggled at the woman before him. What are you all doing here? Gu Ruoyun raised her eyebrows and turned towards the Morong family members who were standing at the doorway. Her voice was filled with astonishment. Eldest lady, so it's true. You're all right. Master Morong's elderly eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. Only the heavens knows how much the Morong family have had to endure in Gu Ruoyun's absence. If it had not been for the Black Cloud auction who had stood up for them, the Morong family might have already been wiped out from Blackrock City. I thought that you... Damned old man, you shut your mouth. Yi Nua shot Master Morong an irritated glare and scoffed defiantly. If it had not been for the sake of bodyguard Gu, I would have made your anus explode long ago simply for cursing her for an entire year. To Yi Nua, as long as these people considered her to be dead, they were cursing her. Look at her, she was clearly alive and well. Why had all these people insisted that she was dead? Let's go inside first. I have some things to discuss with you. Yes, eldest lady. Master Morong wiped the tears from the corner of his eye and quickly followed Gu Ruoyun back inside. Morong Yen stared at the disappearing figure and tried to say something, only to remain at a loss for words in the end. In the hall, Gu Ruoyun took large strides towards the master's seat and turned towards each and every person who had followed closely behind. She slowly opened her mouth and spoke, "Thank you all for your troubles in the past year." Along the way, she had heard of what had happened to the Morong family during this past year. Even with the help of the Black Cloud auction, which stopped the other organizations from doing anything drastic to the Morong family, it was only a surface protection. The Black Cloud auction could not prevent anything else to be done clandestinely. However, everything which the Morong family has had to endure was because she had dragged them down with her. If it had not been for her actions, those organizations would not have directed their ire towards the Morong family in her absence. Eldest lady, that's nothing much. Master Morong shook his head and replied excitedly, as long as you've returned, it is enough. Gu Ruoyun nodded gently, right. About the Holy Spirit fruit which we had found in the tomb, you can now distribute them to every Martial King disciple in the Morong family. I also have another pill which can help Martial Kings to move one level up. You may distribute them along with the Holy Spirit fruit to the disciples. If you combine the pill and the Holy Spirit fruit, you can at least help the Martial Kings to improve up to 2 levels. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 616, Unifying Blackrock City, 2. Chapter 616, Unifying Blackrock City, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Master Morong, who had not completely regained his senses from his surprise at Gu Ruoyun's return, immediately went into a daze again. She has indeed obtained numerous heavenly spirit fruits from the tomb, but Master Morong would never have thought that she would allow the disciples of the Morong family to consume those heavenly spirit fruits. After all, if it had not been for Gu Ruoyun, they would never have found the heavenly spirit fruits in the first place. Therefore, he never imagined that she would actually use the heavenly spirit fruits to benefit the disciples of the Morong family. Furthermore, she even has pills which can help a martial king rise to the next level. Master Morong blinked in suspicion as he doubted if he had correctly heard what she had just said. Am I dreaming? Lady Gu, you're saying that you have a pill and heavenly spirit fruits which can help those disciples at the martial king level to increase their ranks by 2? That's correct. Gu Ruoyun nodded and replied, do you remember what I had said to you 1 year ago? I want to unify all of Black Rock City. To unify all of Black Rock City. Master Morong's heart thudded when he heard her sharp voice, which was filled with magnificent aspiration. A year ago, he had thought that those words were mere delusions of grandeur. However, 1 year later, she has single-handedly annihilated the Wolf's Fang robbers, a problematic organization that not even the 3 great authorities of Black Rock City had been able to defeat even if they had joined forces. Master Morong suddenly felt a huge wave of delight. Perhaps that day when I had made my choice to follow this woman was the best decision I've ever made in this lifetime. I understand, eldest lady. I'll go ahead and gather the martial kings. He took a deep breath and his elderly face was full of resolve. At this moment, Master Morong could already see the position of the Morong family in Black Rock City. With her at the helm, forget about unifying Black Rock City. Someday, even the entire plains will be in her bag. Go ahead. I'm tired, so I want to return to my quarters to rest now. There's one more thing. After this, summon every organization in Black Rock City and give me the name list of those who would help the F family. Gu Ruoyun yawned and rose from her seat. She then walked out of the hall without even looking back. After she has left, Master Morong promptly went about to make arrangements as she had ordered. As they now had the help of the pill and the heavenly spirit fruits, the martial kings of the Morong family gained another promotion in rank after breaking through to the next level. Morong Yan and Lu Xiaochen both also gained 2 levels. Each and every martial king in the Morong family has now reached the rank of a high-level martial king. As for the elders of the Morong family who were already high-level martial kings, 1 pill was not enough for them to reach the ranks of a martial emperor. Nevertheless, when combined with the effect from the heavenly spirit fruit, they were able to leap up into the rank of a low-level martial emperor. Of course, the only thing which had caused these elders to become stuck was because they had encountered a bottleneck. All they needed was a bit of external help and they were then able to break the bottleneck easily. Even though these elders have already reached the ranks of a martial emperor, Gu Ruoyun did not allow them to consume the emperor breakthrough pills as they had only just had their breakthrough. Once they have stabilized their newfound powers, they could make the leap towards the rank of a mid-level martial emperor. After all, a martial emperor was completely different from a martial king. Martial kings could have 2 continuous breakthroughs, but if a martial emperor were to do this, it could easily destabilize their foundations. Gu Ruoyun did not wish to put her subordinates through that risk. Even so, the joy of having broken through to the rank of a martial emperor still remained fresh within the hearts of the elders. One should know that, initially, they had no chance to raise themselves to the rank of a martial emperor. It was Gu Ruoyun who had provided them with that opportunity. Hence, everyone felt a wholehearted wave of gratitude which will endure from now on. Furthermore, no one else but Gu Ruoyun had treated their subordinates with such generosity. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 617, Unifying Black Rock City, 3. Chapter 617, Unifying Black Rock City, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the Morong family drawing room, all the organizations who had heard the rumors and come to visit were seated at the lower area in extreme deference. Not a single one of them dared to speak, and the drawing room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Just then, the shuffling sound of footsteps was heard. Master Morong, who was on his own, walked quickly towards them. He then walked to the front of the room without acknowledging any of them at all. However, he did not sit in the main seat on the raised platform which had been his usual seat in the past. Instead, he went to the seat on the right. He looked completely nonchalant as if nothing was wrong. Then, before the crowd's eyes, a flash of green robes drew nearer from afar as the person slowly walked into the room. It was a woman with delicate and pretty features. She was not a devastatingly beautiful woman, but she has a kind of beauty that seemed untouchable, especially with that clear and cold manner in which she carried herself. Her beauty was such that one would find it difficult to look away. Yaluo clenched his fists tightly as he trembled with rage. His venomous and sinister eyes were dead fixed on Gu Ruoyun. This woman was still alive. Not only was she alive, she has caused a gigantic stir in Black Rock City from the moment she had stepped out of the tomb. However, Yaluo still found it hard to believe that this young woman was single-handedly responsible for the Wolf's Fang robbers' destruction. Even with the verification from the Black Cloud auction, he still refused to believe it. That was simply too outrageous. No matter how powerful her talents are, she couldn't possibly have broken through to the rank of a martial honor at such a young age. Perhaps it was some other strong cultivator who had destroyed the wolf's fawn robbers and she just happened to pass by. That's why so many people had seen her descending the mountain. Therefore, he was here today to expose her in front of all these people. Gu Ruoyan stepped towards the raised dais in large strides and straightened her sleeves before she sat down. Her clear, cold gaze swept across every leader of the families present and finally landed on the three great authorities who were at the frontmost of the crowd. My apologies, I was still resting at the time of your arrival and had made you wait for quite a while. I ask that the three of you do not blame me. Mei Shui covered her lips and giggled seductively. Her voice was incomparably charming, and made one feel numb to the bone. Lady Gu, you must be tired from your journey. We can wait. Please do not take this to heart, Lady Gu. Additionally, these are presents from the Mei family as tokens of our respect for you, Lady Gu. I ask for your forgiveness in my neglect towards the Morong family during the past year, Lady Gu. As she spoke, Mei Shui shot a look at the person next to her who received the order and walked towards Gu Ruoyan, clutching a box. This is a treasure which has been handed down from generation to generation in the Mei family. I myself am not too sure on its proper uses as no one in the past generations has managed to figure out how to use it. I believe that this treasure is only fit for a genius like you, Lady Gu. Once the black box had been placed before Gu Ruoyan, her expression changed slightly. She then wrinkled her brow and used her mental capacity to explore the strange aura she had sensed but was blocked by a seal in the box. Instantly, her expression displayed a hint of curiosity. Even with her current level of strength, she was unable to break the seal. What could be in this box? Gu Ruoyan quickly concealed all traces of peculiarity in her eyes and raised her hand, gesturing for the box to be accepted. She then replied, "Many thanks to you, Lady Mei Shui." Mei Shui had been watching Gu Ruoyan's every expression from the very beginning, so when she saw that she had accepted the box, she mentally heaved a sigh of relief. Her willingness to accept this gift means that she has forgiven the Mei family. Looks like this trip was not a waste of time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 618, Unifying Blackrock City, 4. Chapter 618, Unifying Blackrock City, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Mei Shui, how can you show off this old, broken box so unabashedly? He Bao stared disdainfully at Mei Shui as she spoke with contempt. Everyone in Blackrock City knows that you've never wanted this old, broken box and now you're actually using it to con others. You said that it's an heirloom which was handed down for generations, but if it's that magical, why haven't you used it yet? Mei Shui was not at all annoyed when she heard this. She only curled her lips into a smile as she replied, "Don't you know that some treasures choose their masters? The Mei family has been guarding it for so many years but have never been able to control it. That means that it does not belong to the Mei family. I see that Lady Gu's talents are rather substantial, so perhaps this heirloom will recognize her instead. If it turns out that way, it won't be a waste for the Mei family to have guarded it for so many years." Ha ha. Lady Gu, you mustn't fall for this woman's deceit. That's merely an old, broken box. He Bao spoke with a hint of ridicule, but when he looked at Gu Ruoyan, he did not dare show any sign of disrespect and exclaimed with deference, "However, though Mei Shui has come bearing gifts, I, He Bao, am also equally prepared. I hear that you are a medicinal expert, Lady Gu. I have a fragment of a pill formula and would like to present it to you as a token of my respect." Pill formula? Hearing this, the crowd could not help but turn towards He Bao. We never thought that this fellow would have a pill formula in his possession and now he's just giving it away? Doesn't he know how valuable a pill formula is? As if he sensed the questions bubbling within the crowd, He Bao scratched his head and chuckled. Actually, this pill formula was once given to me by someone else as a kind of collateral. In the end, because he was unable to pay back the money, it became one of my possessions. Since I'm not really interested in these things, so why not give it to Lady Gu? As a medicinal expert, Lady Gu must have done some research on this subject matter. Perhaps she might even be able to refine a pill from it. All I ask is for Lady Gu to gift me with one pill once she has mastered pill refinement. Hearing this, everyone turned their noses up in the air and scoffed disdainfully. Even though because pill formulas were extremely valuable on the mainland and has caused countless fights between numerous people, the reality was that no one has been able to master the art of pill refinement. This means that even in Gu Ruoyan's hands, this pill formula was merely a useless piece of scrap paper. The crowd, however, failed to notice the strange looks on the Morong family members' faces. Pill formula? This was an extremely valuable item in the eyes of the world, but in her hands, she already has the capability to casually produce pills whenever she wished, which could help a martial king achieve a breakthrough. In all honesty, this pill formula wouldn't really be of any interest to her. However, to the surprise of the Morone family, Gu Ruoyun graciously accepted the pill formula and smiled. "Don't worry, if I succeed in pill refinement, I'll definitely gift you with one pill." The Mei family and He Bao have already presented their gifts, but I haven't quite had the time to prepare anything. Mo Leo remained seated in his wheelchair and his handsome face carried a thin smile. "So, I've decided to present you with a last-minute gift, Lady Gu." Whoosh! Instantly, all eyes turned towards Mo Leo. Mo Leo smiled as if he did not notice their stares. "My gift is the entire Mo family." Gasp! The crowd reeled in surprise. Even Mei Shui and He Bao were shocked. No one thought that Mo Leo would have made such a decision on the spot. The entire Mo family, just how valuable was this gift? He has just given the entire Mo family away without any hesitation? Gu Ruoyun observed Mo Leo's pale and sickly pallor. She did not know why, but this man seemed to give her a rather vague and strange feeling. "Eldest lady, this." Master Morone rose to his feet as he spoke, no longer able to contain himself. Mo Leo's declaration has certainly shocked him to the core. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 619, Unifying Blackrock City, 5. Chapter 619, Unifying Blackrock City, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Even though Gu Ruoyun has set her sights on unifying Blackrock City, this was completely different from Mo Leo making decisions on his own. Furthermore, the Mo Leo now was not quite like his usual sickly self. Master Morone refused to believe that he was simply giving the Mo family away with no ill intentions whatsoever. "Master Mo, we'll discuss your proposal after this." Gu Ruoyun slowly came to her senses and swept a cold gaze across everyone in the crowd. Then, she spoke again in a calm voice. "This time, I've gathered all of you here because I have an announcement to make. I want every organization in Blackrock City to be placed under the Morone family's rule." She wants every organization in Blackrock City to be placed under the Morone family's rule? That means that she intends to unify Blackrock City? How savage does one have to be to spout such a declaration? Perhaps not even the three great authorities have ever thought of unifying the whole of Blackrock City. "Ha, Gu Ruoyun. Your fox's tail is finally showing itself." Ya Luo burst into laughter and rose to his feet. He glared at Gu Ruoyun with eyes filled with hatred and rage. "This has been your goal all along. What talk about single-handedly annihilating the Wolf's Fawn robbers? I had been initially blinded by you and had nearly fallen for your deceit. How could you possibly have single-handedly destroyed the Wolf's Fawn robbers? You must have happened to pass by and then took the credit for some other powerful cultivator's work. In all my years on this earth, I've never met anyone as shameless as you." To him, Gu Ruoyun had orchestrated this on purpose in order to unify Blackrock City. She wants the world to think that she had single-handedly destroyed the Wolf's Fawn robbers as a means to frighten the other organizations into serving her. This woman clearly knows how to scheme. Ya Luo gritted his teeth hatefully and clenched his fists so tightly that they made a rumbling sound. "Let me tell you this, as long as I'm around, don't think that you'll be able to get away with your schemes. I will never allow the people of Blackrock City to be deceived by you." As Ya Luo was speaking, the crowd whispered to one another, but no one stepped forward to support him. Perhaps if this had been some simple rumor from the streets, they would not have believed it either. However, even the Black Cloud Auction had stepped in to verify this matter. Knowing the position of the Black Cloud Auction in the plains, they would never confirm anything which was not true. Unfortunately, Ya Luo's thirst for revenge has now muddled his brain. Hence, he had not thought of this point at all. "Master Morone." Gu Ruoyun calmly raised an eyebrow and spoke. Master Morone understood her summons and immediately gave the order. "Servants, pour the tea for your guests." Step, step, step. Just as Master Morone spoke, a wave of crisp and tidy footsteps sounded from the back. In the beginning, Ya Luo did not think much of it and he sneered as he turned to look out the door. However, once he saw the figures entering the room, he went into a daze. With Elder Heir in the lead, a large group of people dressed in the Morone family attire walked into the drawing room. If that had been the only thing, it would not have been much to shout about. The thing was, these people did not conceal the aura from their body at all. The strong wave of their aura completely stupefied everyone in the room. Martial Emperors? And there are 10 of them? The initially low-level Martial Emperor, Elder Heir, has now broken through to a mid-level Martial Emperor? In order to conceal the Morone family's sudden rise in power from the organizations of Blackrock City, they had all had their breakthroughs in an underground chamber to cover up the storm which comes with one's breakthrough to a Martial Emperor. As such, everyone was completely taken aback by the Morone family's display of power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 620, Unifying Blackrock City, 6. Chapter 620, Unifying Blackrock City, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In contrast to the shock on everyone else's face, Yaluo's expression was an entertaining sight. His elderly complexion changed from green to white, then from white to green before finally settling into a dusty gray hue. He simply had not expected the Morone family to achieve such great military prowess. If these people had been someone else, perhaps his mind would be racing to find out where the Morone family could have found such powerful cultivators. Now, the ones before him were indisputable, all his acquaintances. If his memory serves him correctly, before this, a large portion of these people were still low-level martial kings. Yet now, they have all broken through to the rank of high-level martial kings. Yaluo's breathing grew uneven as he stared at the group of people who had just entered the Great Hall with an ugly look on his face. In the past, he would have said something out of mockery to Master Morone, but now, he could not speak at all. He could only glare coldly and maliciously at the group. Good heavens, so many high-level martial kings and a substantial number of martial emperors. When had the Morone family become so powerful? Gasp. Everyone returned to their senses and stared in shock at Morone Yen and the rest as they mentally weighed the circumstances. Previously, they might have feared Gu Ruoyun, but it was because they had believed in the rumors but not witnessed it with their own eyes. At this moment, as they stared at the Morone family's great military prowess, their hearts sank. Serving the Morone family? That's like surrendering your entire family. Won't that mean destroying hundreds of years of our family estate? Gu Ruoyun was not too anxious. She maintained a calm smile on her face and quietly sipped the tea in her hands. Mei Shui, He Bao, what do you both think? After a long pause, she put the cup down and curled her lips into a smile before turning her gaze towards Mei Shui and He Bao. No one actually found this peculiar, but Mei Shui and He Bao, who were both under Gu Ruoyun's scrutiny, trembled. Their faces drained of color as they looked back at Gu Ruoyun, who looked as calm as a bright and breezy day. The woman smiled engagingly and stroked the edge of her teacup with one finger. She spoke casually. I wonder if Master Mei and Boss He Bao could be a part of the Morone family. Of course, as the original great authorities of Black Rock City, I will not treat you unjustly. Furthermore, I can promise you that the Morone family will not control any matters concerning your own families. Aside from your fealty, everything else will be business as usual and there will be no peculiarities. You may both take some time to consider this. Whoosh! Just as Gu Ruoyun finished speaking, all eyes fell upon Mei Shui and He Bao. Generally speaking, just because Gu Ruoyun had successfully destroyed the Wolf's Fang robbers, that did not mean that she could make two martial honors like herself agree to submission. After all, the Wolf's Fang robbers had once plotted to take over Black Rock City but were unsuccessful. Gu Ruoyun, who do you think you are? Yaluo was managed to recompose his state of mind and scoffed coldly, you think too highly of yourself. How could powerful people like Lord Mei Shui and Lord He Bao serve a woman like you? Don't think that just because you've helped these people increase their powers, the Morone family would be on par with the three great authorities of Black Rock City. You're simply no match for Lord Mei Shui and Lord He Bao. To Yaluo, the person responsible for the destruction of the Wolf's Fang robbers must be a strong cultivator who just happened to pass by. It could not possibly be this young woman. One more thing, the things which you had used to help them increase their power must be the treasures that you found in the tomb. Those treasures do not belong to you alone, they should be shared out amongst the rest of us, so hand them over now. There are so many great powers in Black Rock City, why should we fear you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 621, Unifying Black Rock City, 7. Chapter 621, Unifying Black Rock City, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In such a large place like the tomb of the Supreme Ruler, it's not possible that there would be no treasures to be found at all. Since none of us had managed to find a single piece of treasure, this woman must have taken them all for herself. This made Yaluo feel a little off balance. Especially after he saw the Morone family's current level of strength. If we had been given a share of those treasures, perhaps the Ye family's power would have increased as well. No! How can the idiots in the Morone family be compared to the talented and superior Ye family members? With treasures like these, I can make every martial king in the Ye family into martial emperors. By then, I will be the greatest next to the three great authorities. Mei Shui swept her gaze towards Yaluo and a cold smile appeared on her charming face. That idiot, he still can't grasp the situation at all. He still dares to act with such arrogance in a place like this, is he tired of living? Lady Gu, will you keep your word that you would not interfere in our matters at all? She turned towards Gu Ruoyun and asked in a serious manner. Gu Ruoyun nodded, this I can promise you. My purpose in unifying Blackrock City was not because I only want you all to follow my orders without question, but to have you all send aid in my time of need even if we're 1,000 miles apart. She has no intention of staying long in the banished lands. Once I have obtained a Hell's Lotus, I will leave this place. Also, the reason for me to build my own organization is to have a bigger force to search for the Hell's Lotus. There was no other reason besides this. All right. Mei Shui took a deep breath. Mei Shui, pay my respect to you, master. She joined her fists and knelt on the ground as she spoke. Her voice has changed from its usual seductive character to one of respect. Since Mo Liu and Mei Shui have agreed to serve you, I, He Bao, have nothing more to say. He Bao broke out in laughter. He Bao would not be ashamed to follow such a young and powerful master. Honor? What honor was there in the banished lands? To serve the powerful was a principle which will never change. Without a doubt, the woman before them was a powerful cultivator who deserves their servitude. In that one moment, they had sensed the threat of death as clear as day. If they were to refuse, this woman would kill them without mercy. Though Gu Ruoyun has threatened them, He Bao saw nothing wrong with it. Besides, these were the living conditions in the banished lands. Yaluo's expression froze. He never expected Mei Shui and He Bao to serve Gu Ruoyun so willingly. Lord Mei Shui, Lord He Bao, you mustn't be deceived by this woman. She didn't kill the Wolf's Fang robbers. That's right, these two lords had only agreed to pledge their fealty because they had been deceived by her. As long as I can expose her falsehoods, they will come back to their senses. He Bao wrinkled his brows in annoyance and swept his sharp glance towards Yaluo. He then scoffed coldly and did not bother to look at him again. Have you both made your decision? Gu Ruoyun has very obviously treated Yaluo's outburst as nothing. Instead, she smiled at the two. It's all right, I will give you a choice, anyone who is unwilling to serve me can step out. Everybody looked at one another, momentarily unsure of what choice to make. Finally, a middle-aged man slowly stepped out under the eyes of the crowd and said, I will never pledge my allegiance to anyone. Oh? Gu Ruoyun slowly narrowed her eyes and glanced smilingly at the man who had stepped out. She recognized who he was with just one look. The man was Li Qing, master of the Li family, and has always been one of Yaluo's lackeys. He was also the person who had spoken up the loudest back in the tomb. Also, over the course of this year, he had invested every effort to publicly bring down the Murong family. Gu Ruoyun has been waiting to settle all her accounts with those who had helped Yaluo in this past year for a long while now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 622, Unifying Blackrock City, 8. Chapter 622, Unifying Blackrock City, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun's smile grew more pronounced as she thought of this. You're certain that you don't want to pledge fealty to the Murong family? I'm definitely not the kind of person who would force anyone into doing something they aren't comfortable with. Of course. Li Qing sneered, you must be dreaming if you think that I'd serve someone like you. Earlier on, Yaluo had secretly promised him that if he makes a stand and rejects her offer, he would give him his daughter, Ye Shui, to be his wife. Li Qing had long been spying on Ye Shui's beauty, but due to his status as a member of a third-rate family, he was not an ideal match for Ye Shui. Now that he's been presented with a chance, he would not let this opportunity slide so easily. Most importantly, even if Gu Ruoyun wasn't happy with my public rejection, she couldn't possibly do anything to me. Otherwise, how could a malevolent woman like her convince the citizens of Blackrock City? He was banking on Gu Ruoyun not daring to do anything to him, which was why he had the guts to step out. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Gu Ruoyun. Bang! A wave of powerful energy burst from Gu Ruoyun's body and squeezed forcefully on Li Qing's heart like a giant hand. As Li Qing's eyes widened in terror, a loud crack was heard and his heart was completely crushed. Blood began to ooze out continuously and his lifeless eyes remained filled with disbelief. She had actually killed him in front of all of these people? Was she not afraid that the others would only pretend to be convinced? Gu Ruoyun, you are a demon. You had said so yourself that you would give him a choice. Why did you kill him? Yaluo has now found an opportunity to criticize Gu Ruoyun and leaped out with his accusations with the intention to cause a scene. Gu Ruoyun cleaned her finger indifferently as a small smile hung on her lips. I did say that he could choose whether he wants to serve me or not, and he made his choice, didn't he? Did I stop him from making his decision? However, after he had made his choice, it's my prerogative whether I want to let him go or not. I didn't do anything to break my promise. This means that she had allowed the other party to make a decision and the other party had made their decision. However, she had never mentioned that she would not kill them after they had made the decision. Instantly, a wave of terror spread throughout everyone who was present. Some of them even shivered, afraid that they would end up like Li Qing at the slightest mistake. He didn't even have the chance to react. It's getting late, have you all made your choice? Gu Ruoyun swept her gaze across the crowd before her and smiled. Don't worry, I don't like to force people to follow me. You can make the same decision as him, I won't stop you. She doesn't like to force people to follow her? That's right, she wasn't forcing anyone. But the price of rejection is death. She won't even leave any chance for regret, you would die instantaneously. The crowd no longer hesitated as they hurriedly straightened up and sank to their knees, exclaiming in voices filled with respect, Your subordinate pays their respect to you, eldest lady. Good. Remember that this was your decision, I had not forced you to make this choice. Gu Ruoyun smiled and rose to her feet with her gaze overlooking the kneeling crowd before her. She curled her lips and said, Next, I'd like to map out something for you. Other than the Morone family, I will divide all families into first class, second class, and third class families. This segmentation will have nothing to do with your power but will depend on how much you've contributed to Black Rock City. Since this is the initial stage of this implementation, there will not be any families in the first class category and the best of you will be in the second class category. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 623, Unifying Black Rock City, 9. Chapter 623, Unifying Black Rock City, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun then paused for a moment before continuing her speech. After this, I will call out a list of names. The families on this list will be in the third class category. Those who are not on this list will be in the second class category. Those in second class families may come to the Morone family to collect a salary every month. As for those third class families, my apologies. Not only would you have nothing, you will have to take orders from second class families. The families in the list were, of course, the ones who had helped the Ye family over the course of this 1 year. Obviously, the Ye family was included in this list as Gu Ruoyun has no intentions of letting Ye Luo off so easily. As for the rest who had just been promoted to second class, they also included those from third-rate families. They have always been suffering from abuse and now, with their change in status, not only will they be treated as equals but they will have the power to abuse those who have been demoted to the third class. Especially those in Ye Luo's camp who had abused them countless times in the past. Every time they thought of this feeling, they would feel absolute bliss, but of course, they did not know what Gu Ruoyun meant by a monthly income. However, once they saw the hundreds of pills which were being handed out, they went mad with excitement. If an organization in the second class could receive such a huge bounty, what would one get when one was promoted to the first class category? Whatever it was, it can't be any worse than being in the second class category. So, once they had received their reward, the families all began to work very hard for the sake of receiving recognition and be promoted into first class one day. Those who had been in cahoots with Ye Luo were certainly experiencing many regrets from their single error. They dearly wished to destroy Ye Luo's corpse into 1,000 pieces. If it had not been for him, they would never have received such an unfair treatment. Now, the most hateful thing was that those whom they had once abused would frequently show off the pills in front of them, causing their hatred towards Ye Luo to grow. Of course, it was very obvious that the Morone family was extremely fair and considerate and threw Ye Luo, who had been tortured to the point where he no longer looked human, to the forces in the third class. Hence, Ye Luo's fate was certainly no better than having his corpse chopped into 1,000 pieces. The families who had no deep feelings towards the Ye family were then absorbed by the other organizations. Those who had attempted to take revenge on behalf of the master of their house were captured by the enraged forces in the third class and paraded along the street as criminals. They intended to use this in order to coax Gu Ruoyun into forgetting her past annoyances towards them so that she would promote them into the second class. Hence, this concluded all matters in Black Rock City. At the Morone family home, Master Morone stood with his hands to his sides on Gu Ruoyun's left. His elderly face was filled with respect as he waited quietly for the woman in green who was deep in cultivation. After a long pause, the woman slowly opened her eyes and turned towards Master Morone. She asked serenely, Master Morone, what's the matter? Eldest lady, there's something I need to talk to you about. Of course, this has already been discussed between the rest of us. What is it? Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow as she asked. It's like this, almost every city has a governor but Black Rock City has never had a governor in the past because the power which came with this position wasn't very much different from the three great authorities' power. Therefore, no one could actually become the governor. Now that we have you, eldest lady, you could take the place of the city governor. All the organizations have already begun discussing on building the governor's palace. Sure. Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly. You can do it however you want, you don't have to ask for my opinion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 624, Unifying Blackrock City, 10. Chapter 624, Unifying Blackrock City, 10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. All right. Master Moron's eyes shone and he chuckled. Since the Lord Governor will have your official residence, the organizations will be serving at the Governor's Palace and not the Morong family home once it has been constructed. Now, I'd like to discuss the ranks of the first-class forces, is that alright? Gu Ruoyun fell silent. I can't possibly stay in Blackrock City forever. They need someone else to take care of things. The three great authorities may have great power, but the Morong family had been following me longer than anyone else, so my feelings towards them are stronger. I'm afraid that only the Morong family can take over this position. As he watched the look on Gu Ruoyun's face, Master Morong began to feel slightly anxious. He suddenly felt as if his requests were too intrusive. Perhaps the governor feels that he was being too greedy because of this? He would never be able to recover her previously good impression of him. Just as Master Morong was about to change his suggestion, the woman's serene voice sounded, I'll agree with your request. If I leave Blackrock City, you will take my place and govern Blackrock City in my stead. What? Master Morong temporarily went into a daze. He began to suspect that he was hearing things. After all, his power was not much of a match in Blackrock City, yet Gu Ruoyun had ignored Mei Shui and the other two who were the most powerful cultivators of all to put Blackrock City into his care. How much trust does she have on me to have made such a decision? Master Morong was touched. Lord Governor, don't worry, I won't let you down. I'm going to continue my cultivation. Don't bother me unless it's something important. One more thing, that Mo Leo isn't too bad. You can make him your right-hand man. To have a martial honor be his right-hand man, that's something that Master Morong would never have considered. But now that he has that chance, how could he not feel excited? It was also this very moment that he silently made an oath he will never betray Gu Ruoyun's trust towards him. Even if she did leave Blackrock City someday, he would work hard in expanding its power and await her return. The construction of the governor's palace required several months, even if they built it in the fastest way possible. In these few months, Gu Ruoyun had sent out numerous people to secretly uncover news of the Hell's Lotus. Unfortunately, nothing came of it. At the same time, within these past few months, she has improved herself tremendously. Even though she was unable to break through to the rank of a mid-level martial honor, she was able to fully control her powers as a low-level martial honor. Now, if she was to face a high-level martial honor as an enemy, they would be evenly matched in the battle. Of course, the most effective outcome was that once the disciples of Blackrock City saw how she had shut herself in for many months and worked hard in her cultivation, it brought a huge wave of cultivation fever amongst them. To them, Gu Ruoyun's achievements were definitely connected with her diligent effort in making every second count during her cultivation. If a genius like her could work this hard, what right did they have to slack off? So, the result of Gu Ruoyun's cultivation was to push Blackrock City into an upgrade. It was during the completion of the governor's palace when she received the news. This news had nothing to do with the Hell's Lotus, but it was of Yinhua, who was finally willing to return to the Yi family. However, before his departure, Yinhua held onto Gu Ruoyun and cried until mucus overflowed from his nostrils. In the end, Yilan could no longer bear the sight of it and dragged Yinhua by the lapels of his robes, resembling an eagle capturing a small chick, and dragged him out the door. He simply could not let this guy embarrass himself anymore. Obviously, Yilan's irritation did not discourage Yinhua at all. As such, the boy's tender but distinguished voice sounded throughout the entire Morong family. Bodyguard Gu, I'm leaving now. You must think of me and I'll come back for you. Wait for me to return and make you my wife. Gu Ruoyun's face immediately turned dark. A 10-year-old kid is saying that he plans on making me his wife? This feels simply too awkward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 625, Everyone arrives with their congratulations, 1. Chapter 625, Everyone arrives with their congratulations, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ahem. Master Morong awkwardly cleared his throat and said, Lord Governor, I'm here to discuss something with you. What is it? Gu Ruoyun regained her senses and turned towards Master Morong. The situation is like this: the rest of the governors from the other cities in the Plain Hills have received word that we now have a new city governor and they would like to come and extend their congratulations. Furthermore, in all of Plain Hills, the Black Rock City is considered to be the weakest in overall power, so please be prepared, Lord Governor. Amongst the other cities, there will be many strong cultivators as well. Those cultivators would mostly be at the rank of a mid-level martial honor. Besides, they had at least 10 low-level martial honors, unlike Black Rock City, where the highest in rank was Mei Shui and the other two from the three great authorities. Even though the leader of the Wolf Spawn robbers was a mid-level martial honor, he was never considered as a part of Black Rock City. Most importantly, it would seem that his position as a mid-level martial honor was a bit of a sham. A true martial honor would never be easily defeated even when surrounded by 10 low-level martial honors. However, the leader of the Wolf Spawn robbers could only go up against Mei Shui and the other two at the very most. This was also the reason why he simply could not attack Black Rock City outright. The governors from the other cities? Gu Ruoyan stroked her chin and smiled calmly, then sent out the invitations. I plan on receiving our guests in the governor's palace. Ah, right. Has the governor's palace been completed according to my requests? Lord Governor, the construction of the governor's palace has been completed. It has been built to your specifications without any entrances or exits. If you want, we can go take a look now. There's no need for that. Gu Ruoyan shook her head. I'll let you determine when we should invite these people. Also, I'd like you all to make some preparations. Master Morong joined his fists respectfully. Tell us, Lord Governor, we will make the preparations according to your wishes. Hearing this, Gu Ruoyan smiled and a glint flashed across her eyes. A governor's banquet? Perhaps this can be the perfect time for me to rise above the Plain Hills. News of a new governor in Black Rock City had spread into every ear in the Plain Hills as quickly as a bolt of lightning. Of course, this was not really something worth proclaiming. After all, it was perfectly normal to build a governor's palace in the Plain Hills, and even if the governor was replaced within a day, it would be nothing special. The most intriguing thing was that the new governor of Black Rock City was a young lady who was barely 20 years of age. What abilities could a 20-year-old girl possibly possess to be able to rise above the three great authorities of Black Rock City and become its governor? Soon, a few governors from neighboring cities began to send their people over to uncover more information. However, even they could not work out what was going on, and no matter how much time or effort they expended, they could not find out where this woman had come from originally. They were not able to find out her name or what she looked like. It was as if she had appeared out of thin air. Of course, the rest of the governors did not know that the people of Black Rock City were more united than the ones from the other cities. If Gu Ruoyan does not wish for them to mention anything about her, then no matter how much the spies could try, they could basically forget about finding out anything about her from anyone else. Still, the most shocking thing had happened after that. When the day of the governor's banquet arrived, countless wyverns ridden by the servants of the governor of Black Rock City descended from the sky. Once everyone found out that these wyverns were here to escort them, they were all completely astounded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 626, Everyone arrives with their congratulations, 2. Chapter 626, Everyone arrives with their congratulations, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Even though these wyverns were only at the rank of a martial emperor, even a martial honor would find it exceptionally difficult to tame these volatile wyverns. The governor's palace of Black Rock City certainly had style, sending wyverns as mounts for their guests. In that moment, the prefectures which had previously looked at Black Rock City with disdain felt a shiver down their spines after recovering from their initial shock. They wondered what kind of person would the governor be in order to be able to domesticate so many volatile wyverns. One thing was clear, however, from this point onwards, Black Rock City has risen in visibility as a formidable power and would no longer be treated as an invisible entity. In Black Rock City, on the bustling streets, Morong Yen would frequently look over at Gu Ruoyan. She was right next to her and she wanted to say something, but words refused to take shape. Morong Yen, Gu Ruoyan glanced at Morong Yen and calmly raised an eyebrow. You should improve your equipment. Come, let's take a look at that weapons shop. While Gu Ruoyan has numerous spiritual weapons on hand, she had given the Morong family more than enough. She has no intentions of giving up those spiritual weapons, so she decided to take Morong Yen to shop for new weapons. Alright. When it comes to Gu Ruoyan, Morong Yen would spare the courtesies. After all, there was no one who was richer than her in Black Rock City. The cost of one weapon was nothing to her. Once the two women stepped into the weapon shop, the owner recognized Gu Ruoyan immediately and hurriedly shuffled towards them with a big grin on his face. Lady Gu, choose whatever you like. I won't accept any money. As many people had been trying to gather information about the governor of Black Rock City, this shop owner was smart enough to avoid addressing Gu Ruoyan as Governor. Instead, he referred to her with a different title. There's no need for that, just give me a discount when the time comes. Gu Ruoyan smiled and turned towards Morong Yen. I'll have to leave pretty soon after this banquet, so I'm going to focus on increasing your powers. If you want your powers to grow, you must have a weapon that you can be proud of. I understand. Morong Yen did not say much else as her gaze swept across each and every weapon in the shop. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled and she made her way to a red-colored double-edged sword. However, before she could even touch it, a hand had reached out from beside her and snatched the sword away. I want this sword, you're going to let me have it. That voice belonged to a young woman who was dressed in red. She gently stroked the sword as she looked at it with fond eyes. When she turned to look at the astonished Morong Yen, a hint of disdain flashed across her eyes. In the past, Morong Yen would have immediately picked a fight with the woman in red. But now, after having experienced so many things, she was no longer as hot-headed as she used to be. So, even when the weapon she was interested in had just been snatched away in front of her eyes, she still maintained a friendly and courteous smile. My lady, this is a first-come first-served basis. I saw this sword first, but if you really like it that much, it doesn't really matter to me. Next time, please don't be so rude. The woman in red's face changed greatly as she threw the sword in her hand to a servant girl who had been following closely next to her and scoffed coldly. She raised her snow-white chin with arrogance. Don't you know who I am? Morong Yen laughed icily as she stared fearlessly at the woman in red's fiery, angry eyes. She may have lost her brash temperament from the past, but that does not mean that she would let herself be bullied. I'm the eldest daughter of the governor of Celestial Distant City. So what if you've seen this sword first? Now that I've seen it, it's mine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 627, Everyone Arrives with Their Congratulations, 3. Chapter 627, Everyone Arrives with Their Congratulations, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The young woman in red stared down at Morong Yen with contempt and her face was filled with disdain. I'm the heiress to the governor's palace, so why should I bow to a woman like this? Manners? Manners are reserved for people who have a higher status than me. I've met every heir to every governor's palace in all of the Plain Hills, and this woman is clearly a stranger. That means that she's not the daughter of any governor. Since that's the case, why should I have to be polite to her? Actually, under normal circumstances, the woman in red's attitude usually was not much of a problem. Morong Yen's status was definitely lower than hers by a few ranks, but as it turns out, the governor of Black Rock City, Gu Ruoyan, was right behind her. As such, Gu Ruoyan completely ignored the woman in red and turned to the owner of the weapons shop. How much is this sword? She asked. The weapon shop owner was momentarily caught off guard before he replied, 10 gold coins. If anyone else had requested to buy this sword, he would not have sold it, not even for 1,000 gold coins. But Gu Ruoyan was the governor of Black Rock City after all. So, in order to establish a good relationship, the owner of the weapons store did not want to raise the price. 10 gold coins? Gu Ruoyan produced 10 gold coins from her sleeve and handed the money over to the shop owner. These are for you. Another thing, if you have anything you need, you can pay the Morong family a visit. They'll know what to do. She calmly added. How could Gu Ruoyan not notice that the weapons shop owner was trying to establish a good relationship? As such, she had fulfilled his wish. Clearly, once he heard this, the weapons shop owner felt happier than if he had earned a few million gold coins. Establishing a good relationship with the governor's palace had no price. You? The woman in red trembled with rage. She may have liked this sword, but she might not have purchased it. The problem now was, she has always had anything she has ever wanted since she was a child. No one had dared to deny her anything. So, no matter what, she would not let anyone else buy the sword. 10 gold coins? She scoffed coldly at the thought and snatched her purse from her servant girl's hands. She then walked haughtily in front of Gu Ruoyan. I'm not letting you have this sword. Isn't it only a matter of 10 gold pieces? I have 100 gold pieces. Consider it as a bonus. The shop owner sent the woman in red a disdainful look when he heard this. Does she think that she could have this sword for only 10 gold pieces? 10 gold pieces could probably buy a piece of scrap metal at the very most. I had put the Lord Governor's position into consideration, which was why I had asked for only 10 gold pieces. She actually believed that this was the real price. Miss, I'd advise you to give this sword to Lady Morong. I have other products available in my shop. Perhaps you'd like to take a look. If you don't like the swords in my humble shop, you're welcome to look around elsewhere. The weapon shop owner scoffed and continued to speak. Furthermore, the price for this sword is more than 100 gold pieces, so perhaps you should have a look at the price first. The woman in red felt absolutely scornful. This shop owner had clearly sold it for 10 gold pieces and now I'm willing to buy it for 10 times the asking price. That was out of respect for him. Otherwise, from what I can tell, I don't know when these people would actually be able to earn that much money. Except, when she saw the real price from the shop owner, the woman in red was completely astounded. 19,000 gold pieces? That's impossible. You had clearly just sold it for only 10 gold pieces. Oh, I see it now. You're all in cahoots, trying to trick me. Don't you know who I am? The woman in red's eyes was spitting fire. From her point of view, the shop owner was collaborating with these two women to extort her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 628, Everyone arrives with their congratulations, 4. Chapter 628, Everyone arrives with their congratulations, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 19,000 gold pieces? Gu Ruoyun shook her head. No, that was its previous price. Now that this sword belongs to me, it's not like you can't have it if you really want to. Bring me 1 million gold pieces and I'll sell it to you for cheap. The woman in red was so angry that she nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This scrap metal piece of a sword, she's actually asking 1 million gold pieces for it? And she has the audacity to say that she's selling it for cheap? This is F*King daylight robbery. Are you trying to F*King rob me? Overcome by her extreme rage, the woman in red swore out loud as she glared angrily at Gu Ruoyun. Bang! Gu Ruoyun waved her hand, raising a strong gust of wind and flinging the servant girl who was standing next to the woman in red out of the way. Then, she raised her hand to catch the sword. I'm not selling if you can't pay the price. Morong Yen, let's go. Morong Yen glared coldly at the woman in red before she turned and started to exit the shop with Gu Ruoyun. Just as the two women were about to leave, the woman in red spoke again. We're here to attend the banquet of the governor of Black Rock City, so we are considered as guests of Black Rock City. If your governor finds out about this, she won't let you off so easily. Unable to help herself, Morong Yen chuckled. She dared to say that the governor won't spare her in front of Gu Ruoyun herself? Dumb F***ck. Morong Yen then swore out loud as well. Her face was awash with disdain. Who are you F***king calling a dumb F***ck? The woman in red leaped with rage, glaring fiercely at Morong Yen. Trust me, your governor will have you both executed for treating the guests of Black Rock City in this manner. You're so certain that the Lord Governor will help you? Morong Yen smiled with ridicule as she asked. That's for sure. The woman in red raised her chin arrogantly. No one would offend their honored guests for the sake of 2 dogs in their own home. Noticing that Morong Yen was about to make a retort, Gu Ruoyun calmly spoke up. Let's go, we still have a lot of things to finish up. There's no need to waste time here with people like these. Yes. Morong Yen replied respectfully and followed Gu Ruoyun out of the shop. They could hear the woman in red stomping her foot from inside the shop. My lady, our humble shop does not welcome your imperial chariot. Please leave. The shop owner sneered, then went about his own business, no longer sparing the incensed young woman another look. You are also nothing but a dog. The woman in red gritted her teeth, yet you still seem to think that you're better than everyone else. You just wait and see. Wait until the governor's banquet begins. I will report you all to your governor and have her clear out the shop. Then, she stomped her foot again and dragged the servant girl out of the weapons shop. Today's events have caused a great hatred within her heart. She will not rest until those 2 women were dead. 3 days later, at the governor's banquet. Prior to this, all guests had been arranged to stay with prominent families. Initially, they had rejoiced because of this because they assumed that they would be able to collect more information regarding the governor. However, during these past 3 days, no matter how many benefits they had dangled in front of their hosts, those people would turn their heads away and leave. Even a servant who was tasked with sweeping the floor had not dared to respond to them. As such, no one was able to collect the information they wanted during the past 3 days. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 629, Everyone arrives with their congratulations, 5. Chapter 629, Everyone arrives with their congratulations, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 3 days later, the day of the banquet has finally arrived. Early in the morning, many ornate horse-drawn carriages arrived at the homes of aristocratic families to escort the guests to the governor's palace. However, when they entered the governor's palace, everyone was shocked and cried out in surprise. Heavens, do my eyes deceive me? Is that the legendary heavenly spirit tree in the garden? One sapling of this can rake in 100 million gold pieces in an auction. It is said that the heavenly spirit tree has properties which can help in spirit gathering. If you were to practice your cultivation under this tree, half the battle is already won. I never thought that she would actually plant this tree in her garden so casually. And over there, that looks like the 9-seed lotus in the lotus pond. It is said that one lotus nut from the 9-seed lotus can turn a good-for-nothing with severed veins into a genius in an instant. Such a mythical object, and she has it right here? Just who is the governor of Black Rock City? How could her garden be filled with such valuable treasures? The crowd could not help but gasp as they discreetly tried to figure out Guru Oyun's identity. It's most likely that not a single person in the banished lands has the ability to spend this much money alone. Even the number one family in the banished lands, the Yi family, does not have this much power. Ladies and gentlemen, please enter. Our governor will be arriving soon. Master Morone received the guests with a smile, for when he had seen the look on their faces, he could not help but smile complacently. The Lord Governor had decided to do this as a form of intimidation. Without this intimidation, there's no telling how these powers would bully Black Rock City when she is left. Alright, let's go in and have some tea. An elder spoke up after taking a deep breath. He certainly wanted to calm his nerves with a cup of tea. This display of power is terrifying. Could it be that there is now another more powerful force besides the Yi family? Otherwise, how could such a young woman successfully make the whole of Black Rock City bow to her? Furthermore, if she does not have that kind of power, she would never have managed to obtain so many precious treasures. They all felt terrified at the thought of this. Initially, they had wanted to make a display of strength in front of this new governor, but now, they had all been scared half to death by a 20-year-old woman. Come. Master Morone smiled complacently and led the guests into the banquet hall. After they had all taken their seats, Master Morone clapped his hands, immediately ushering in a group of servant girls who entered the room leisurely and began pouring tea for all the guests. An ugly look appeared on everyone's face when they saw the tiny little teacups. Hee, isn't your Black Rock City a little too petty? So many of us have journeyed from far away, yet you would serve us tea with such tiny teacups? It's fine if you don't have exquisite food, but why don't you change into bigger cups? These barely contain one mouthful of tea. A middle-aged man sitting further below the crowd put down his cup angrily and spoke with a hint of ridicule. This governor of Black Rock City is looking down on us. Such a small cup is clearly an insult to us. Master Morone swept his gaze towards the middle-aged man and chuckled. Governor of Heavenly Feather City, please finish the tea first before telling us about the hospitality of Black Rock City. Oomph. The governor of Heavenly Feather City scoffed and raised his cup to his lips. He was just about to speak again after drinking it, but he was suddenly gripped with astonishment. He looked thoroughly startled, as if he could not believe what he had just experienced. In that moment, he felt as if the spiritual energy in his body has increased by a slight amount. To a martial honor like him, this increase in spiritual energy was akin to a small droplet of water in a lake, but even if this was a small drop of water, it was something that was worth getting excited about, for it has been a long time since his spiritual ocean had actually felt an increase. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 630, Departure, 1. Chapter 630, Departure, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hence, the governor of Heavenly Feather City's initially shocked expression soon turned into excitement. However, he still felt a lot of skepticism. Governor of Heavenly Feather City, now you know why the teacup was so small in size. Our tea is extremely expensive, so we can only provide everyone with only one pot. We're using it to serve all our guests, and if you wish to drink a few more cups, the rest won't have any chance to drink any at all. So tell me, by serving each and every one of you with one small cup, are we still treating you unfairly? Master Morone smiled deviously, because only he knew that the tea had been added with some spirit-gathering pills. With a few spirit-gathering pills shared out amongst so many people, the effects would not be too obvious. Even so, it was enough to send anyone who would sip the tea into a daze on the spot. Their dazed eyes speak of how inconceivable this situation was. Some of them even licked their lips, clearly wanting to sample another taste of this tea. But as they were told, this tea was meant for serving important guests and they only had one pot. How could they ask for more so shamelessly? It's no loss at all. The governor of Heavenly Feather City repressed the tremors within his heart and spoke in a heartfelt way. This is truly the best hospitality I've ever received. I have misunderstood your honorable home and I ask that you forgive me. Alright, what time will the governor be arriving? Please rest assured and wait for a moment, she will be arriving soon. Master Morong was grinning from ear to ear. After all, he had once carried a lower to middle position in Black Rock City, but now so many governors were treating him with such courtesy. What an amazing feeling! By the way, once your governor arrives, she must take responsibility for an incident which concerns the Celestial Distant City Governor's Palace, but... Just as Master Morong was answering the crowd's questions with a smile on his face, an angry voice suddenly chimed in. Master Morong frowned gently and swept his gaze towards the governor of Celestial Distant City and a young woman who was dressed in red. He replied indifferently, "May I know what matter that requires our governor's responsibility?" "Humph." The governor of Celestial Distant City did not respond, but the young woman in red next to him rose to her feet and scoffed icily, "What else? You're two dogs from Black Rock City. They had dared to treat your honored guests with such rudeness. Dogs like those who dare to bite their own masters should be whipped to death. Their lives are nothing but a waste of resources." Master Morong's face turned grave and a cold smile appeared on his smile. "My lady, I don't know what you're talking about and neither do I know the situation. But I do know that it is not within an outsider's right to bully the citizens of Black Rock City. Furthermore, you are only a guest, not a master. Guests of the master are also considered as masters. Those two dogs have offended their superiors and bitten their own masters. Do they not deserve death? You are also merely a dog of the governor of Black Rock City. I don't wish to speak to you. Have Black Rock City's governor speak to me directly." In that moment, Master Morong's face turned into a particularly ugly shade. Even the other governors sighed incessantly. While their initial intention in journeying to Black Rock City was to show off their superiority to the governor, based on the current situation, the governor of Black Rock City seems to be a rather complex person. It would be best to avoid provoking such a person for the time being. However, this unruly Miss Hyan Mighty of Celestial Distant City had directly insulted a personnel of the governor's palace and called him a dog. This was simply too arrogant. Just then, a clear and calm voice, with hints of a serene smile, sounded from outside the banquet hall. "Are you looking for me?" The voice was like a fresh breeze on a clear day, immediately drawing the attention of everyone in the room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 631, Departure, 2. Chapter 631, Departure, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A flash of green robes fluttered under the light breeze. The woman had a calm smile on her face. Her clear, cold gaze swept across every face in the crowd before finally landing on the young woman in red. The young woman in red was astonished at the sight of Gu Ruoyun's appearance. She could not grasp why this woman had appeared at the banquet. However, she did not think too much of it. Neither did she bother to consider the meaning of her words as she immediately cried out angrily, "You damned girl, I never thought that you would dare to walk into this trap. I was talking about you, you dog. Just wait and see. When your governor arrives, I'll make her punish you. Forget it, there's no need for you to rile yourself up over a woman like her." The governor of Celestial Distance City hurriedly consoled his daughter, "It's not worth it to harm your body in your rage for her. Wait for the governor of Black Rock City to arrive and I'll ask her to give this woman to you. Then, you can do as you like with her. I'm certain that the governor of Black Rock City would let me keep my reputation on this, but..." The governor of Celestial Distant City was not normally so dim-witted, but when it comes to matters involving his darling daughter, he would forget all reason. So, in times like this, he would not have a clear mind. Master Morong's face had turned so dark that it could not possibly get any blacker. A fiery rage gathered within his chest, kindling into a raging flame. He was enraged because the person she had just insulted was their Lord Governor. He was so angry that he could barely contain himself from slapping this vicious woman to death. "Governor of Celestial Distant City, this is the daughter of your palace. What great upbringing she displays." Master Morong smiled icily before hurriedly walking towards Gu Ruoyun and spoke respectfully with joined fists, "Lord Governor, you finally arrived." "Lord Governor?" The entire room burst into a cacophony of discussion when they heard this. Honestly speaking, they had previously heard that the governor of Black Rock City was a 20-year-old woman but was still skeptical of that fact. Now that they've seen it for themselves, they fully believed that the rumors were indeed true. Regardless of how many powerful supporters this woman has behind her, if she was not powerful herself, how could a force like Black Rock City bow to her? However, she was such a young martial honor. Perhaps not even the little master of the Yi family could accomplish such a feat. What kind of a freak of nature was she and where had she come from? Gu Ruoyun walked towards the governor of Celestial Distant City with a smile hanging on her face and asked, "You said that I would preserve your reputation? I wonder what kind of reputation you'd like to have." As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll definitely give it to you. Just then, the governor of Celestial Distance City's face turned from white to green, then from green to white again. He dearly wished that there was a hole which he could bury himself in. I had just told the governor of Black Rock City to give herself up to Four to be tortured right in front of the governor herself. I've even said that she would preserve my reputation for this. Heavens, what an idiotic error I've committed. You're the governor of Black Rock City? Four widened her eyes in shock and her beautiful face drained of color. Impossible, how could you possibly be the governor of Black Rock City? This is definitely impossible. Previously, when she had met Guru Wayun, she had carried an air of great superiority. Now, in contrast to their previous encounter, how could her air superiority count for anything? Nevertheless, she was not satisfied. This woman was clearly not very much older than me, so what right does she have to be the governor of a city? Four gritted her teeth at the thought of this. She was struck speechless and the rage in her eyes turned into jealousy. She was jealous of this woman's great accomplishments. Guru Wayun smiled serenely but did not say anything else. She slowly walked towards the seat of the master as her clear, cold eyes shone with a calm light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 632, Departure, 3. Chapter 632, Departure, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I'm sure that a lot of you have heard about me and must be feeling curious about me as well. The reason why I've invited you here is to make an announcement. From now on, I'm the governor of Black Rock City. Furthermore, I will make Black Rock City the most powerful in the entire Plain Hills. Guru Wayun smiled again before continuing, you've seen the situation of Black Rock City for yourself, so I'm not just saying this for the sake of it. One day, it will come true. Hearing this, the governors seated beneath her began whispering amongst themselves. That's right, Black Rock City's power has grown so much that it was shocking. That also proves that this young governor was supported by extremely powerful supporters. It would be best to try not to provoke someone like this as much as possible. Otherwise, if one happened to anger the mysterious power behind her, the entire governor's palace would be finished. There's one more thing, Guru Wayun paused and smiled, I'm searching for news about one particular item. What is it, if you don't mind telling us, governor of Black Rock City? The governor of Heavenly Feather City smiled as he asked. My surname is Gu, you may call me Lady Gu. Guru Wayun paused before continuing, actually, my biggest reason in calling all of you here is because I need some information. I wonder if any of you have heard of the Hell's Lotus. Hell's Lotus, Everyone looked at each other in dismay, seeing the shock in one another's eyes. The Hell's Lotus is the most valuable thing in the Banished Lands. Similarly, no one really knows where the Hell's Lotus really is. So, once she saw the look on their faces, Guru Wayun sighed. Just as she was about to speak again, an elderly voice sounded, this Hell's Lotus, I think I may have heard who it belongs to. The voice was like the sound of nature, causing Guru Wayun's eyes to sparkle. Nevertheless, she hurriedly returned back to normal. If you can give me the information, I'll give you the remaining contents of this pot of tea. Guru Wayun calmed the excitement in her heart and purposely evened out her voice. The pot of tea she had spoken of was the very same one with spirit-gathering pills dissolved in it. Since she was in front of these powerful forces, she could not speak of pills so casually. But even this mere pot of tea could make everyone's breathing quicken. It is the old-timer of the Yi family. The old man looked at the pot of tea in front of Guru Wayun and gulped. Old Yilan of the Yi family has possessed a stump of Hell's Lotus for over 10 years. But that was many years ago, so I'm not sure if the Hell's Lotus is still in the Yi family's possession. Yilan? Guru Wayun's eyes darted back and forth. If I had known that he was in possession of a Hell's Lotus, I should have asked him while he was still in Black Rock City at the time. Unfortunately, Yilan has already returned to the Yi family home. No matter what, I will not give up on this opportunity. The Yi family home. I must pay them a visit. The Hell's Lotus is the only way to save Xiao Yi. Alright, this pot of tea now belongs to you. Master Morone, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll take my leave now. Guru Wayun slowly rose from her seat and walked out of the banquet hall. She stretched as she faced the sunlight outside the door, then returned to her quarters. Now that I have information on the Hell's Lotus, I must get it for Xiao Yi while it's still early. Now that matters in Black Rock City are pretty much at a conclusion, it's time for me to leave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 633, Departure, 4. Chapter 633, Departure, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After that, Gu Ruoyun began to pack her things. In the middle of packing, her hand stopped as she noticed the black box which had been gifted to her by Mei Shui. I can feel an aura stirring within this box, but I still have not been able to open it. Perhaps I don't know how to unlock it? She frowned and sighed. Forget it. I'll bring it along. I'll find a way to crack it open someday, but... She threw the box into the ancient divine pagoda, then wrapped up her belongings and pushed the room's door open. A familiar face greeted her outside the door, causing Gu Ruoyun to pause her footsteps. You're leaving? Morong Yen gently bit her lips and asked softly. Gu Ruoyun nodded. I've lingered here for far too long, and now that I've gotten the information I needed, it's time for me to leave this place. Then... Will you come back? Yes. Gu Ruoyun replied without hesitation. If possible, she really wanted to take these forces out of the banished lands. However, she could not expose her final trump card in front of the others. Therefore, she had no other way to take them with her. Morong Yen, there are all sorts of plants in the governor's palace's courtyard that you can use to scare off other forces. They will also draw unwanted attention from some of them. So, I've placed a formation in the governor's palace. If something were to happen to Black Rock City, you can hide the citizens there. This way, you won't have to worry about an invasion from foreign powers. This formation had been given to her by Zixi back in Azure Dragon Country long ago. Now, she finally had a use for it. Without this formation, she would never feel easy with showing off those valuable plants for all to see. Understood. Morong Yen nodded and a complex look flashed across her eyes. We will await your return here. As long as you are absent, the governor's position will remain empty. Gu Ruoyun smiled but didn't say anything else. She excused herself from Morong Yen and kept moving forward without looking back. She raised her hand and waved goodbye, followed by a light and airy voice that solidified a final image in Morong Yen's eyes. Say goodbye to your grandfather and Lu Shaochen for me. I'll take my leave now. Once I've finished my task, I'll come back and visit you all. Morong Yen gazed at the woman as she left. She felt tears forming in her eyes, but she stubbornly forced them down. She believed that one day, this woman will come back to them. Be it a few years or over 10 years, they would wait for her to return to Black Rock City. If she forgot about them, they would continue to wait for her forever. In all of the Plain Hills, the most mysterious city of all was the legendary Holy City. It was said that every family in the Holy City contains at least a few martial honors, and a single family could easily annihilate any of the other cities. As such, this has cemented the position of the Holy City in people's hearts. Still, everyone knows that the ones who held the leadership position in the Holy City were the legendary Yi family. The Yi family was indeed legendary, especially Yilan. To this very day, no one knows his true rank. Perhaps he had even surpassed the rank of a martial honor. The Yi family had been able to cement their position as the most powerful family in the banished lands because of him. However, aside from a few elders in the Yi family, not many have actually seen Yilan in person. He does not usually show himself in public, and until now, not even the citizens of Holy City knew what he looked like. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 634, Departure, 5. Chapter 634, Departure, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In order to enter Holy City, one must first pass through another place. Tranquil Mountain City. Tranquil Mountain City's position in the banished lands was second to that of Holy City, but not because of its power. Instead, this was because the governor's daughter had in-laws with a collateral relative of a son of the Yi family. Even though that son was merely a collateral relative, he holds a relatively high position in the Yi family. Since the governor's daughter was able to land this son, naturally, no one would dare to provoke this heiress. As such, the heiress had taken the opportunity long ago to rule as a despot. She had implemented a rule for Tranquil Mountain City: anyone who wishes to pass must fork out 100,000 gold pieces. If one does not have the money, one could use other items to barter as well. Tranquil Mountain City was her territory after all, so if one wished to pass through her territory, one would have to pay the toll. Hence, when Gu Ruoyun reached the city gates, she was stopped by armored guards. Can I help you? Gu Ruoyun raised her eyebrow and turned towards them. Her face was calm and collected. The man standing in the middle of the group was clearly their leader. He frowned as he observed the young girl in green before him. He spoke arrogantly, "Miss, are you not aware of the rules in Tranquil Mountain City? Anyone who wishes to pass must hand over 100,000 gold pieces." 100,000 gold pieces? Gu Ruoyun was shocked at the number before presently replying with a sneer, 100,000 gold pieces? Sorry, I don't have that kind of money. You don't? The leader laughed icily and rudely blocked Gu Ruoyun from the city gates. He raised his head and looked down at her arrogantly. If you don't have 100,000 gold pieces, you can use other items for exchange. However, based on your plain and simple garment, you're definitely not a lady of nobility. Therefore, the tranquil mountain city gates will never open for the likes of you. What if? Gu Ruoyun narrowed her eyes and smiled. What if I said that I insist on passing through this place? Then my apologies, we're going to have to trouble you into paying Our Lady a visit. But let me give you a piece of advice, I can't guarantee that you'll come out alive after meeting Our Lady. The leader replied arrogantly. From his observations, the simple-looking woman does not seem to come from noble origins. Furthermore, their lady's fiancé was a disciple of the Yi family, so regardless of how powerful one's backers are, how could they even compare with the Yi family, who was number one family in the banished land, the Yi family? Sorry, I don't have that kind of time. At this moment, Gu Ruoyun's heart was only concerned about Qian Beiye's condition. All she could think of was retrieving the Hell's Lotus as soon as possible. So, obviously, she would not want to linger and waste any time here. Damned girl, you'd dare to set your condition after turning down a request. We'll only give you two options. 1. Get out of Tranquil Mountain City. 2. Follow us to meet Our Lady. The leader laughed icily and stared haughtily at Gu Ruoyun. At this moment, some onlookers could no longer bear the sight of this and hurriedly tried to advise Gu Ruoyun, Miss, perhaps you should just follow our example and give them the 100,000 gold pieces. Sigh, my business requires me to pass through Tranquil Mountain City, so I have no choice but to use the money to avoid misfortune. Even though many people have not been happy with Tranquil Mountain City's extortion tactic, they had no other choice. They would never pass through this place unless they absolutely had no other options. See that, dot. The leader grabbed the 100,000 gold pieces which had been surrendered by the others and looked at Gu Ruoyun coldly. Do you know what the phrase "a wise man submits to circumstances" means? If you don't understand this principle, your life will be a waste. I won't barter with you on account of your youth. You should leave this place immediately and never set foot in Tranquil Mountain City again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 635, Nangongyu 1. Chapter 635, Nangongyu 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A few days ago, her ladyship had set her eye on a weapon, but the price for it was too steep. If these passers-by pay the toll fee, she would have enough money to purchase that weapon. Who are these people compared to the weapon her ladyship wants, dot? How could they match up to our incomparably honorable lady? They should be proud that they have the opportunity to contribute to her ability to buy that weapon. They really don't know what's good for them. I'll say this one more time, get out of the way. Gu Ruoyun wrinkled her brow, but her voice retained its calmness. You damned girl, if you won't do this the easy way, then we'll do it the hard way. The leader's expression changed immediately and he bellowed angrily, Men, take this woman away. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, the city guards charged towards Gu Ruoyun. Their ferocious gaze was no different from robbers. Scram! Bang! A powerful force erupted from Gu Ruoyun's body and the guards who had been charging towards her were sent whirling out of the way as if they had just met with a violent hurricane. The guards flew a distance before crashing violently to the ground. I've said that I don't have the time, dot. She did not spare another look at the ashed-faced leader and walked right into the city. Just then, a haughty voice chimed in from the back. It carried a hint of annoyance. What's going on here? My lady? The leader's eyes sparkled and he quickly directed his gaze to the front. When he saw the woman who was on a saddled steed, he quickly reported, This woman refused to pay the toll fee and she also refused to follow us to meet with you. We were just about to teach her a lesson, but we didn't expect you to be here. The richly dressed woman frowned and glanced at the fallen guards who were sprawled on the ground. She scoffed coldly, Was it you who intended to teach others a lesson, or someone else had just taught you a lesson? Hearing this, the leader's face turned into a particularly ugly shade. He shot Gu Ruoyun a fierce glare. If it had not been for this woman, I would not have been chastised by her ladyship. Bunch of useless things. The richly dressed Nangongyu scoffed, then turned her gaze towards Gu Ruoyun. Her lips curled into a smile. Miss, this is the Tranquil Mountain City. You've refused to pay the toll fee and you've harmed the soldiers of my city. Don't you realize how unreasonable this is? If you're unable to pay the fees, that's fine. I can give you a chance. I see that you're quite powerful, so how about becoming my bodyguard for 10 years? You'd need about 10 years to earn 10,000 gold pieces. I'll offset 10,000 gold pieces every month. What do you say? Since this woman had been able to defeat this bunch of useless things, her powers probably aren't too shabby. Also, based on her appearance, she probably doesn't have a lot of money. So why not be kind and give her a chance? 10,000 gold pieces a year and the opportunity to enter the governor's palace. How many people have earnestly longed for a chance like this? Nan Gongyu believed that this woman could not possibly refuse such a good offer. My apologies. Just then, a light and airy voice sounded, I'm not interested. What? This time, it wasn't just Nan Gongyu who was shocked, the people around her were astonished as well. Not a single person in the vicinity was not aware of the eldest lady of Tranquil Mountain City's cruelty and greediness. If anyone was unable to pay the toll fee and still insisted on passing through, they would end up being beaten until they were crippled. In some severe cases, they could even lose their lives. No one had expected the cruel and greedy eldest lady Nangong to spare someone, yet this person had casually rejected that opportunity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 636, Nangongyu 2. Chapter 636, Nangongyu 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Nangongyu's expression was an extremely ugly sight to behold, and a cold light flashed across her elegant face. Miss, are you sure that you want to refuse my offer? Honestly, no one has ever dared to disobey me even when I was a child. Are you sure that you're not willing to become my bodyguard? If you still wish to continue after 10 years, I can pay you 10,000 gold pieces every year. Would you reject this as well? Nangongyu simply could not believe this travel-worn woman, who obviously looked to be from an impoverished family. 10,000 gold pieces, most people would give their lives for that kind of money, and yet she had refused. This woman is definitely putting up a noble and virtuous act. I'm not interested. Gu Ruoyun did not even bother to raise her head as her clear, cold voice rang out, furthermore, I want you to get out of the way this instant. You? Nangongyu trembled with rage. She asked again, I'll give you one last chance, do you agree or not? If you refuse, I will take you back to the governor's palace. Out of the way. Her voice was clear and light, but Nangongyu could feel a fist slamming into her chest suddenly. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from her steed. My lady! The bodyguards behind Nangongyu turned pale and quickly helped her back onto her feet. They then turned towards Gu Ruoyun and said, You've hurt the lady of our family. Clearly, you're looking for death. Let's kill this woman and help our lady vent her frustration. One bodyguard remained behind to support Nangongyu as the rest of the group charged towards Gu Ruoyun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless blades of wind slowly appeared in front of Gu Ruoyun. They pierced through the sky and flew towards the people charging towards her. In that moment, blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the ground red. All the bodyguards held their necks, which were now bleeding profusely. Their anguished cries shook the ground. Nangongyu was dazed with shock and her body trembled slightly. When Gu Ruoyun walked past next to her, she did not even have the courage to stop her. After a long pause, once Gu Ruoyun had finally disappeared, the leader finally returned to his senses and hurriedly rushed to Nangongyu's side. My lady! Get away from me! Nangongyu pushed the leader aside and scrambled to her feet. You utterly useless pieces of trash, you couldn't even defeat one woman. Nurturing you is only a waste of our food and resources. I'm going to inform my father about this. Let my father send his men to take care of that woman. Then, she leaped onto her horse and cracked the whip fiercely, racing towards the Tranquil Mountain City governor's palace at top speed. At this moment, in the governor's official residence, the governor, who had just returned from the banquet at Black Rock City, was sitting in his study and reading a letter. A familiar figure then flew into the room and ran quickly towards him. Father, someone has hit your daughter, you must avenge me. What? The Tranquil Mountain City governor was astonished. He immediately tossed the letter in his hand down and swiftly rose to his feet. He asked anxiously, who dares to lay their hand on you? It was a woman in green robes. Nangongyu fiercely gritted her teeth. Every time when she thought of that pure, honest and calm-looking face, she would have the urge to want to tear her to shreds. That woman is about 20 years of age and she's very good at acting. She looked cool and calm the entire time, clearly acting noble and virtuous. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 637, Nangongyu 3. Chapter 637, Nangongyu 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The governor of Tranquil Mountain City fell silent and slowly returned to his seat. After he had returned from the governor of Black Rock City's banquet, he received news that the governor of Black Rock City had left Black Rock City. Based on the current circumstances, she must be on her way to Holy City to search for the Hell's Lotus. Otherwise, why had she asked about the Hell's Lotus in the first place? Also, based on Yuer's description of that woman, it's highly likely that she's the governor of Black Rock City. Yuer, the governor of Tranquil Mountain City, sighed at the thought. It's best not to provoke this woman. Why? Nangong Yu could not understand it. Father has always loved me dearly, yet now, not only was he unwilling to avenge me, he's asking me to not provoke that woman. Because it is highly likely that the woman you had just described is the governor of Black Rock City. The governor of Black Rock City? Nangong Yu sneered. That woman was dressed like a commoner, she couldn't possibly be the master of a city. Besides, so what if she is the governor of Black Rock City? Brother Yu would never stand idly by and watch another person bully me. Brother Yu is a disciple of the Yi family. Even though he's only a collateral relative, he has already climbed his way into the Yi family deaconship and has a very high position in the Yi family. What reason do I have to fear a newly minted governor from a small place? You don't understand. The governor of Black Rock City definitely has a powerful backer. Otherwise, she would not be where she is today. Let this matter go and don't provoke her in the future. If you end up provoking her powerful backer, I'm afraid that even I won't be able to protect you. The governor of Tranquil Mountain City sighed as he advised her exasperatedly. Hearing her father's words, Nangong Yu held her temper and did not say anything more. Since my father is unwilling to support me, I'll go to Holy City and meet Brother Yu right now. Brother Yu will definitely protect me. She scoffed as she thought of this, turned on her heels and left the room, completely ignoring her father. It seems that I've indulged her too much. The governor of Tranquil Mountain City smiled bitterly and watched Nangong Yu as she left. It's not like he was ignorant of what his daughter has been up to, but in the end, he had allowed her to do whatever she wished as long as she was happy. Now, it would seem that this girl's attitude might actually provoke the wrath of some powerful cultivators sooner or later. By then, she might not be able to get away so easily like she had managed to today. If she had faced a more short-tempered cultivator instead, perhaps I would have ended up meeting her corpse today. Servants, look after the lady for me. She's not allowed to leave the house for the next 3 months. The governor of Tranquil Mountain City forced himself to be ruthless and made the decision. Yuer, I hope that you won't blame me. I'm doing this for your own good, and it's time for you to have an attitude adjustment. I don't wish for Tranquil Mountain City to be destroyed by your hand. Of course, Nangong Yu would never understand her father's painstaking effort, and neither was she willing to make the effort to understand as well. In the past, no matter what she had done, her father would be duty-bound to always stand by her side. Now, he had actually put her under house arrest. As such, she pushed all the blame onto Guruoyun. If it had not been for this woman, father would never have placed me under house arrest. Perhaps this woman was actually acquainted with my father and had seduced him in the past. She has probably committed some unsavory acts with him. Otherwise, why would my father be helping her? That also explains why she had rejected my offer to become my bodyguard. That makes sense. Becoming my father's woman would be a far more powerful position than being my bodyguard. The more Nangong Yu thought about it, the more she felt that it was entirely possible. How could a penniless girl reject such an enticing opportunity to earn money? Surely it was because she would have access to a better source of income. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 638, Nangong Yu, 4. Chapter 638, Nangong Yu, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You've had clearly put on a noble and virtuous act, but you're simply too shameless for daring to seduce my father while my mother is still around. If I ever see you again, I'll crush you utterly and make your fall from grace complete. That'll show my father what a vulgar and money-grubbing woman you truly are. Outside the city, Guruoyun exhaled and turned to look at Tranquil Mountain City. The excitement began to well up from within her heart. I'll be arriving at Athali City soon. I just need to retrieve the Hell's Lotus, then I can revive Xiao Yi. I must get there as swiftly as I can. With that being said, she no longer lingered and rushed on her way towards Holy City. She was so fast that she left a trail of dust behind her. The people she had passed on the way could not make out what she looked like. All they saw was a flash of green robes zipping past them at the speed of light. Holy City, at the Yi family home. Yi Nuo was glaring angrily at the old man before him as he exclaimed irritably, "I'll say this one more time. I want to see bodyguard Gu and you can't stop me." Yilan immediately rolled his eyes at him and replied scornfully, "You saw what kind of dangers that girl has encountered. What could you have done when you had been following her around? If you really want to help her, you should continue working hard in your cultivation. Once you've broken through to the rank of a martial emperor, you can go look for her. No, it should be after you've broken through to the rank of a martial honor. Stupid old man, you're always using this to force me. You want me to break through to the rank of a martial honor? Only your mother would think that it was that easy. Doesn't that mean that you want to lock me in here for about 10 to 20 years? No. By then, bodyguard Gu would already have been snatched up by some other man, but the more Yi Nuo thought about it, the more he felt that this was entirely possible. If he was absent for 10 to 20 years, perhaps bodyguard Gu would have already forgotten about him and run off with someone else. When it comes to his own grandson, Yilan would attack without mercy. I see that Lady Gu is rather outstanding, so she's probably with someone else already. Idiot boy, you are only a 10-year-old child. What do you know about love? Don't get mixed into these matters foolishly. I don't care, I'm going to take bodyguard Gu as my wife. That way, she can only accompany me alone. You have no right to take her away from me either. Besides, to Yi Nuo, as long as he makes Gu Ruoyun his wife, they can be together forever. Then we shall see how this old man plans on forcing me away. And what if she's already someone else's wife? Yilan looked at Yi Nuo as he asked. Then Yi Nuo wrinkled his adorable eyebrows. I'll marry into bodyguard Gu's family. Yilan's elderly face immediately turned dark. This idiot boy, he actually wants to become someone else's son-in-law? I have truly wasted my time in nurturing him for so many years. He would actually run off with someone else so easily. He doesn't even think of his own grandfather. Father. Just then, a respectful voice sounded from the side. Yilan felt irritated at being disturbed during his conversation with his grandson. He furrowed his brows and turned towards the middle-aged man in front of him. Xinglin, is there something that you need? Father, I wonder if the master still remembers Yi Yu? I've mentioned him to you once. Yi Xinglin smiled and asked. Yi Yu? The old man wrinkled his brows, momentarily unable to recall that name. Seeing this, Yi Nuo whispered softly into his amnesiac grandfather's ear, Grandfather, second uncle is talking about the head of the penal office's disciple, Yi Yu. Oh? Yilan came to a sudden realization. Why, what he's done now, It's like this, Father, Yi Xinglin smiled and continued, that Yi Yu is quite talented and has already reached the rank of a martial emperor at the age of 20. I think that only Nuor can be compared to such talent. I've been paying close attention to him. Otherwise, as a collateral relative, he would never have been able to enter the penal office. Just now, he had just asked for my help. According to him, his fiancée has been locked up by the governor of Tranquil Mountain City and he is asking for permission to bring her here under the name of the Yi family. He has also asked us to create a position for his fiancée. His fiancée is not of the same surname, so I've come to ask for your opinion. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 639, Nangongyu, 5. Chapter 639, Nangongyu, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That's all? Yilan furrowed his brows again. Finally, he relaxed his gaze and calmly replied, You can all take care of matters like these on your own. There's no need to consult me. If you really can't make a decision, discuss this with your older brother. In the past, Yi Yu's talent would have definitely intrigued Yilan and gained his attention. Unfortunately, after meeting the exceptional Gu Ruoyun, he definitely found it hard to feel any excitement towards this. Now, whenever he looked at his grandson, he would feel as if his talents were not up to standard. Hence, he shot Yi Nuo a fierce glare and exclaimed irritably, Idiot boy, what are you still foolishly standing here for? Get your *SS into cultivation this instant. Look at your *T excuse of talent. If you don't have a breakthrough in 1 month, don't even think of coming to see me. As he spoke, he raised his leg, aiming it at Yi Nuo. Luckily, Yi Nuo was fast enough to avoid him. As he left, Yi Nuo pulled a face at Yilan and disappeared very quickly. Yi Xinglin was shocked. It was common knowledge that his nephew had a talent that no one could match and has always been his father's pride. Every time he was mentioned in conversation with his good friends, he would speak proudly of Nuor's talents. But now, what has happened? Father actually thinks that Nuor's talents are subpar? If that's the case, who else in all of the banished lands could match up to Nuor? You can leave now. Yilan smiled bitterly before turning towards Yi Xinglin. Oh, by the way, what's that Yi Yu and his fiancée like? In response to your question, Father, Yi Yu is always eager to prove himself and is very powerful. He is also well versed with the Yi family's rules. As for his future bride, I've not met her yet, but according to Yi Yu, Nangon Yu has an upright personality and a good temperament. She's the kind of person who would not provoke others so long as others do not provoke her first. I trust Yi Yu's words, so please rest assured, Father. That's fine then. Yilan nodded. If she's the kind who will invite trouble, the Yi family will never accept her. Xinglin, do not judge me based on the fact that I'm the #1 cultivator in the banished lands. It does not mean that the rest of the banished lands are weaker than me. There are still a few reclusive old demons. I've only managed to claim the title as the #1 because no one knows about them. Aside from the banished lands, there's also the East Peak mainland as well, where countless powerful cultivators reside. Not to mention the fact that the monarchs in every country are at the rank of a martial supreme. There are even many high-leveled martial supremes. What I have in my hands is nothing compared to them. This is why I've been very cautious all my life. If no one provokes me, I would never pick a fight with anyone at all. Father, I understand. Yi Xinglin replied respectfully, I will send my men to look into Nangon Yu's personality after this. Please don't worry, Father. You and Yi Nua's father are reasonable men and I admire that. However, I must tell you this, sometimes, a truly powerful cultivator can be the most inconspicuous person. The more simple-looking they are, the more powerful they may be. Only a few who truly consider themselves invincible would openly show off their powers to the world. These people are brain-dead idiots in our eyes. The reason why Yilan was where he was today had been because of his cautious nature. Of course, if anyone were to provoke him, he would not be soft-hearted about it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 640, The Flames of Nirvana, 1. Chapter 640, The Flames of Nirvana, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If anyone dares to commit a crime against the Yi family, they will have touched his reverse scale and he would not rest until the criminal is dead. As for those truly powerful cultivators, if there were no benefits or disputes, they would never go on a killing spree for the sake of ambition or for the sake of a misunderstanding. The ones who do so were not considered as powerful cultivators, they were simply thugs. I understand. Alright, you may leave now. Yilan waved his hand and said. Yes, I'll excuse myself now. Yi Xinglin folded his hands into a salute and left. Immediately after that, he sent his men to investigate Nangon Yu's situation. However, Yi Xinglin did not treat it with much importance and did not send his trusted aide to investigate her. He also did not send a powerful cultivator. As such, he had casually sent a dispatch into Tranquil Mountain City. Towards the end of his mission, the dispatch was bribed by Yi Yu, who had followed closely behind him. Hence, the final report from Nangon Yu's investigation was all praises about her character, and with no fanfare, Nangon Yu was escorted from Tranquil Mountain City by the Yi family members into Holy City. As he watched Nangon Yu's disappearing figure, the governor of Tranquil Mountain City could only sigh incessantly and silently pray that she would not meet Gu Ruoyan when she reaches Holy City. Otherwise, not even he would be able to protect her. This is Holy City? At this moment, a figure dressed in green robes stood outside Holy City. Her clear, cold gaze looked at the saintly city gate and a peculiar glint flashed across them. She contained her excitement and stepped forward. Stop! Suddenly, a loud voice stopped Gu Ruoyan in her tracks. Gu Ruoyan furrowed her brows as she stared straight at the soldier at the gate and asked, Do you want a toll fee as well? A toll fee? What's that? The soldier paused for a moment before continuing, There's a rule in Holy City, aside from the citizens of our city, everyone else who wishes to enter this city must have a certain measure of power. How is that decided? Gu Ruoyan looked at the soldier before her. It's simple, the soldier pointed at a stone tablet next to him and said, This stone tablet was created from a golden light stone. If you can leave your palm print on it, you may enter Holy City. It's that easy? Gu Ruoyan was mildly astonished and made her way towards the stone tablet. She gathered half of her power into her fist and pounded it into the stone tablet with a loud bang. She then withdrew her fist. Miss, I'm sorry, but you have not reached our requirements. The soldier consoled Gu Ruoyan in a friendly manner. The stone tablet which Gu Ruoyan had just pounded had remained pristine and unscathed. There were no scars on her fist either. This meant that she did not pass the test. Just as the soldiers were about to ask her to leave, their faces were filled with astonishment. Crack! A clear and sharp noise rang out. They then saw a small crack forming in the middle of the stone tablet. The crack wasn't exactly big, but it was clear for all to see. The soldier rubbed his eyes in shock as if he could not believe them. Before he could regain his train of thought, a continuous cracking noise sounded as more and more cracks appeared all over the entire stone tablet. It then shattered into 1,000 pieces on the ground. Even Gu Ruoyun was shocked. She had restrained her power and had only used half her strength. How could she have managed to shatter the stone? This. The soldier was so shocked that he was at a loss for words. He stared dumbstruck at the shattered tablet, then slowly turned his astonished gaze towards Gu Ruoyun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 641, The Flames of Nirvana, 2. Chapter 641, The Flames of Nirvana, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. Gu Ruoyun rubbed her nose. She then turned to the dazed soldier and asked, "Do you need me to pay for it?" The soldier quickly shook his head and gulped in shock as if he still had not regained his senses from the sudden turn of events. "Can I go in then?" Gu Ruoyun looked at the soldier and asked. The soldier quickly nodded and did not say a single word. Upon noticing this action, Gu Ruoyun said nothing more and walked through the doors of Holy City. "Lord Soldier, perhaps your stone tablet has fallen into disrepair over the years? That's why it's no longer useful." Fallen into disrepair over the years? When he heard the citizens next to him who were kindly trying to call him back to attention, the soldier immediately regained his senses. He cleared his throat and spoke in a stern manner. "That's right, you're correct. This stone tablet has indeed fallen into disrepair, which was why it had been destroyed so easily. Since it had been destroyed by this lady's hand, we have no reason to stop her from entering Holy City. Otherwise, the Yi family would be seen as people who do not keep their word. How could a stone tablet created from a golden lightstone have fallen into disrepair? Besides, this stone had been retrieved by the previous master from the ancient ruins. It's not only able to measure someone's strength but the height of a person's talent as well. For example, a 10-year-old martial general could easily leave his fist mark on the stone tablet, but a 60-year-old martial king may not necessarily cause a dent. This talent. The more talented the cultivator, the greater the damage. She was able to smash the stone tablet into pieces. That proves that this girl's talent far surpasses that of everyone else, even the little master. Of course, aside from the master and a few elders in the family, only the guards at the city gates would understand these matters. In order to direct attention away from the young lady, he had responded in that manner. Now, he must report this to the lords of the Yi family as soon as possible. If a talented woman like her could be accepted into the Yi family, they would certainly rise in power. The young soldier no longer cared about guarding the city and quickly sped towards the Yi family home to give his report. In the Yi family home, Yi Xingtian, who was listening to his subordinate's report in the living room, immediately rose to his feet and exclaimed in astonishment, "What did you just say? The stone tablet in front of the city gate has been destroyed?" "Yes, eldest young master. It was a young woman who had destroyed the stone tablet. She has already entered Holy City." Yi Xingtian's face was filled with disbelief. He slowly slumped back into his seat and paused for a long while before he finally spoke. "My father must be informed of a matter as great as this. Summon Yi Xinglin after this and ask him to come with me to go see father." "Your wish is my command, eldest young master." The young soldier then took his leave. Yi Xingtian no longer had time to think. He quickly rushed out the door and headed towards the rear courtyard in speedy steps. By the time he arrived at his father's room, Yi Xinglin had just arrived as well. He glanced at his flustered oldest brother and asked puzzledly, "Eldest brother, why have you asked me to meet with father in such a rush?" "I'll explain when we see father." Yi Xingtian took a deep breath and replied steadily. The two then hurriedly walked into Yilan's usual room for closed-door cultivation without another word. At this moment, Yilan was seated cross-legged with his eyes closed as a faint and warm golden light surrounded his body. His elderly face gave off a holy and sacred feeling under the glow of the light. Suddenly, his face turned red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body then toppled backwards onto the floor. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 642, The Flames of Nirvana, 3. Chapter 642, The Flames of Nirvana, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Father. Both Yi Xingtian and Yi Xinglin's shocked faces immediately drained of color. They hurriedly rushed forward to support Yilan's body and their eyes filled with anxiety. "Father, is your body getting worse?" Yi Xingtian's heart was full of worry. "It's been so many years and you've also managed to break through to the rank of a martial supreme. Yet it seems that the poison is still lingering in your body?" Yilan bitterly shook his head. If it had not been for this poison, I would have broken past the rank of a low-level martial supreme long ago. Now, I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Because I know that I don't have much time left, that I hoped Noor could work a little harder and grow up before I pass on. With his talent, it won't be too difficult for him to surpass me, Truthfully speaking, how could he not want a carefree childhood for Yi Nuo? How could he even think of forcing Yi Nuo into cultivation? The only reason for this was because he does not have much time left. Without anyone to conquer the skies, the Yi family will end with his death. It's been over 10 years. Xingtian, Xinglin, I really can't hold on for much longer. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't let go of the Yi family, I would already be. Father, Yi Xingtian's heart clenched. He held onto his father's hand tightly and exclaimed worriedly, "Don't you plan on telling Noor about this? He's been kept in the dark all this time. If he finds out about this, he'll certainly rise to the occasion." No. Yilan shook his head. I know what Noor is like. If he finds out about this, he would be so sad that he would want to die as well. That's why I've been keeping this from him all these years. Even if he does rise to the occasion, it is too much of a rushed psychological attack on his body and won't benefit his cultivation at all. So, you must not let Noor know about this, no matter what. The Yi brothers looked at each other, momentarily unsure of what to say. Their father was great in many things, but his personality was far too stubborn. Ah, right. Why have the both of you come to see me? Yilan asked as he slowly sat up straight. His elderly features were completely drained of blood, as if he had aged 10 years in a matter of seconds. Yi Xingtian sighed. The soldier who guards the city entrance has informed me that someone has destroyed the stone tablet at the city gate. Oh? Yilan's eyes shone and his voice rose with urgency. Who? Who was the one who has successfully destroyed the stone tablet? Ah, this is too good. Someone has actually been able to destroy the stone table that I had painstakingly procured from the tomb. Ha ha ha. At the end of the day, his loud laughter and elderly face held an unmasked happiness. Although after hearing his words, Yi Xingtian was immediately rendered speechless. He might be happy that someone had managed to destroy the stone tablet, but there was no need for him to mention that he had painstakingly procured the tablet from the tomb. Otherwise, if any ignorant person was to stumble upon this scene, those who cherished the old man and had a good impression on him would have gone mad from anger. Big brother, is this true? Yi Xinglin could not contain his excitement either. Someone has actually destroyed the stone tablet? The stone tablet was indeed very valuable, and everyone knows what it meant when a person was actually capable of destroying it. Ha, the Yi family is saved. The Yi family is saved. I can finally die in peace, ha. Yilan has indeed gone mad. After all, no one would be this happy when he's knocking on death's door. Father, what are you talking about? Yi Xingtian was puzzled. The Yi family is saved? What do you mean? Hee, I haven't told you nor anyone else about this. Yilan's elderly face was flushed red in his excitement. He laughed. Previously, the tomb I had entered was the tomb of a martial saint. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 643, The Flames of Nirvana, 4. Chapter 643, The Flames of Nirvana, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Tomb of a Martial Saint. Gasp. The Tomb of a Martial Saint? Father had actually explored the magnificent tomb of a martial saint? You will never know how dangerous that tomb was. I've only explored one small part of it and I had nearly lost my life in the process. It's a good thing that I managed to return with this stone tablet. Furthermore, this was not just a golden light stone tablet. That was only a story I had created to prevent anyone else from finding out its true function. Yilan was filled with excitement and he completely ignored the looks on the two brothers' faces. There was one sentence carved where the stone tablet was. It was written in ancient text and I couldn't really understand it. However, I managed to understand one thing: only one person in this world can destroy this stone tablet. That person is the keeper of the ancient divine phoenix. The ancient divine phoenix was once the spiritual beast of a formidable lord in the East Peak mainland 10,000 years ago. Only a person who carries Zixie's flames of nirvana can destroy this stone tablet. Do you know what the flames of nirvana are? Years ago, the ancient divine phoenix had used these flames to burn the plains. That's right, the plain hills were destroyed over 10,000 years ago by the flames of nirvana. However, the ancient divine phoenix's flames of nirvana would never have been so powerful on its own. His power lies in his compatibility with his contracted human. Back then, I had stumbled upon an ancient book in the East Peak mainland and read about this achievement. According to the book, an extremely powerful cultivator who controlled the Plain Hills had murdered an important friend of the ancient divine Phoenix's master. As a result, his legendary master stormed the Plain Hills and used the flames of Nirvana to raze the entire land to the ground. That fire continued to burn for almost half a year. After that, the people of the world called that incident the tragedy of an entire generation's extermination. As he spoke, a sense of longing and respect appeared on Yilan's face. That legendary lord was forever a figure that they looked up to. He was so powerful that he was invincible. Later on, the ancient divine Phoenix and his master then disappeared. No one knows what happened, but rumors say that the ancient divine Phoenix's master was reincarnated, and with its master gone, the ancient divine Phoenix had entered into a deep slumber. Previously, I read about this when I had entered the ruins back then. Can you imagine how excited I had felt? So, I took the stone tablet and placed it outside our city gates. It was not to create some sort of test for anyone who wished to pass through our city gates, but to find that miraculous existence. Luckily, time cannot defeat determination. He's waited for so many years to finally find the person who holds the flames of Nirvana. The two brothers were extremely shocked. They never expected the stone tablet to have such a backstory. Ah, right. Where is that person responsible for destroying the stone tablet? Yilan fought back his excitement and asked. This. Yi Xingtian furrowed his brows and muttered to himself for a bit before replying. The reports only indicated that it was a young girl and the specifics were not clear to me. However, since she has arrived in Holy City, then she is clearly in the Yi family land. Lord Father, please do not worry. I will send the person who has met her to look for her. We will find her even if we have to turn Holy City upside down. Excellent. Yilan nodded. That's the only thing we can do for now. By the way, if you meet this young woman, you must behave a bit more polite to her. Perhaps, if we can get her help, our Yi family will flourish for a little longer without end. Previously, Yilan was like a drowning man. Now, with great difficulty, he has managed to catch a straw which could save his life. He simply would not let it slip through his fingers. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 644, The Flames of Nirvana, 5. Chapter 644, The Flames of Nirvana, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Otherwise, it is highly likely that the Yi family will head for destruction after his death. In that case, he could never be at peace even if he had reached hell. Yes, Lord Father. Yi Xingtian folded his fists and replied respectfully. I'll take my leave now. He then shot a look towards Yi Xinglin and the two brothers took their leave. Just as they stepped out of the room, a figure rushed towards them and knelt on the ground before giving a report. Eldest young master, second young master, a girl had just arrived and she says that she's here to visit little master Yi Nuo and master. Nuor. Yi Xingtian was clearly astonished and he frowned. She's here to see Nuor and father? Did that lady mention the name of her family? She said that her name is Gu Ruoyan and that she was an old friend of little master Yi Nuo. She has come especially to pay him a visit. Nuor's old friend? Yi Xingtian stayed silent for a while then lightly nodded. I understand. Escort that young lady to the grand hall. I'd like to see whom this person who requests to see Nuor really is. Yes. The servant left immediately and Yi Xingtian made his way to the grand hall without another word to his younger brother. Just as Yi Xingtian had just left, the room door behind them opened and a white-robed Yilan, looking very much like an immortal, emerged. His eyes swept across the entire courtyard before landing on Yi Xinglin, who was still rooted to the spot. Where did Xingtian go off to? I'm not sure if I had heard it wrong, but I seem to have overheard someone mentioning the Gu girl's name. Wasn't that little girl supposed to be resuming her duties as the governor in Black Rock City? What's she doing here? Oh, someone has just informed Big Brother that a woman named Gu Ruoyun has arrived to pay a visit to Nuor and you. What? Yilan was extremely shocked. An unnoticeable light flashed across his eyes. After all, he has always held Gu Ruoyun's talents in high esteem. If it were not for the fact that his grandson was still far too young, he would have loved to have his grandson take this girl as his wife. Unfortunately, that boy Yi Nuo was only a 10-year-old child. Who would have any interest in a 10-year-old child? If only he could give it 5 to 6 more years, perhaps then this could come true. But by that time, the Gu girl would have long been married off to someone else and his grandson would have even less of a chance. Even so, it did not change the admiration he had felt for this girl. She had achieved so many accomplishments at such a young age. This was something that not even 2 generations of his descendants could accomplish in their entire lifetimes. Father. Yi Xinglin was just about to say something when his ever-stubborn father disappeared from view, leaving him with only this: "I'm going to see Noir. If there's nothing else, you may retire to your room." Heir? Yi Xinglin was in a bit of a daze. Just who was this Guru Huayun to have caused such a stir within my father? I think that in all of the banished lands, no one else could turn my normally calm and collected father into this state aside from Yi Nuo. In the Grand Hall. Yi Xingtian stepped inside and immediately saw the girl who was waiting in the Grand Hall. She was dressed in green and looked cool and slender like a bamboo tree as the gentle rays of the sun illuminated her body. Upon hearing footsteps from outside the door, the woman, whose back had been facing the door, slowly turned around and looked at a face which bore a striking similarity to Yi Nuo. She could guess the man's identity just by looking at this face. He's the eldest young master of the Yi family, Yi Xingtian. It was said that Yi Xingtian was highly talented. On the year he turned 30, he had broken through to the rank of a martial honor. However, due to a bout of misfortune, his powers have been unable to develop further despite the passage of many years. This was also an eternal sorrow among the hearts of everyone in the Yi family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 645, The Hell's Lotus, 1. Chapter 645, The Hell's Lotus, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You're Guru Huayun? Yi Xingtian smiled and slowly walked in. Lady Gu, I heard that you're here to see my father in Noor. May I know how you're acquainted with them? Honestly, the thing which puzzled Yi Xingtian the most was that this woman was here not just to see Noor, she had even asked to meet with his father who did not have very many acquaintances. It was highly suspicious, so he would not allow her to meet his father until he investigates this woman's identity thoroughly. There's no telling if she had been sent here by hostile forces and would end up harming his father. Guru Huayun nodded. I'm friends with Yi Nuo and I've also had the privilege of meeting Master Yi several times. I've specially made this trip to pay them a visit. If it's not too much trouble, may I see them? Yi Xingtian remained silent for a while. After a long pause, he slowly replied, I'm afraid that it's a little inconvenient at the moment. As he was still unsure of this woman's true identity, how could he casually allow her to meet his father? He could only deny her request. However, just as Yi Xingtian had spoken, a loud whooshing sound was heard as a gust of wind rushed in from behind him and nearly knocked him back. Bodyguard Gu, you've finally come to see me. I've missed you to death. Yi Nuo firmly embraced Guru Huayun with grief written all over his fair and youthful face. Why didn't you come sooner? If you hadn't come, I would have escaped this place just to find you. It's all that damned old man's fault. If it wasn't for him, I would never have had to leave Bodyguard Gu's side. Yi Nuo. Yi Xingtian's face immediately blackened at the sight of Yi Nuo's actions. He was just about to scold him and put a stop to it when he heard an elderly voice behind him. You idiot boy, why don't you treat your grandfather with such warmth whenever you meet him? It seems that the years I've spent in nurturing you wasn't as important as the Gu girl. You are truly going to anger me to death. While these were indeed the words on Yi Lan's lips, the old man was grinning as he slowly walked in. Yi Xingtian was shocked. He stared at his father's smiling face and heard the occasional admiring gasp and sigh from his father from time to time. He was momentarily unable to make sense of the situation. Master Yi, long time no see. Guru Huayun smiled at Yi Lan. Her manner of speech was unmistakably one of a long-lost friend. Hee, Gu girl, a busy person like you would never pay a visit without a cause. I wonder, why have you come to the Yi family home this time? Clearly, Yi Lan knew enough about Guru Huayun's character to see right through her. She would not have come to the Yi family home in Hoi City without reason. Since she's here, she must need some help. It's like this, Guru Huayun thought of Qian Bei Yi, who's still in a deep sleep in the ancient divine pagoda, and her heart sank. She slowly spoke. I hear that the Yi family is in possession of the Hell's Lotus. I'd like to borrow this Hell's Lotus and use it for a bit. I wonder if you can loan it to me. What? Hearing this, Yi Xingtian's face changed immediately. He hurriedly cut in as he stood next to her. No, this Hell's Lotus cannot be loaned out. Miss, I don't care how you're related to Nuar or my father, but to demand for the Yi family's closely guarded treasure upon your arrival, isn't this a little out of line? At this moment, his face had turned into a slightly ugly shade. The Hell's Lotus was not merely a closely guarded treasure to the Yi family. In reality, they're relying on it to dull the effects of the poison in his father's system. If they gave the Hell's Lotus away, his father probably would not be able to live on for very much longer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 646, The Hell's Lotus, 2. Chapter 646, The Hell's Lotus, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I know. Gu Ruoyun replied guiltily, the Hell's Lotus is the most valuable thing in the banished lands and I've asked for it the moment I had arrived. It's clearly not sensible but I have no other choice. My husband-to-be is now in a deep slumber, unable to awaken. Only the Hell's Lotus can wake him. That was why I had come here to ask the Yi family to loan me the Hell's Lotus. Yilan was startled before laughing bitterly and helplessly, Lady Gu, it's not that I don't want to loan it to you, this Hell's Lotus is honestly very important to me. If you have any other requests, I will definitely do my best to fulfill it for you. However, for the Hell's Lotus, I really cannot loan it to you. At least, before finding the genius who holds the flames of nirvana, he cannot pass on just yet. For once he loses the Hell's Lotus, he will most certainly end up dead. Without the existence of the Hell's Lotus, he would not have stayed alive at all even with the sheer force of his own willpower. One can imagine how important the Hell's Lotus was to him. Yi Nuwa had remained silent from the very beginning. He looked at Gu Ruoyun then Yilan. His eyes darted back and forth continuously but no one could tell what he was scheming. Then I'm very sorry to have disturbed you all. I'll take my leave now. Gu Ruoyun sighed in disappointment. She really needed that Hell's Lotus and if it was in the hands of anyone else, she would be thinking of ways to snatch it for Qianbei's sake. However, she could not do such a thing to the Yi family. This time, her remaining hope was extinguished. Wait. Seeing that Gu Ruoyun was about to leave, Yilan suddenly called out to her, there is more than one Hell's Lotus in the banished lands. I can send the Yi family's disciples to search for it for you. Meanwhile, you can stay here during that period of time. It will be easier for me to inform you of any news. Gu Ruoyun fell momentarily silent before nodding. Alright, then I thank you, Master Yi. Yilan was right, there was more than one Hell's Lotus in the banished lands. Because they were far too valuable, there were only a few left in the world. Based on the magnitude of the Yi family's power, they would definitely receive news of a Hell's Lotus in the quickest way possible. Alright, then I will prepare your living quarters. Xingtian, you will send your men out tomorrow to help the Gu girl in finding news about the Hell's Lotus. We must help Lady Gu's husband-to-be. Yilan maintained a stern face and gave the order in a strict manner. Yes. Came Yi Xingtian's respectful reply. Nuor, you will escort the Gu girl on her way. Without even waiting for Yilan to give the order, Yi Nuwa led Gu Ruoyun by the hand and walked out of the grand hall with her. Bodyguard Gu, you have no idea how bored I've been in your absence. Luckily, you're finally here to keep me company. I don't care. I'm sleeping in your room tonight. Sigh. Watching Yi Nuwa as he led Gu Ruoyun out of the room, Yilan sighed, how unfortunate, this little girl already has a husband-to-be. Otherwise, in 5 or 6 years, Nuor could probably bring her home as his wife. Hearing this, Yi Xingtian was completely speechless. How old was that boy, Yi Nuwa? And father is already getting anxious about his wedding? Also, this girl seems to be older than Nuor by 10 years. To wait for another 5 to 6 years for him? How can this be? But, the strangest thing of all to Yi Xingtian was the fact that his father, who had always been proud and arrogant and rarely placed youngsters in his worldview, would actually consider sending his own grandson off. Just where did this girl come from? Father, who is this young lady? Why are you? After a bit of thought, Yi Xingtian managed to figure out the answer to his question. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 647, The Hell's Lotus, 3. Chapter 647, The Hell's Lotus, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This girl is a genius. As he spoke, Yilan's face glowed with admiration, a true genius whom I've met before. Yi Xingtian widened his mouth in shock, didn't you say that Nuor was the true genius? That was before I had met this little girl. That boy, Yi Nuwa, is indeed rather talented. However, though I've pumped him up with so damned many medicines since he was a child, he's only reached the rank of a martial king. This girl, however, has reached the rank of a martial honor. Just because Yi Nuwa had managed to become a martial king at age 10 does not mean that he would become a martial honor at age 20. This was because once one has attained the rank of a martial king, the subsequent ranks will only become harder, making it a difficult process to become a martial emperor. If one wishes to advance to the rank of a martial honor, the difficulty would be increased many times over. So, after hearing that there was someone who was more talented than his own son, Yi Xingtian's face was filled with shock. A 20-year-old martial honor? Where had this girl come from to become a genius of this caliber? Honestly, after my return to the Yi family home, I had sent some men to investigate this girl's background. However, she seems to have appeared out of thin air. We don't know where she's come from. Also, at the time, I had witnessed a scene with my very own eyes. You've been to Black Rock City before as well, so you should know of the Wolf's Fang robbers who reside outside of the city. That leader of the Wolf's Fang robbers was a mid-level martial honor. However, it was this girl who had single-handedly stormed the peak of the Great Mountain and used her newly broken-through powers to annihilate the entire robbery gang. Yi Lan's expression held unbridled admiration, as if he did not even see the shock in Yi Xingtian's eyes. Those Wolf's Fang robbers weren't exactly weak, yet she had single-handedly destroyed them? Are the heavens in reverse? After destroying the Wolf's Fang robbers, this girl used her powers to subdue the entire Black Rock City on her own, but without even waiting for Yi Xingtian to snap out of his stupor, Yi Lan made him completely dumbfounded again with this new piece of information. At the time, not even the tyrannical Wolf's Fang robbers were able to subdue the proud and arrogant people of Black Rock City. Somehow, this girl had made the entire Black Rock City yield to her? It's no wonder that my father, who normally had extremely high expectations, would admire a 20-year-old girl so greatly. And it's no wonder that he would devise plans around this girl. Unfortunately, Yi Lan signed disappointedly. If Gu Ruoyun had given me a different request, I would definitely have agreed to it without any second thoughts. Only the Hell's Lotus was off limits. I've relied on the Hell's Lotus to sustain my life. If I was to lose the Hell's Lotus, that would mean that my time was up. I don't mind dying, but I simply cannot leave the Yi family in peace. Even with my intentions to draw this girl to our side, what use is there even if she was a genius? Without the support of a martial supreme, my Yi family will be swallowed up by vicious enemies. Father. Yi Xingtian's eyes darkened. If I could only continue my cultivation, perhaps you would not have such a huge burden. Ever since that incident, he had lost his ability to cultivate and has remained as a low-level martial honor since. Yi Xinglin's talent was not strong enough. He simply could not hold up the fort alone. Forget about it, we'll play it by ear. Yi Lan laughed bitterly. I owe the Gu girl for the situation regarding the Hell's Lotus, so you must help her find information about the Hell's Lotus as soon as possible. Even so, Yi Lan knew how difficult this task would be. Years ago, he had narrowly escaped death for the sake of this particular Hell's Lotus. Accessing the other Hell's Lotus would probably be just as dangerous. Yi Xingtian said nothing else. All he knows was that he must fulfill his father's wishes no matter what. Let's go, I'll show you what the Hell's Lotus looks like first. It will make things easier in your search. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 648, The Hell's Lotus, 4. Chapter 648, The Hell's Lotus, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As he spoke, Yi Lan made his way out the door and Yi Xingtian followed closely behind him. Both men headed into a private room. Creak. The stone door of the private room slowly pushed open and Yi Lan entered the secret room first. He spoke as he entered. Ah, right. Xingtian, you should ask someone to paint a portrait of the Hell's Lotus, then distribute it to everyone in the Yi family. If anyone manages to obtain any news about a Hell's Lotus, they will be generously rewarded. However, just as he spoke, the smile on Yi Lan's face disappeared. He quickly ran to the stone platform in a flash. His breathing quickened and his entire face grew anxious. Where is my Hell's Lotus? Father, what are you talking about? Yi Xingtian's face drained of color in his shock and he hurriedly stepped forward. The Hell's Lotus is missing? Impossible. This private room is your cultivation area, no one is allowed to enter here. How could the Hell's Lotus disappear? Suddenly, both men seemed to remember something and looked at each other. Yi Nuo, that idiot brat, the little traitor. That's right. Aside from Yi Lan, only one other person would be allowed into the room. Yi Nuo. That boy must have gone to the Gu girl. Come, we have to catch that damned brat. He is too undisciplined and out of control, he would even dare to steal the Hell's Lotus. Yi Lan was so angry that his entire body burned with rage. However, his heart was filled with a sour sensation. He was thoroughly jealous. That damned brat has certainly put lovers over friends. He dared to steal from his own family for the sake of a woman. He was far too daring. That damned brat, if I do not teach him a lesson, I'll be damned if we have the same surname. Yi Lan's face turned ashen in his rage, sorely wishing that he could whip the little traitor. As he watched the fury on the old man's face, Yi Xingtian rubbed his nose wordlessly. He really wanted to say this. Father, doesn't Yi Nuo have the same surname as you? What difference does this make? However, once he found out that it was Yi Nua who had stolen the Hell's Lotus, Yi Xingtian could not help but sigh in relief. It's a good thing that we had noticed it in time and we can still get it back. Had anyone else taken it, we might not have any way to get it back. In the courtyard, a small figure hugging a cloth bag to its body hurriedly rushed into the area and immediately pushed open one of the room's doors. Upon entering the room, he carefully closed the door and walked excitedly towards the girl who was seated cross-legged on the bed. Bodyguard Gu, guess what I've brought for you? Gu Ruoyun slowly opened her eyes and stared suspiciously at Yi Nua. What is it? It's something that you need. Yi Nua carefully unraveled the canvas bag in his arms, immediately revealing a lotus glowing with a reddish light before Gu Ruoyun's eyes. The red light was slightly piercing and made them raise their hands to shield their eyes. After a long pause, once she had gotten used to it, Gu Ruoyun opened her eyes and stared in astonishment at the blood-red lotus in the canvas bag. This is a Hell's Lotus. Where did you get this? Gu Ruoyun's heart shook violently. Even when seated beside the Hell's Lotus, she could feel the bloody aura reeking out from its petals. According to legend, in order for one Hell's Lotus to grow, aside from a suitable climate and geography, one would require a donation of blood from over 10,000 people. How many years would one need in order to meet so many people and have them donate their blood to dye the Hell's Lotus? These harsh requirements created the Hell's Lotus high value. Bodyguard Gu, you're silly. Yi Nua rolled his eyes at Gu Ruoyun then replied cockily, of course I had stolen it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 649, The Hell's Lotus, 5. Chapter 649, The Hell's Lotus, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Not many people would have confessed to stealing so proudly. Yet Yi Nua could do it. Yi Nua. Gu Ruoyun frowned. I can tell you with utmost accuracy that I really want to save my husband to be. For him, even if I have to kill the whole world, I would do it without a frown. If the Hell's Lotus was in another family's hands, I would have taken it even if I had to slaughter everyone in my way. However, when it comes to friends, I cannot do this kind of thing. Yi Nua was momentarily stunned. Based on his observations, Gu Ruoyun really needs this Hell's Lotus, which meant that she would definitely have accepted it. However, she had rejected him. Just as he was about to speak, the room's door was violently pushed open and a burst of unmistakable laughter sounded, drowning everything else. What a concerned friend, you can't bring yourself to do such a thing. Gu girl, I certainly had not misjudged you. Whoosh. As he noticing the two men who had just walked into the room, Yi Nua hurriedly hid the bag in his arms and pushed it behind Gu Ruoyun. Don't come any closer, I'm not going to give you the Hell's Lotus. This is my engagement present for Bodyguard Gu, I'm not giving it to anyone else. You be asterisk starred. Yi Xingtian was thoroughly enraged. He hurriedly stepped forward, scooped Yi Nua up in one swoop and landed his hand right smack on his buttocks. He was so angry that his hand trembled. He roared as veins began to pop beneath his skin. Do you know how much of a disaster you've caused? He used quite a lot of strength in that slap and tears nearly rolled down Yi Nua's eyes from the pain. However, he managed to hold the tears in to reply in a resolute voice. I only wanted to help Bodyguard Gu in saving someone. You. Yi Xingtian was extremely furious. Do you know how important the Hell's Lotus is to your grandfather? If it wasn't for the Hell's Lotus help all these years, your grandfather would have long died from the effects of a toxic poison. By stealing the Hell's Lotus, you're going to be responsible for your grandfather's death. What? Yi Nua was thoroughly shocked. His twinkling eyes looked at Yi Lan in disbelief as he spoke with a mild tremble in his voice. Grandfather, is this true? Enough. Yi Lan glared fiercely at Yi Xingtian before taking a few big steps forward. He snatched Yi Nua from Yi Xingtian's hands and hugged him tightly. His face was filled with heartache. Can't you use a little less force when you're hitting someone? What if you end up breaking my precious grandson? One should not make assumptions just because Yi Lan was always yelling about teaching Yi Nua a lesson. In actual fact, if one had asked him to actually hit the boy, he could never bear it. Grandfather. Yi Nua tightly grabbed onto Yi Lan's robes as his little body trembled. Is father speaking the truth? Is he? At that moment, the adorable little cherubic face had grown increasingly pale, causing Yi Lan to feel extremely heartbroken. He glared irritably at Yi Xingtian as if he blamed him for blurting out the truth of the matter. Nuar, I've always wanted you to work hard in your cultivation with the hope that I could nurture you while I'm still alive. This way, grandfather can be at peace. He sighed as he explained bitterly. Yi Nua's hand slowly loosened its grip. Sparkling and translucent tears began rolling down his pale little face. All these years, he had always thought that as long as his grandfather was around, no one would dare to lay a hand on the Yi family. It was because of this that his greed for having fun became second nature to him. He even felt irritated whenever his grandfather chastised or treated him sternly. Yet he never knew that the reason why his grandfather always wanted him to work hard in his cultivation was because his days were now numbered. Little girl, Yilan laughed bitterly and turned to Gu Ruoyun. In truth, all these years, the poison in my system has gradually built up a resistance against the power of the Hell's Lotus. I've been lying to everyone else including myself, hoping that the Hell's Lotus could allow me to stay alive for just a few more years. However, one day, I will surely leave. Since Nuar has given the Hell's Lotus to you, I have nothing more to say. I can give you this Hell's Lotus on one condition. Take over the Yi family. I believe that with your talent, it won't be long until you've reached the rank of a Marshal Supreme. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 650, Remedy, 1. Chapter 650, Remedy, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In Yilan's heart, he would prefer the genius who holds the flames of nirvana to enter the Yi family, but that genius may not agree to his conditions. As such, he had then thought of using the Hell's Lotus to coax Gu Ruoyun to agree to his request. For the sake of the Ye family, forget about giving away the Hell's Lotus, he would not even hesitate to sacrifice his own life. Gu Ruoyun fell silent and stared quietly at Yilan's elderly face with her clear, cold eyes. Finally, she seemed to have made a decision and said, Master Yi, would it be alright if I examined you? Go ahead. Yilan nodded and sat down with a smile. Gu girl, I know that you are a doctor and you've successfully cured Master Murong of his illness. However, my poison is far more stubborn. I've gone through every famous doctor in the banished lands and not a single one of them had been able to cure me. Gu Ruoyun did not respond. She slowly sat down next to Yilan and placed her finger gently on his pulse. Gu Ruoyun's frown deepened as she listened to his pulse. After a long while, she finally relaxed and said, It's indeed a little troublesome, but... She had missed the signs on Yilan's ailing body when she first met him because this poison was far too incisive. She could only make a diagnosis now after taking his pulse. Yilan retracted his hand and smiled. He did not say much and was just about to console Gu Ruoyun and ask her not to blame herself when the woman's clear, cold voice sounded again. This is probably the most stubborn poison I've ever seen in this life. It's truly troublesome. Based on my current level of strength, we would need at least a month to cure this poison. Yilan was completely shocked. He raised his head suspiciously towards Gu Ruoyun. Gu girl, what did you just say? I said that this poison is troublesome. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and replied exasperatedly, even if I was to use all my power, I would still need a month to get rid of it. If you wanted to go away a little faster than that, I really have no other way. Air? Yilan was completely dumbfounded. Gu Ruoyun did mention that this poison was a little troublesome, but she did not say that she would not be able to remedy it. The only thing was, she was unhappy about the fact that it would take 1 month to fully cure him, which was why this poison was troublesome. Bodyguard Gu, can you really save my old man? Yi Nua leaped from Yilan's arms and hopped towards Gu Ruoyun. He threw himself against her as his tender, cocky little face was flushed red, brimming with excitement. I will need 1 month. Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly and turned towards Yilan. How about this? If I can help you cure your poison, you'll give the Hell's Lotus to me. If I fail, I won't touch it. Yilan's mouth widened in shock. He did not know why, but he had complete faith in this girl who would never fail to surprise him. If she says that she can cure my poison in 1 month, perhaps she'll really be able to do it. Yilan's heart, which was initially like a pile of dead ash, was reignited once again by that thought. His eyes sparkled. Little girl, I've said it before, this Hell's Lotus belongs to you now. Of course, I'll also allow you to treat me. Father. Yi Xinglin's shocked face was drained of color as he thought, if her remedy fails and we no longer have the Hell's Lotus, Father would certainly lose his life. I simply cannot understand it. Why would Father put so much faith into this little girl? Regardless of how superior her powers are, it does not mean that she is skilled in medicine. Furthermore, so many doctors had been unable to treat him. What makes him think that she could do it? I have decided. Yilan frowned, cutting Yi Xingtian off from whatever he was about to say. There's no need for your advice, you know my temper. Once I've decided on something, I will not change my decision. Gu girl, when can we start the treatment? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 651, Remedy, 2. Chapter 651, Remedy, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. We can begin right now. All right. Yilan nodded and said, Xingtian, wait for me outside. I'll come out later. Yi Xingtian wanted to say something, but he saw the determined look on his father's face. In the end, he could only sigh exasperatedly before joining his fists and exiting the room. Bodyguard Gu, that fiancé of yours comes first. I'll acknowledge him as your first husband, but I want to be your second husband. Yi Nuo raised his little chin cockily, but he ultimately felt a little worried, so he continued, I'm small, so please don't let him bully me. Gu Ruoyun's face immediately turned black, and Yilan was next to her, stood up before she could speak. Like an eagle catching a chick, he picked Yi Nuo up and threw him out of the room. He then closed the door with a loud bang. Little girl, don't listen to that boy's blind chatter. Yilan looked slightly embarrassed. He just doesn't want to leave you, so he thinks that if he marries you, you wouldn't ever leave him. I understand. Gu Ruoyun smiled and said, let's begin the treatment now. Time passed slowly and the dark night gradually covered the entire sky. Yi Xingtian had intended to go elsewhere after he had left, but he could not stop worrying about his father. Eventually, he remained outside the room and waited at the door. As he watched the sky turn dark, he felt increasingly anxious and began to pace back and forth worriedly. His eyes would glance occasionally at the tightly shut door to the room. Finally, the door slowly opened and a figure dressed in white emerged. The old man stroked his beard and walked down the steps with a smile on his face. Father, Yi Xingtian's eyes lit up and he hurriedly rushed forward before asking worriedly, how did it go? Hee, Yilan chuckled, looking very pleased indeed. It was very relaxing, far more relaxing than my sessions with the Hell's Lotus. Perhaps this girl is truly capable of curing my ailment. Yi Xingtian felt dazed and a wild feeling of happiness was taking over his heart. He had not felt this excited in years. Ah, right. Xingtian, you mustn't let anyone else know about this. A light flashed in Yilan's eyes as he smiled, including Xinglin. Why? Yi Xinglin was astonished and he stared at his father with a puzzled look on his face. Why must we keep this from second brother? Xinglin is not like you. He is far too kind and too trusting. Yilan replied exasperatedly, also, all these years, many people may obey me on the surface, but in reality, some of the old people in the family don't seem to want to wait any longer. They can't wait for my early demise and are plotting to take over the Yi family. However, they have forgotten that once I'm dead, the Yi family will cease to exist as well. Therefore, I wanted to take this opportunity to see through the intentions of one particular person. If Xinglin finds out about this, it will easily fall into that person's ears. Yilan sighed exasperatedly as he spoke. Yi Xinglin wasn't really a bad person, his only fault was that he trusts people too easily. Nevertheless, this can be a deadly flaw. This was why I've asked Yi Xingtian to keep this from him. Understood. Yi Xingtian nodded, I'll obey your wishes, father. Once we've weeded out the tumors in the family, we'll give second little brother a surprise. Yilan closed his eyes in exhaustion. After a long pause, he opened them again. Xingtian, you should leave first. I'm tired as well and I'm going to rest now. One more thing, please provide the Gu girl with good hospitality. She is not just Nuar's friend. You never know, she might even become the Yi family's savior. As for the Hell's Lotus, you don't have to send out a search party anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 652, Remedy, 3. Chapter 652, Remedy, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I'll do as you've bidden, father. Yi Xingtian bowed and his voice was full of reverence. With that, Yilan waved his hand and left the courtyard, gradually disappearing from Yi Xingtian's view. 3 days. In these 3 days, Yilan would visit Gu Ruoyun's little courtyard to commence his treatment every day. Each visit lasted the entire day and he would only return to his room during sunset. Every time Yilan visited Gu Ruoyun for medication, Yi Xingtian would clear the area and used various excuses to bar anyone from entering for the sake of preventing an information leak. Coupled with the fact that Gu Ruoyun had not left her quarters during these past 3 days, no one else knew about her existence besides Yi Xingtian and his father. By extension, no one was aware that she was helping to get rid of Yilan's poison. Now, under the glow of the setting sun, Gu Ruoyun was in the large courtyard after she had just escorted Yilan on his way out. Suddenly, she bumped into a figure who was hurrying towards her. Unable to react, she stumbled back. The person who had bumped into her fell to the ground with a thump, letting out a delicate yelp. You! The person rubbed her throbbing buttocks and scrambled to her feet. She was just about to scold the blind person but was astonished when she raised her head. How could it be you, that? Gu Ruoyun frowned and looked at the woman before her. She calmly asked, who are you? Could this be the most hurtful feeling she can experience? When she holds a bone-deep hatred towards another yet they have completely forgotten who she was. Nangongyu trembled in anger and was about to spout abuse in a very loud manner until she quickly remembered that this was the Yi family home and forced herself to contain her raging anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're not going to apologize after bumping into me?" "My apologies, I didn't look where I was going. You also weren't paying attention as well, so this matter wasn't entirely my fault." Gu Ruoyun swept her gaze towards Nangongyu as her voice sounded crisp and clear like a breeze on a cloudless sky. However, it was just this very attitude that infuriates Nangongyu even more. She scoffed and her eyes filled with an icy chill. "You can stop looking so serene all the time, it's disgusting. You're clearly a vulgar, gold-digging woman. No wonder you had no interest in becoming my bodyguard. You've come to the Yi family to become a servant girl. However, servant girls should know their place. I'm still your master after all. Is a word of apology really enough after bumping into me? This damned girl, she had previously damaged my reputation so much. Now I've finally caught her. So what if she has entered the Yi family? She was only a lowly servant girl, her status would be nowhere as high as mine. Doesn't that mean that it's entirely up to me if I wanted to bully this girl however I want? Damned girl, you should never have entered the Yi family home. You've completely handed me the opportunity to torture you. Sorry, Gu Ruoyun furrowed her brows. Will you please excuse me, I've got other matters to attend to. Stop right there, dot. Seeing that Gu Ruoyun was about to leave, Nangongyu blocked her way in a flash. Her arrogant face now displayed a disdainful smile. Damned girl, you're trying to leave? It won't be that easy. Now, this lady is hungry. Aren't you going to prepare me some food? The servant girls of the Yi family do not wear a particular uniform. As such, from the moment she had seen her, Nangongyu immediately assumed she was a servant in the Yi household. To her, this woman could not possibly be a member of the Yi family and would have no means of striking up an intimate relationship with anyone in the Yi family. That means that she could only become a servant girl. After all, being a servant girl of the Yi family, the number one family in the banished lands, would carry a higher level of prestige and power. Lady Nangong, has something happened? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 653, Remedy 4. Chapter 653, Remedy 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The commotion between the two women had attracted the attention of several Yi family disciples. They surrounded the two women and questioned them about the situation. It's nothing, I've merely bumped into an acquaintance. Nangongyu slowly steadied her features at the sight of the gathering crowd. An acquaintance? Yes, Nangongyu laughed icily and fixed her gaze upon Gu Ruoyun. A fierce light flashed in her eyes. She can also be considered as my father's concubine, except that my father never gave her the title. I simply address her as my father's concubine out of pity. In all honesty, her existence has no solid standing. To Nangongyu, to say that she was her father's concubine would be placing her on a pedestal. To say that she was the governor of Black Rock City was simply a lie that my father had concocted for this woman's sake. Even though I'm no match for this woman, she can't possibly have the capability to become the governor of Black Rock City alone. Also, so what if she's the governor of Black Rock City? I have my engagement with Brother Yu, do I still need to be afraid of a woman like her? How should I put it, she's only a servant girl who warms the bed of the governor of Tranquil Mountain City. Hearing this, a man immediately spoke up as he stepped out. His eyes stared disdainfully at Gu Ruoyun, holding an unmistakable revulsion. Lady Nangong was Sir Yu's bride-to-be. Naturally, he needed to suck up to her. If she was to speak up for him in front of Yu, perhaps he would have a chance to enter the Yi family's law enforcement office. When he saw such a grand opportunity, obviously he had to stand up for Nangongyu. This girl sure has the audacity. You're in the presence of Our Lady, aren't you going to kneel? As the true-born heiress of the governor of Tranquil Mountain City, even your father's little concubine should pay her respect and bow before you once she sees you. However, when he saw that Gu Ruoyun still made no move to bow, the man's face sank. Servant girl, did you hear what I just said? Get on your knees immediately and knock your head on the ground a few times. Then we'll let you leave in peace. When she heard someone standing up for her, Nangongyu laughed coldly. After all, this was the Yi family home and she was a newcomer. Troubling a little servant girl would not count for much, but if the young masters from the direct line of family lineage found out about this, they would begin to suspect her character. Otherwise, she would have rushed at her and fought with her from the moment she had laid eyes on this SL*T, but in order to avoid causing trouble for Brother Yu, she had forced herself to contain that urge. Just as the man thought that Gu Ruoyan was going to kneel and bow down, the clear and cold-eyed woman turned away from everyone and headed out of the courtyard without excusing herself. The latter's condescending look had thoroughly angered the man, who roared angrily and charged towards her. "Damned girl, you stop right there." Bang! Flames erupted from Gu Ruoyan's body, spiraling towards the man's chest. Before he could realize what was going on, the flames had thrown him out of the way and he slammed violently into the ground. The woman's light and airy words, in a voice devoid of emotion, fell into his ears. "You let others manipulate you, but you're only counting money for them, so you better shape up. As for you, Nangongyu, do not do anything more than 3 times. If there's a 3rd time, it will be the time of your death." Then, her delicate and cool figure slowly disappeared along with the setting sun. She did not bother to even look at the people behind her. Nangongyu's face had turned ashen. She clenched her fist so tightly that it shook and her eyes were filled with hatred. "Damned girl! You dare to cross me. I'll make it so that even you won't know how you died. She's only a measly little servant girl. Even if her powers are formidable, it will never change her identity as a servant girl. As a member of the law enforcement office, Brother Yu has the right to send anyone out of the Yi family home. As long as she's out of the Yi family, I'll have ways to torture her into a fate worse than death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 654, Remedy, 5. Chapter 654, Remedy, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Holy City. This was the first time Gu Ruoyan had walked the streets of the Holy City since her arrival at the Yi family home. It goes without saying that the streets of Holy City were indeed flourishing. Most importantly, even the average citizen in Holy City carried powerful auras. At this moment, at a tavern in Holy City, a man was sitting quietly in front of a window in a compartment on the 2nd floor. His golden eyes were narrowed slightly as he gently swirled the wine cup in his hand. His eyes were fixed upon the crowd below. This man was extremely handsome. His facial features were exquisite, like a divine portrait. His fair, white skin was flawless, one could not find a single blemish at all. His lips were puckered into a smile, but no one could tell what lay beneath his deep eyes. His beauty does not have Zixi's demonic enchantment, nor was it like Chen Beiye's stunning, mesmerizing looks. His was a beauty which carried a heroic spirit. His entire body, from top to toe, simply oozes the aura of a sovereign ruler who had descended upon the mortal world. Just by standing next to him, one would unconsciously be seized by the urge to serve him. Especially since this man had a pair of golden eyes which were so beautiful that one would find it difficult to look away. "Yuner?" Suddenly, on the ground floor, a familiar figure appeared within his line of sight. The man's beautiful yet domineering golden eyes narrowed immediately and he rose swiftly from his seat. His body immediately turned into a golden ray of light and quickly leaped from the 2nd floor. Now, his face no longer held its initial calm demeanor. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Was it her? No. Impossible. I must be seeing things. Yuner is already dead, she can't possibly appear anymore. As he watched the people coming and going along the street, the man's heart slowly sank into an abyss. She had lost her life a few years ago. How could she possibly appear in the banished lands now? Besides, without achieving the rank of Marshal Supreme, one would never be able to leave the banished lands. The man laughed bitterly at the subject. Perhaps I've been missing her far too much all these years, which has led to my blurry vision. Even her father had said that she's already dead. Perhaps she's truly gone. He took one last look at the crowded street and returned to the tavern. Along the streets, Gu Ruoyan had sensed something before she slowly shook her head. She turned towards the street behind her and frowned. I seem to have sensed a familiar aura just a while ago. Could it be that I was mistaken? Gu Ruoyan shook her head at the thought, then continued to move forward without a second look back. If she had only turned her head again, she would have seen the man who had flown down from the tavern's 2nd floor. Just because she had not turned for a second look, she had missed that figure altogether. At a tavern compartment. The man had just sat down and had yet to recompose himself from his previous disappointment when a voice sounded from the communication tablet in his hand. What is it? He wrinkled his brows and asked. Big Brother Jean, when are you coming back? The voice was extremely gentle and lovable. Anyone who heard it would find it difficult to remain unmoved. After a month, I think. The man sighed. No matter what, Xiao Chuxue was Yun'er's little sister. Despite how much I dislike her, for Yun'er's sake, I can't just ignore the members of the Xiao family. Otherwise, Yun'er will not feel at peace in her death. Alright, then Chuxue shall wait for Big Brother Jean. The voice from the communications tablet paused before speaking again. Big Brother Jean, Big Sister is already dead. It's time for you to forget her as well. Enough. The man's golden eyes sank and he spoke in an icy tone. Chuxue, because you are Yun'er's sister, I will protect the Xiao family. I also have no wish to see her family destroyed in one day. However, I will never forget the trials and tribulations I've once shared with her during our friendship. If she's truly dead, then I must remember her for the rest of my life. If you say anything like this again, from now on, the livelihood of the Xiao family, whether they live or die, will have nothing to do with me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 655, Zhenbei Yi Awakens, 1. Chapter 655, Zhenbei Yi Awakens, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bang! After throwing out those fierce words, the man angrily tossed the token aside. He rubbed his throbbing head and muttered, Yun'er, wouldn't it be great if you were still alive? Don't worry, I'll definitely find the murderer responsible for your death. I will make them accompany you in your grave even if I have to travel to the ends of the earth. A murderous intent flitted across the man's beautiful golden eyes as the aura from within him began to rise. It exploded like a hurricane and immediately destroyed all the furniture in sight. After that short moment, the entire tavern slowly became silent. Meanwhile, the East Peak mainland at the Xiao family home. Xiao Chuxue gripped the token tightly in her hand and her pure, jade-white face was filled with hatred. Loathing and jealousy burned like vicious flames within her heart. Xiao Ruoyun, you're already dead. Why won't you leave Big Brother Jin's heart? I, Xiao Chuxue, am better than you in every aspect. I will never accept that I'm no better than you, a dead person, but all she needed was time. She would make the whole world forget about that woman. Chuxue. Just then, a voice was sounded from behind her. Xiao Chuxue turned around to face the man behind her. Her expression became calmer but her voice was no longer the gentle and lovable tone she had used on Supreme Jean. Big Brother Lu, was there something that you need? Lu Xiaochen shot Xiao Chuxue a complicated look before replying, I've increased more men in our search party but not only were we unable to locate the ancient divine pagoda, we were not able to find Xiao Ruoyun's body as well. Didn't she have a highly skilled doctor as her master? Perhaps that old man had saved her? No. Xiao Chuxue laughed icily and said, Xiao Ruoyun is most certainly dead. She could not possibly have survived such fatal injuries. As for that old man, he has always suspected the Xiao family for Xiao Ruoyun's death but because of the unfortunate fact that he does not have sufficient evidence, he has not made any move against us. However, leaving this fellow alone will cause trouble for us in the future. Luckily, Supreme Jean happens to be searching for Xiao Ruoyun's murderer as well. We can make them kill each other. Lu Xiaochen gently furrowed his brows, isn't this a bad idea? After all, that old man was Xiao Ruoyun's master. We're already responsible for Xiao Ruoyun's death, so... What? Xiao Chuxue sneered, have you gone soft or do you still have lingering feelings for Xiao Ruoyun? Don't forget that it was you who had dismembered Xiao Linyu alive and you had also caused Xiao Ruoyun's death. You should know the consequences that will befall you if that old man finds out about this. That old man has always been a shield and Xiao Ruoyun was his most cherished pupil. We're lucky that Big Brother Jean wasn't too clear on the inner workings of the Xiao family and has always assumed that father and I was very close to her. That's why he's helping us. Every time she thought of Xiao Ruoyun's position in Supreme Jin's heart, Xiao Chuxue would go mad with hatred. If that woman had not snatched the ancient divine pagoda away, perhaps I would have already caught up to Supreme Jin's good graces. Grandfather is also another idiot, it is I who is the reincarnation of the ancient divine phoenix. Why had he given the ancient divine pagoda to her? If it wasn't for grandfather's extreme stupidity, the incidents during the aftermath would never have happened and naturally, Xiao Ruoyun would never have died. I wonder if that old man would feel any remorse once he's seen all of this. All right. Lu Xiaochen hardened his heart and said, let me handle this matter. No matter what, I'll turn Supreme Jean and Xiao Ruoyun's master into mortal enemies. Perhaps we could manipulate Supreme Jean into getting rid of that old man. Besides, I've already committed one sin, killing another won't count for much. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 656, Shinbei Yi Awakens, 2. Chapter 656, Shinbei Yi Awakens, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Perhaps Xia Ruoyan would even thank me for sending that old man to keep her company. A vicious light flashed across Lu Xiaoqian's eyes and he muttered secretly, Xia Ruoyan, don't blame me for my viciousness. Look out for yourself or heaven and earth will combine to destroy you. Xu Xue is the true master of the ancient divine pagoda, and because of this, you cannot control the ancient divine pagoda. Getting her would be the equivalent of getting the world. Therefore, I could only cast you aside. I believe you will understand me. If that were not the case, she would have used the ancient divine pagoda by now, since she's been holding on to it for such a long time. The real reason she can't use it was because Xu Xue is the true master of the ancient divine pagoda and the reincarnation of the ancient divine phoenix, Zixi. She's the true genius here. Everyone else, when compared to her, are all good for nothings. Of course, Gu Ruoyun was not aware of what was going on. She had returned to the Yi family home after procuring the necessary herbs she needed along with the Hell's Lotus. She did not know why, but once she had entered the Yi family home, a group of people began to stare at her with a peculiar look in their eyes. Nevertheless, she did not think too much of it and went into the rear courtyard without speaking to anyone. In her quarters, the man lay silently on the large bed. He was dressed in red and it made him look as if he had been dipped in fresh blood. His body also emitted a faint aura of blood. However, the man's eyes were completely closed at the moment and his long, silvery hair rippled down onto the ground. Under the glow of the clear and cold moonlight, the man looked so beautiful until one could completely forget how to breathe. Anybody would be completely mesmerized by the man's stunningly peerless beauty, especially the serene, sleeping beauty look on his face. One look could render a person completely trapped. Even in his sleep, his beauty could send all living things into a frenzy. What calamity could this man bring if he was to open his eyes? Perhaps all the unrivaled beauty in the world could not be compared to this. Gu Ruoyun controlled the surge in her heartbeat and carefully produced the Hell's Lotus from her bosom. A red light flickered from the petals, setting off the man's enrapturing beauty and making him seem even more stunning than before. I've spent the past 3 days getting ready and I've prepared all the herbs that we need. Xiao Yi, it's time for you to wake up. I also took the opportunity to bring you out of the ancient divine pagoda while you were still asleep, as I was afraid that you would have ended up like Zixi, who was trapped in it. Gu Ruoyun gazed at the man on the bed as emotions gathered in the space between her brows. It's been over a year. He's been asleep for over a year. Now, it's about time for him to wake up. Unfortunately, Zixi was now a phoenix egg and can no longer appear before her. Otherwise, with Zixi around, not only would she not have needed 3 days to prepare, her success rate would also be greatly increased. Xiao Yi, I'm not sure if, based on where I am today, if I can wake you up. However, no matter what, I've got to try. Previously, I had Zixi to strategize for me, but now, I'm all alone. Even so, I will give everything I've got to save you. As she spoke, Gu Ruoyan took out the medicinal herbs she had procured and placed them into her mouth before slowly swallowing. Boom! A strong medicinal power began charging around violently within Gu Ruoyan's body, causing her face to immediately turn as white as a sheet. She spat out a mouthful of blood, but she did not give up and swallowed every single herb down. In order to bring out the Hell's Lotus properties, one would need fresh blood as a sacrificial offering for it. However, fresh blood alone would not be enough, these herbs were essential as well. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 657, Shinbei Yi Awakens, 3. Chapter 657, Shinbei Yi Awakens, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. / Gu Ruoyun drew her longsword and cut her arm open. Fresh blood began trickling down from her wound. As the Hell's Lotus absorbed the blood which contains the power from the medicinal herbs, its glow began to increase until it was almost blinding. Unsure of how much blood she had contributed, Gu Ruoyun's face grew increasingly pale. When the flow of blood started to slow, she gingerly took her arm away, took out a pill and swallowed it. Then, she plucked a petal from the Hell's Lotus, propped the man's body up on the bed and placed the petal by the man's mouth. Instantly, the petal turned into a ray of light and shot into the man's mouth. Gu Ruoyun saw a red light sliding down Shinbei Yi's throat. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. A powerful force erupted from Shinbei Yi's body. Even though she had been initially prepared, Gu Ruoyun was wounded by the force. She wiped the corner of her lips and stared worriedly at Shinbei Yi. No, the power from directly swallowing the Hell's Lotus is far too great. I must think of a way to help Xiao Yi. Otherwise, it's highly likely that Xiao Yi, in his sleep, will explode from this power. If Zixi was here. No. This won't do. I cannot rely on Zixi for everything. Now, I'll have to solve all my problems by myself. Gu Ruoyun resisted the hurricane from Chen Beiye's body and slowly walked towards him. She then hugged him as tightly as she could. At that moment, the berserk power from Chen Beiye's body redirected itself towards Gu Ruoyun, exploding against the vital organs of her body. It hurts. Gu Ruoyun could now feel a searing pain throughout every vein and artery in her body. She wondered whether she would die from berserk power in the very next second. However, she could not let go of the man in her arms or else this power would return to his body. Xiao Yi, I've waited for this moment for a very long time. Ever since you've fallen into this deep slumber, I've crossed the 10 deadly trials and shut myself off in a tomb for a year. Even Zixi has left my side. It's been difficult for me to obtain the Hell's Lotus, so no matter what, I won't give up on you. Despite the power going berserk within her body, Gu Ruoyun continued to embrace Qian Beiyi. Blood began to ooze from her skin and slowly began to cover her entire body. However, a quiet and calm smile hung on her face as if she does not feel the pain within her body. Xiao Yi, once, it was you who had always protected me. Now, just this once, I want to protect you. Thud. Just then, a hand pushed the bedroom door open and a man dressed in the law enforcement team uniform entered the room. He stared with a frown at the woman in green who was kneeling in front of the bed. Next to him was a woman dressed in light yellow robes. Her black-dyed brows stared off into the distance and the tiny smile hanging from the corners of her lips did not match up to her seemingly virtuous face. Miss, someone has lodged a complaint with the law enforcement office that you have recklessly caused trouble in the Yi family home. Also, you've raised your hand against another. Is this true? Yi Yu frowned as he asked. Nangon Yu had just gone to him and said that she had been bullied by a Yi family servant girl. If this woman was a servant girl in the Yi family, why would she be staying in a guest room? Furthermore, after making some inquiries, I was informed that this woman had arrived here just a few days ago and had said that she wanted to meet Little Master Yi Nuo. However, during these 3 days, she had never shown herself anyone and was never seen with Little Master Yi Nuo. As such, Yi Yu could not determine her actual identity. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 658, Chen Beiyi Awakens, 4. Chapter 658, Chen Beiyi Awakens, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Because of this, he had waited for her to return before probing the situation. As for Nangon Yu's request in asking him to chase this woman out of the Yi family home, he still had no way of doing it until he was able to correctly determine this woman's true identity. Just in case she truly has some connection to Yi Nuo, by then, even the eldest young master certainly would not spare him. Cough, cough. They had caught Gu Ruoyun by surprise when they knocked down the door. She immediately spat a mouthful of blood onto Qian Beiyi. A cold light flashed across her pale face, but at a time like this, she has to control the power within her body and did not have the time to bother with these people. Brother Yu, why are you treating a mere servant girl with such courtesy? She's only my father's concubine. Even if, by a stroke of luck, the Yi family had chosen her to be a servant girl, she's still only an underling. Let's just chase her out and be done with it. Nangon Yu knit her crescent-shaped eyebrows irritably. I just can't understand why Yi Yu would want to waste his time and speak to the servant girl at all. You are. Yi Yu frowned and shot Nangon Yu a look, cutting her off. He then turned towards Gu Ruoyun and asked, Miss, I'm going to ask you this again. Who are you and have you really caused harm to the disciples of the Yi family? Gu Ruoyun continued to ignore him as her arms hugged the man in her embrace as tightly as possible. Her clear, cold eyes only showed a hint of warmth whenever she looked at the silver-haired man. When he saw that Gu Ruoyun had ignored his questions, Yi Yu also became incensed. It doesn't matter whether she's acquainted with Little Master Yi Nuo or not, I'm still a member of the Yi family law enforcement office after all. She had hurt a disciple in the Yi family home and has completely ignored our laws. Even if this reaches the eldest young master's ears, I have a definitive reason to have her thrown out of the house. So, after being ignored by this woman, Yi Yu slowly stepped forward and raised his hand. He intended to drag her out of the way and see what she had been holding on to. At that moment, a pair of blood-red eyes, devoid of any warmth, slowly opened and stared straight at him. Yi Yu felt his heart tremble as if he had just seen something utterly terrifying and quickly staggered back. In that instant, his heart nearly stopped as an endless terror began to take over. How many people does one have to kill in order to create such a bloodthirsty look in their eyes? You. Yi Yu was so scared that he began to sputter as he stared fearfully at that pair of blood-red eyes. Xiao Yi? Gu Ruoyun was astonished. As she looked at the man whose eyes were now open, her heart brimmed with happy surprise. Her clear, cold eyes were now filled with excitement as she said, Xiao Yi, you're finally awake? Qian Beiyi did not seem to hear Gu Ruoyun at all. He slowly got off the bed and headed towards Yi Yu, who had long begun to speak incoherently. What do you think you're doing? Yi Yu took a step back in fear. He has never met a man with such a powerful and terrifying aura before. Perhaps, in the entire Yi family, only Lord Master could stand a chance against him. Bang! Qian Beiyi waved his hand and a powerful force sent Yi Yu flying. A popping sound emanated from his body and he almost fainted from fear. He now felt regretful for listening to Nangongyu in the first place and coming here to investigate this woman. If I had known that there was such a terrifying presence in her room, I would never have come. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 659, Qian Beiyi Awakens, 5. Chapter 659, Qian Beiyi Awakens, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoyun stared dazedly at the man in red who was standing under the moonlight and could not help but call out to him gently. The man finally turned around. His bloodthirsty and cruel eyes slowly lost their chill when he laid them upon that delicate and pretty face. His red lips gently moved and his voice was filled with longing. Xiaoyun, I'm back. Yes, he's once again back at her side. Nothing will ever tear them apart again. Also, with his awakening this time, he has enough power to protect her. Even 100,000 martial honors should not even think of trying to harm him. Gu Ruoyun's lips curled into a smile. Her smile was not her usual calm smile but held a rare gentleness and warmth. Xiao Yi, welcome back. Suddenly, a large hand towards her and pulled her into an embrace. As she basked in his warm embrace, the rush and the insecurities of the previous days slowly began to melt away. In the arms of this man, she would forever feel at peace. Yuner, even though I've been in a deep sleep all this time, I knew what was happening on the outside. You've been through a lot. This time, he had called her Yuner and not Xiaoyun. Gu Ruoyun, muddled in her excitement, had not noticed that at all. Qian Beiyi's eyes were filled with heartache. How had she managed to pass the 10 deadly trials of the banished lands? She had felt such sorrow and anger during Zixie's death that at the time, I truly wished that I could smash through everything and come out to stay by her side. However, no matter how much he had wished to awaken, he could not open his eyes. Nangongyu was in a daze. She stared fixedly at the silver-haired man and had never once imagined that the world could contain such a beautiful man. However, what Nangongyu admired most of all was not the man's peerless beauty, but the shockingly powerful force within him. This man was undeniably a powerful cultivator. He's precisely her type of man. It seems that you still enjoy deceiving others. Nangongyu calmed herself down before sneering and staring arrogantly at Gu Ruoyun. There must be a lot of people who have been deceived by your fake sense of virtuousness, am I correct? You're a hypocrite. You had seduced my father for the sake of a bit of power. What else are you not capable of doing? I think many people aren't aware of your true colors and had allowed you to play them like a toy. I, on the other hand, will show the world what kind of woman you truly are. My words will definitely open this man's eyes to the kind of woman she is. After all, no man can tolerate his woman seducing another man for the sake of money and power. Especially the kind of person who puts on a noble and virtuous face to deceive others. Hearing this, the peerlessly beautiful man in red finally had a reaction. He slowly turned around and directed his gaze at her. At that moment, Nangongyu felt her heart jump as she stared foolishly at the man's peerlessly beautiful face and gulped fiercely. If I could spend one night with a peerless-looking man like this, I'll never forget about it for the rest of my life. Stop. Yi Yu's expression changed greatly when he saw Qian Beiyi approaching Nangongyu. He turned behind to face the starry-eyed and infatuated Nangongyu and yelled, run. A murderous intent had begun to stir within this man's body when Nangongyu was speaking. Yi Yu believed that, at this moment, he was really going to kill Nangongyu. Unfortunately, Nangongyu did not respond to his warning. She then started to walk towards Qian Beiyi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 660, Nangongyu's Tragedy, 1. Chapter 660, Nangongyu's Tragedy, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Without warning, the man's large hand began to squeeze her neck powerfully and choke her. He flashed a devastating smile which also held a bloodthirsty murderous intent. Do you know that you're inviting death with your words? The feeling of pain and suffocation caused Nangongyu to snap out of her starry-eyed infatuation. She stared in astonishment at the face which was just mere inches away from hers, and her eyes instantly filled with fear. No! Bang! Qianbei Yi violently threw Nangongyu out of the way. Her body crashed into a wall and caused the entire wall to collapse. The rubble fell on her body and covered it, leaving only her head, which was staring in terror at Qianbei Yi, visible. Gu Ruoyun had been standing next to Qianbei Yi since the beginning. Her eyes were clear and cold and only showed a hint of warmth when they gazed upon the man. After a long pause, her gaze finally fell upon Nangongyu. Her pure and delicate face broke into a calm smile. Nangongyu, you seem to have forgotten my words. I had once warned you not to do anything more than 3 times. I've already let you off twice. This time, I would no longer spare you from your fate, but... Cough, cough. Nangongyu coughed drily and glared hatefully at Gu Ruoyun. This is the Yi family home and you had the audacity to raise your hand against me. The Yi family will never let a little servant girl like you get away with this. Little servant girl? Where's the servant girl? Woman, who are you calling a little servant girl? Suddenly, a childish but strong voice rang aloud from behind Nangongyu. Before Nangongyu could make sense of the situation, a small figure hurriedly rushed towards Gu Ruoyun. However, just as he was getting close to her, a large hand picked him up and tossed him away. As luck would have it, he landed but first on Nangongyu's head. He then farted loudly and Nangongyu almost fainted from the smell. When has she, Nangongyu, ever had to endure such an insult? She immediately flew into a mad rage, but her body was partially buried by the destroyed wall and she was completely immobilized. All she could do was to scream loudly, "You brat, have you no upbringing? Get away from me!" As she spoke, Nangongyu missed the change in Yi Yu's expression. "Yi Yu, who's this?" Yi Nua leaped up from Nangongyu's head before dusting off his buttocks and glancing at Yi Yu. He then turned towards a pale Nangongyu, wrinkled his adorable brows and exclaimed, "Why have I not seen her before? Why have you not thrown her out of the Yi family home yet? She had the audacity to call bodyguard Gu a little servant girl. How dare she?" He. Nangongyu sneered, and scoffed, "Who the hell are you? This little brat actually wants to kick me out of the Yi family home? Does this Yi family belong to you? What a dumb f***ck. Nangongyu had been spoiled rotten by the governor long ago in Tranquil Mountain City. As such, she does not put much thought into her actions and words. Not only had she failed to notice the ashen look on Yi Yu's face, she had not even paid attention to the way Yi Nua had addressed him. "You err, shut your mouth." Yi Yu hurriedly yelled back at Nangongyu, fearing that whatever she would say next would set the heavens on fire. He then turned towards Yi Nua and threw himself to the ground. "Little master, you err is young and does not know any better. Please, little master, spare her on account of my industrious and conscientious contributions to the Yi family." Little master? Nangongyu felt dazed. In the entire Yi family, only one person would ever be addressed by that title. The only son of the eldest young master, Yi Xingtian, who is also the only third-generation heir to the Yi family, little master Yi Nua. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 661, Nangongyu's Tragedy, 2. Chapter 661, Nangongyu's Tragedy, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This little brat is little master Yi Nua? At this moment, Nangongyu's expression was an extremely ugly sight to behold. Her mind simply refused to comprehend why little master Yi Nua had appeared here in the first place. Young? Yi Nua rolled his eyes and replied cockily, "I'm only 10 years old. Is this woman younger than me?" Yi Yu's argument that a 20-year-old adult was young and does not know any better in front of a 10-year-old child shows that his brain was full of holes as well. "You err, apologize to the little master." Yi Yu quickly shot Nangongyu a look and spoke urgently. Nangongyu's entire face was flushed red. He's asking me to apologize to a 10-year-old child in front of this woman. I'll never be able to live this down. I truly should never have insulted you, little master. To tell the truth, I had been dragged into behaving this way. This woman is too much of an intolerable bully. I've also entered the Yi family, so how could she bully me like that? Not only had she seduced my father, she had humiliated me as well. I simply cannot swallow this rage. Yi Nua was thoroughly enraged. His youthful little face turned red and he glared fiercely at Yi Yu. Take this woman away and have her locked up in the law enforcement office. She dared to accuse bodyguard Gu of seducing her father? She had not even bothered to check bodyguard Gu's status at all. Unless bodyguard Gu was King blind, then yeah, she would probably have seduced her father. With such a young and outstanding person like me around, why would bodyguard Gu even want to seduce a dried-up old man? Little master, Yi Yu's entire face had turned anxious and he pleaded bitterly, the punishments in the law enforcement office are too harsh, how can a woman like you endure it? Little master, why don't we speak to the second young master first and let him judge the situation? The second young master Yi Xinglin was the kindest person in the Yi household and was also the easiest to talk to. As long as I can speak to him, Yuer can be spared from being punished. Furthermore, it was Gu Ruoyun who had first provoked the matter. If she had not raised her hand against a disciple of the Yi family, the following events would never have happened. Why do we need to look for second uncle? Yi Nua laughed coldly, if you really want, you might as well look for my father or my grandfather. I'd really like to see who's going to stand up for you. Whether it was bodyguard Gu or these people who had been in the wrong, my father would always help bodyguard Gu unconditionally. This is based on the fact that he's still pinning his hopes on Gu Ruoyun to heal that old man. Right now, in the Yi family, nothing is more important than the old man. As for that old man, it's even better. He would always go by favoritism rather than rationality. Who cares who's right or wrong? In the eyes of that old man, the ones in the wrong will definitely be Yi Yu and that woman. Most importantly, I really don't think that bodyguard Gu would provoke anyone without rhyme or reason, so these people must have provoked her first. Since that's the case, even if bodyguard Gu ends up killing them, I'll always stand on her side anyway. However, Yi Yu let out a sigh of relief when he heard this. Whether it's the eldest young master or the second young master, they're much easier to talk to than the stubborn little master Yi Nua. As long as I can meet with them, Yuer's life can remain intact this time. Yuner. Qianbei Yi lightly narrowed his eyes and circled his arm tightly around Gu Ruoyun's waist. His voice held the sour taste of jealousy, you're really sweeping the deck with both the young and old. Gu Ruoyun coughed in embarrassment. Honestly, when she had been proposed to by a 10-year-old child, she had felt a surge of discomfort throughout her entire being. It was a particularly awkward feeling. Xiao Yi, actually, Yi Nua is only feeling too lonely. He doesn't have anyone in the Yi family who is at the same age as him and he doesn't have any brothers or sisters. Everyone else dreads him, fears him, and respects him. That's why he has become so reliant on me and said that he wants to marry me. He really just wants a person who will treat him equally and to keep him company. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 662, Nangong Yu's Tragedy, 3. Chapter 662, Nangong Yu's Tragedy, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Though this fellow may seem so mature at such a young age, he has never had a playmate of the same age. Because of Yilan, he had been forced into cultivation from the moment he began to remember things. That was the cause of his personality today. I know. Qianbei Yi smiled and loosened his grip on her waist, holding her in a more comfortable manner. If it wasn't for the fact that this little boy is not yet an adult, it wouldn't have been as simple as me just throwing him out of the way. If this were anyone else, I would have made it such that he wouldn't be able to get off the bed for half a month. The corners of Gu Ruoyun's lips twitched. I didn't think that Xiao Yu would have such a strong streak of possessiveness. Bodyguard Gu, is this fellow the husband-to-be you've mentioned? Yi Nua looked at Qianbei Yi. He had initially intended to step forward when he remembered being flung across the room and stopped in his tracks. He rubbed his nose and said, it seems that he's awakened after ingesting that hell's lotus. Bodyguard Gu, you mustn't forget about me just because you have him around now. If it wasn't for me stealing the hell's lotus, he would never have woken up. He had purposely mentioned this to ensure that Qianbei Yi heard it. What he really meant was, I had stolen the hell's lotus to save you so you cannot throw me away again. Qianbei Yi's lips curled into a smile and a light flashed across his blood-red pupils. When he gazed at the girl in his arms, the warmth in his eyes grew as if his eyes were filled with her entire being. Hell's lotus? The little master had stolen the hell's lotus? Yi Yu was stunned and his eyes darted back and forth. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. He turned to Yi Nua and said, Little Master Yi Nua, didn't you say that you want the eldest young master to make the decision? That's fine. Let's go meet the eldest young master. However, you better not regret it. Regret? What's there for me to regret? Yi Nua rolled his eyes and glanced wordlessly at Yi Yu. You've done something that you shouldn't have. If the eldest young master finds out about it, you'll be finished too. Yi Yu was no longer as terrified as he felt a while ago. He raised his chin and spoke arrogantly. Something that I shouldn't have done? Yi Nuwa furrowed his adorable brows but simply could not figure out what he had done wrong no matter how hard he tried to remember it. He unconsciously filled his tone with a bite of impatience. Quit talking nonsense, let's go see my old father now. As he spoke, he pulled Nangongyu out from the rubble and walked behind her with quick steps. A murderous intent flashed across Qianbei Ye's eyes. He smiled. Yuner, let's go watch this good show. What do you think? Gu Ruoyun did not respond. She did not know why, but there seems to be something different about Qianbei Ye's awakening this time. What the difference was, she could not say. At the thought of that, Gu Ruoyun slowly returned to her senses and said, Xiao Yi, let's go. At the grand hall, Yi Xingtian was seated on a chair, staring coldly at the handsome man who was kneeling on the ground. A frosty light flashed across his eyes. How could he not be aware of such a huge event happening in the rear courtyard? However, these people had arrived before he could get there in time. Yi Xingtian also had not expected for Yi Yu to become even gutsier. Lady Gu was the only one who can cure the master, yet he had dared to cause trouble for her. If something happens to her, there was no other person in this world who had the ability to cure him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 663, Nangong's Tragedy, 4. Chapter 663, Nangong's Tragedy, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The flames of Yi Xingtian's anger was growing bigger and bigger. His palm landed violently on the table and he exclaimed furiously, Yi Yu, what are you doing here? And who is this woman next to you? Has the Yi household suddenly become a free-for-all where anyone can just come in? Yi Yu's entire face was filled with grief. He did not understand why the eldest young master would scold him before even asking about the situation. Even though the eldest young master was not as kind as the second young master, he was not an unreasonable man. What is really going on to cause him to yell at me before inquiring about the situation? Eldest young master, I just found out that the Hell's Lotus is missing and accidentally overheard little master Yi Nuwa saying that he had stolen the Hell's Lotus and given it to this woman. I want to report the incident to the eldest young master. As he spoke, Yi Yu took one look at the woman who was nestled against Qianbei Ye's embrace and sneered. This silver-haired man is indeed powerful, but the Yi family still has the Lord Master. They call him the #1 cultivator in the banished lands. If the Lord Master was to appear, he might be able to defeat this man. Hearing this, everyone else in the Great Hall began whispering amongst themselves. The stolen Hell's Lotus was too much of a serious matter. Most importantly, the thief happened to be the Little Master. If the Master was to find out about this, the Little Master will suffer a heavy sentence. It would be difficult for these people to escape death. Utter rubbish. Yi Xingtian's expression darkened and a raging flame burned in his eyes. The Hell's Lotus is in my father's hands. I saw it with my own eyes just a while ago. You claim that Nuor had stolen the Hell's Lotus? Do you have proof? It was father who had given the Hell's Lotus to Gu Ruoyun. However, everyone else was still being kept in the dark about the matter. In order to avoid giving those troublemakers any opportunity, we cannot let anyone know about this. Yi Yu was momentarily dazed and said, I heard the Little Master confess to it personally. There's certainly no mistake about it. Oh? Yi Xingtian looked at Yi Nuwa, winked at him, and asked, is this true? Yi Nuwa immediately understood what his father really meant and took a few steps to stand in front of the crowd. His little fist landed on Yi Yu's body with a loud bang. Yi Yu did not dare to oppose Yi Nuwa. His body was immediately sent stumbling back. His handsome face was full of fiery rage, but he dared not say a thing. Ker, saying that I had stolen the Hell's Lotus. Yi Nuwa's fists landed one after another as his mouth continued to cold incessantly. Which ear of yours had heard me say such things? You dare to slander me. Faced with a flurry of fists, Yi Yu simply did not dare to fight back, terrified that he would be met with great opposition if he laid his hands on Yi Nuwa. As such, he could only continue dodging the attacks, gritting his teeth hatefully. All right. Yi Xingtian raised his hand, stopping Yi Nuwa and said, Nuor, tell father. What was your dispute about? Eldest young master. Without waiting for Yi Nuwa to speak, Nangongyu knelt and moved a few steps forward, bowing down fiercely. Her eyes were filled with grief and anger. Please make a decision for us. This woman had raised her hand and harmed a member of the Yi family. I could not bear the sight of it, so I had asked Brother Yu to avenge the family disciple. As Nangongyu spoke, she raised her head and looked at Gu Ruoyun. She continued to speak with shivering righteousness. Ever since I've entered the Yi family household, I've kept the Yi family's benevolence in mind. The Yi family are my benefactors and I love this family deeply. As such, I could not stand the sight of the Yi family disciples being bullied and stood up for them. I had done this for the sake of the Yi family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 664, Nangongyu's Tragedy, 5. Chapter 664, Nangongyu's Tragedy, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hearing those words, everyone present immediately began to nod their heads. Obviously, in their eyes, Nangongyu was a person who was always thinking of the good of the Yi family. Gu Ruoyun had heard one of the Yi family's disciple, her crime was unforgivable. Is that so? Yi Xingtian asked as he looked at Gu Ruoyun. Gu Ruoyun smiled, not seeing it as a big deal. I was merely teaching a lesson to a dog who had blocked my way. Roar! The crowd immediately went into a frenzy. Nobody could have imagined that this woman would possess such a high degree of arrogance. Even when faced with so many members of the Yi family, she had dared to spout such words. Does she no longer wish to live? Also, in this sense, she had indirectly confessed to Nangongyu's accusations. Yi Xingtian laughed bitterly. This girl, does she not understand the meaning of denial? As long as she denies it, I can have this woman thrown out of the Yi family under the crime of false accusation. However, she's really too smart by immediately confessing like that. Is she trying to make things difficult for me? Nuor, you tell me. What happened, exactly? Yi Xingtian could only place his final hopes on his own son. Of course, Yi Nuo did not disappoint. He immediately rose to his feet and replied with a cocky look on his face, Father, you must make a decision in bodyguard Gu's stead. This woman is simply an intolerable bully. She publicly ran to bodyguard Gu's room to humiliate her. However, the most vicious thing is that she had slandered bodyguard Gu by accusing her of seducing her father. She's even announced in public that bodyguard Gu is her father's concubine. I heard the whispers from outsiders about this matter and ran to find bodyguard Gu, only to catch this woman in a vain attempt to fool around with bodyguard Gu's eldest husband. The more Yi Nuo talked about it, the angrier he felt. His little face turned very red indeed. Woman, you should take a look in the mirror and assess your morality and conduct as well. That father of yours is a dried-up old man, how good can he really be? Bodyguard Gu has an outstanding and splendid eldest husband with me as her second husband. Would she even give your damned father a second look? If you don't believe me, Father, I can call on the disciples of the Yi family as witnesses. Especially the guy who had been beaten up by bodyguard Gu. At that time, they had believed in this woman's words, so they had caused trouble for bodyguard Gu. Xianbei's eyes slowly darkened and the hand that held Gu Ruoyun's hand tightened its grip. Based on the fact that this child is helping Yuner, I will overlook the way he's addressing me. Ahem. Yi Xingtian's face displayed a clear awkwardness and he looked at Gu Ruoyun. He exclaimed with an embarrassed note in his voice, Lady Gu, Nuar didn't really mean to address you in that manner, so please do not take it to heart. As for the grievances you've had to endure in the Yi household, I will make a decision, but... His eyes then turned towards Nangongyu. The man's expression lost the courtesy that he had displayed towards Gu Ruoyun. His handsome face was masked with an icy chill and his eyes were filled with an icy aura. Yi Yu, you've consciously gone against the law and connived with another to abuse an honored Yi family guest. I want you to stew in your own juices and no one would be allowed to take you in. As for you, Nangongyu, you've slandered her and impersonated as a member of the Yi family. Your crime should not be faced with punishment from the Yi family. I will hand you over to Lady Gu. Whether you live or die, she will make the decision. Yi Xingtian paused before continuing, besides, Lady Gu is Nuar's friend and is also an honored guest in the Yi household. If anyone dares to treat her without courtesy, they shall be punished with the maximum sentence. These words clearly gave Gu Ruoyun the highest form of security in the Yi family. From now on, no one in the Yi family dared to cross her again. Yi Yu's face was ashen. He does not know Gu Ruoyun's true identity, nor does he know why the eldest young master, who usually handled matters impartially, would help her without even bothering to look for proof. Furthermore, he has even given her the most honored treatment in the Yi family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 665, The Divine Beast, Vermilion Bird, 1. Chapter 665, The Divine Beast, Vermilion Bird, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In contrast to the ugly look on Yi Yu's face, Nangongyu's face went pale with shock. She crawled to her feet and hurriedly rushed out of the grand hall. No. I don't want to die. I want to go back to Tranquil Mountain City. Right now, Nangongyu's heart was filled with so much remorse, and she finally understood that her father truly had her best interests at heart. She should not have been so willful and rash to leave her safe harbor. If she was still in tranquil Mountain City, her father would certainly be able to protect her. Suddenly, a ray of red light flashed across the hall, striking her body and throwing it out of the way. In her final moments, she gazed upon the man's bloodthirsty and merciless red eyes and his head of breathtaking silvery hair. The show's over. We should return to our quarters and rest. Qianbei raised the corners of his lips and put his hand away. He looked as if the person who had just committed the murder was not him at all. All right. Gu Ruoyan nodded before turning towards Qianbei and smiling. Xiao Yi, there's something that I want to show you. Previously, in Black Rock City, Mei Shui gifted me with this black box. Perhaps Xiao Yi might know something about it. Nuar, Yi Xingtian watched Gu Ruoyan and Qianbei leave and frowned. This man is her aforementioned husband-to-be? When had he appeared? Besides, since this man has awakened, that proves that the Hell's Lotus was effective. Yi Nuo did not reply. His eyes twinkled mysteriously and no one could tell what he was thinking. Father, I want to go into closed-door cultivation. Heir? Yi Xingtian was stunned. After all, this son of his was usually most annoyed with being forced to do closed-door cultivation. Now, he was actually taking the initiative to suggest it. Could it be that the sun was rising from the west? Father, grandfather was right. I can only grow stronger in order to help her. So, I've decided to lock myself up. Once I've broken through to become a martial emperor, I'll look for her again. At this moment, the little youth's face was full of resolve. His eyes flashed with a determined light. Yi Xingtian laughed bitterly and replied with exasperation, all right then, you may commence your cultivation in your grandfather's cultivation room. If your grandfather sees how you're making an effort, he'll be very happy. He will definitely be very willing to loan you his cultivation room. Yi Nuo took one last look at Gu Ruoyan and slightly clenched his little fists. Bodyguard Gu, wait for me to emerge once again. I will make you sit up and take notice of me. In case your eyes no longer behold mine after the appearance of this man. Now, I can only draw your attention with my power and talent. However, I'm afraid that I'll never catch up to you for the rest of my life. The clear, cold glow of moonlight poured down upon the room. The two of them looked at each other face to face in the bedroom. Illuminated by the glow of the moonlight, the sight of it was as beautiful as a portrait. Yuner, we've been apart for so many days. There's something that I need to tell you. Qianbei took 2 steps towards her. His peerlessly beautiful features were enveloped by the light of the moon, and he was so devastatingly beautiful that one becomes breathless in his presence. Every minute and every second that I was away from you feels like an entire century to me. So, from now on, I don't want you to be away from me for too long. He could still remember the last time she had left him at Azure Dragon Country. In the end, he had gone to look for her, unable to bear his longing for her. Gu Ruoyan stared blankly before nodding. All right, then you'll follow me wherever I go. Yuner, Qianbei gazed at Gu Ruoyan in complete seriousness. That's not what I meant. I'm saying, marry me, isn't that good? Marry him? Gu Ruoyan was completely dazed. A year ago, Qianbei's coma showed her that she could not be without this man and made her realize that, after their years of interaction, she had slowly developed feelings for him. However, honestly speaking, she had never thought of marrying him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 666, The Divine Beast, Vermilion Bird, 2. Chapter 666, The Divine Beast, Vermilion Bird, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. She had never even considered it. Furthermore, Qianbei was now very different from the Qianbei she had known before. Previously, Xiao Yi was like an innocent child. Now, it seemed almost like he had grown up overnight. Xiao Yi, I'm still holding on to a great hatred. Gu Ruoyan gently closed her eyes and opened them again after a long pause. She gazed at the man's peerless face and said, my mother died tragically and my maternal grandfather's entire family was annihilated. Yet, that son of AB** TCH still flaunts himself as a filial son-in-law. I will never forget this vengeance. There are some matters that I will only consider after I've had my revenge. Qianbei curled his lips into a smile as his fingers gently caressed Gu Ruoyan's hair. His voice, which was usually filled with cruelty and bloodlust when he spoke to others, was now filled with warmth and love instead. Then I'll wait for you. If you need any help, just say the word. I will take care of all your enemies for you and terrorize those who would hurt you. He loves her so much, how could he bear to allow anyone to hurt her? Now, whenever he thought of the ones who had hurt her in her past life, Qianbei's heart would stir with a thick murderous intent. It took him a long time before he could recompose himself and lower his head to look at the girl before him. Yuner, you said that you have something to show me? This is it. Gu Ruoyun's eyes flashed and a curious-looking black box appeared in the palm of her hand. Someone had given this to me but I don't know how to use it. Could you take a look at it for me? Qianbei squinted his eyes and a peculiar light flashed. His face then looked a little shocked. This is a divine weapon? A divine weapon? Gu Ruoyun's heart shuddered violently. A sacred treasure? You're certain? Amongst all the weapons of the world, spiritual weapons were already considered very valuable. The total number of spiritual weapons in one mainland could be counted on one's fingers. What more a mythical divine weapon? She already has one divine weapon, the ancient divine pagoda. What uses could this divine weapon hold? It goes without saying that as long as it was a divine weapon, its existence was separate from the rest of the world. That's right, it's a divine weapon. And a multidimensional divine weapon at that. A multidimensional divine weapon? Like the ancient divine pagoda? Gu Ruoyun was even more astonished. After all, multidimensional divine weapons were the most valuable of all divine weapons. No, Qianbei shook his head. The ancient divine pagoda is an ancient antique and is more valuable than this divine weapon. Yuner, divine weapons are not like an average weapon, they must be contracted to your soul. After it has been contracted, unless your soul was destroyed, it will follow you through every reincarnation. Gu Ruoyun nodded and took a deep breath. She then slowly closed her eyes. She used her soul and carved an imprint inside the black box. Instantly, a black light emerged from within and a large, golden word appeared from inside the box. Chaos? Gu Ruoyun opened her eyes and stared at the word on the box as she said, "It seems that setting up a contract with a divine weapon wasn't as difficult as I'd thought." It's not that easy to set up a contract with a divine weapon. Qianbei smiled and continued, not everyone can control a divine weapon. They have more spiritual intelligence than spiritual weapons and are more selective of their owners. The extent of your soul in the contract is more superior than it, which was why it had chosen you. Yuner, give it a name. Gu Ruoyun rubbed her chin and muttered to herself for a bit before saying, I'll call it Xiaohei. Buzz, buzz. Hearing its name, Xiaohei flew from Gu Ruoyun's hand as if it was protesting against something. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 667, The Divine Beast, Vermilion Bird, 3. Chapter 667, The Divine Beast, Vermilion Bird, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After all, it was a divine weapon, yet she had given it the name of a country bumpkin. Gu Ruoyun ignored its tantrum and plucked it from the air back into her hand. She then directed her psychic consciousness to explore the contents of the box. Instantly, a piece of chaos entered her vision. It was gray and blurry and she could not make anything out at all. Gu Ruoyun frowned and retrieved her psychic consciousness. She turned towards Qianbei and asked, what kind of multidimensional divine weapon is this? Chaos. Qianbei thought deeply about this. After a long pause, his red eyes fell upon Gu Ruoyun as he said, Chaos may be no match for the ancient divine pagoda, but its rank is at the frontmost among all the divine weapons. Within chaos, time and the world outside moves differently. 1 year inside is equivalent to 1 month in the world outside. It is abundant in spiritual energy as well, making it very suitable for cultivation. But Gu Ruoyun's heart leaped. I didn't think that Xiaohei would be so useful. This trip to the banished lands was certainly not wasted. Yuner, don't get too happy so soon. Do you know chaos origins? Qianbei looked at the girl before him and the smile in his red eyes grew even more magnificent. This weapon had been created over 10,000 years ago by a strong cultivator who wished to establish her own powers. Back then, her powers were almost at its peak and she no longer needed to absorb spiritual energy. As such, this particular type of divine weapon specializes in nurturing a person's power. That also means that as the master of this divine weapon, you can't enter the divine weapon and use it for cultivation. Gu Ruoyun's heart shuddered violently. Creating a divine weapon? Just how powerful was that cultivator's level of strength? Even so, Xiaohei will provide me with a great boost of power. Besides, I have long been trying to figure out a way to transport the powers of Black Rock City out of here without having to expose the ancient divine pagoda. With Xiaohei, I no longer need to worry about that. Gu Ruoyun fiddled with the box in her hand and grinned. The perplexing issue that she had been mulling over for the past few days was now resolved. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and fixed her eyes upon Canbie. Xiao Yi, how do you know so much? Haven't you lost your memories and completely forgotten your past? Gu Ruoyun furrowed her brows and asked suspiciously, could it be that you've regained your memories? That's right. I thought it was strange that the current Xiao Yi gives off a completely different feeling from how he was before. There can only be one explanation for this. He has regained his memories. As his memories were restored, his personality had then changed greatly. He no longer acts cute or coquettish to me. Silence. The entire room was deathly silent. After a long pause, the man spoke again. Actually, I'm not too certain myself. When I saw Xiao Hei, everything about its origins suddenly appeared in my mind. Perhaps I've seen it before. Gu Ruoyun was still suspicious and asked again, are you telling me the truth? Qian Beiyi stared at Gu Ruoyun with grief. His pitiful expression was like a bottom in a homosexual relationship, giving one the urge to love him tenderly. Yuner, don't you believe me? I believe you. Gu Ruoyun shook her head, cast off her misgivings and looked at the man in front of her again. Xiao Yi, if you really have regained your memories, tell me. I'd like to know about your past as well. Besides, I really hope that you'll get your memories back. A person who cannot remember his own past must be in great pain. Qian Beiyi reached out and pulled Gu Ruoyun against his chest, holding the woman in a tight embrace as if he feared that if he loosened his grip, she would leave without even looking back. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 668, The Divine Beast, Vermilion Bird, 4. Chapter 668, The Divine Beast, Vermilion Bird, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As such, at this moment, Gu Ruoyun missed the quick flash of light in his eyes. Yuner, from here on, no matter what happens, I, Qian Beiyi, will never harm a single hair on your head. You must believe me. All right. I trust you. This man had accompanied me for so many years. How could I not trust him? Even if he happened to point a sword at her one day, there was no way that this person would be her Xiao Yi. Because Xiao Yi would never ever hurt her. Yuner, when are we leaving? After a month. I've promised Yilan that I would cure him. Once he's healthy again, we can leave the banished lands. Gu Ruoyun smiled gently. Now that Xiao Yi was awake, it was time for them to leave this place. Her only regret was that Zixi was not by her side. At the East Peak mainland. Seated in a guest house, the man's face looked as cold as ice. His handsome, godlike features displayed a thick murderous intent. His golden eyes slowly darkened and his fingers gently brushed the wine cup on the table. You've rushed me back from the banished lands, saying that you found Yuner's murderer. I wonder who this person is. Xia Chushua's entire face was filled with urgency and a hint of rage. Big brother Jean, it's true. The one responsible for my elder sister's death is that holy doctor, Bai Zhongtian. At that time, he had wanted to marry her off to someone in exchange for some medicinal herbs. Big sister refused, so he had killed her. Smash! The man's palm gathered strength and shattered the cup in his hand into pieces, some of which had pierced into his hand. Yet he did not seem to feel it. His golden eyes remained cold and arrogant as he asked, the proof? The proof. A vicious light flashed in Xia Chushua's eyes. The proof is that Bai Zhongtian has recently been in contact with Qin Ran. This Qin Ran was the man whom Bai Zhongtian had initially wanted my sister to marry. Qin Ran. The man's golden eyes turned increasingly cold as he heard that name. He spoke darkly, I'll investigate this matter thoroughly. If he had truly murdered Yuner, then I will hunt him down and kill him even if I have to go to the ends of the earth. Xia Chushua sneered at the sight of the man's expression. Big brother Jean, I can arrange for whatever evidence you want. By the time you receive the results of your investigation, it will all point towards Bai Zhongtian, Xia Ruoyun's murderer. By then, I'll use you to send that troublesome old man off to accompany Xia Ruoyun. Whoosh! Just as Xia Chushua spoke, Jean Di's body turned into a flash of light and charged off at top speed. Xia Chushua, who had remained behind and watched him leave, clenched her fists. She took a deep breath before turning around and left the guest house. At the Xia family home, a place with many visitors. When Xia Ruoyun was still alive, even though she had a deep friendship with Jean Di, they did not see each other very often. That was why the world was unaware of her relationship with Jean Di. Even her father and younger sister, Xia Ming and Xia Chushue, had only found out about it after her death. With the help of Jean Di, the Xia family has managed to destroy countless enemies. Thus, the world began to sit up and take notice of the Xia family. With the backing of a marshal supreme, not many families in the East Peak mainland dared to oppress the Xiao family. Furthermore, the rest of the word was unaware of another trump card hidden within the Xiao family home. In a damp secret chamber, a chirping sound could be heard. If one were to look inside, one would find a firebird locked inside the secret chamber with a table filled with all sorts of fresh food. However, it did not seem to have any appetite as it looked around the tightly sealed stone room. It then let out a howl before angrily sweeping the delicious food off the table. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 669, The Divine Beast, Vermilion Bird, 5. Chapter 669, The Divine Beast, Vermilion Bird, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Creak. The stone door was pushed open and a woman dressed in white entered the room. She turned towards the venting firebird, slowly stepped forward and smiled. Lord Vermilion Bird, has someone angered you and caused you to lose your temper? Hoof. The Vermilion Bird scoffed, you said that you had information about my friends. Why haven't I received any news by now? If you don't find my friends, I will destroy your Xiao family. Lord Vermilion Bird, please rest assured. We know where your friends are. However, finding them will require a bit of time since the East Peak mainland is so large. Finding one person isn't that easy, right? These humans are too vile. Just a few days ago, I had managed to escape my prison with great difficulty and happened to encounter these humans. I only wanted to ask if they had any information about my friends, and these humans then told me that they had seen the Azure Dragon and the rest. So, I had followed them. In the end, after my arrival, they made me sit in this stone chamber. It's been many days and I've not received any news at all. It's been so many years. I don't know where the Azure Dragon and the rest are or if they have been captured by that person. Lord Vermilion Bird, my father has indeed seen your friends. So as long as you remain here for a few months, we will definitely help you locate them. Xiao Chushua smiled as a light flashed across the lower lids of her eyes. This firebird was really an idiot. Just a few words from me had fooled it into coming here so easily. As for the news of father having met the Azure Dragon, it had all been a ruse to fool this firebird into coming back with me. Who has the time to help it search for its friends? At this rate, we just need to continue deceiving it so that once the Xiao family gets rid of Jean D, we'll have another powerful backer. The only thing is, I did not expect this firebird to have such an uncontrollable temper. It's been only a few days and it's already flying into an uncontrollable rage. Out. Get out. The Vermilion Bird opened its mouth and aimed a wave of flames towards Xiao Chushua as he screamed furiously, if you cannot find the Azure Dragon and the rest, don't come and see me at all. Of course, that blast of flame was not very strong and Xiao Chushua was able to avoid it easily. After all, it was still holding on to the hope that these people would help it find the Azure Dragon. Make yourself at home, Lord Vermilion Bird, I'll let you know if I have any more news. Xiao Chushua smiled and took her leave. If I'm unable to use Jean D to kill Bai Zhongtian this time, I have no choice but to manipulate this stupid bird into doing my bidding. This bird will definitely listen to my commands for the sake of finding its friends. I've coincidentally managed to use this to control it. Xiao Ruoyan, it's a pity that you're no longer here. Otherwise, I'll definitely make you take a good look at my capabilities. You had utilized graceful words and flowery speeches to deceive grandfather's ancient divine pagoda into your hands, but what's the use? You still have no way of forming a contract with it. As for me, I've obtained such a powerful spiritual beast. Based on your capabilities, you'll never be able to control the Vermilion Bird, a member of the 4 divine beasts. Xiao Chushua smiled cockily. Her smile was full of malice. If Xiao Ruoyan was still alive, I'll definitely make everyone overlook her prestige. I'll make her understand that it's me who holds the #1 position in the Xiao family. She is nothing. As she walked out of the stone chamber, she closed the stone door and left without even looking back. A month passed on very quickly. Within this month, Gu Ruoyun had removed the poison from Yi Lan's system every day. As such, the poison in Yi Lan's body was gradually eliminated with each passing day. Also, ever since that fateful day, Yi Nuwa had entered the secret chamber and gone into closed-door cultivation. He has not reappeared since then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 670, The Return, 1. Chapter 670, The Return, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyan felt strange in the absence of that little nagging fellow by her side. It was a good thing that after 1 month, all the poison had been cleared out of Yilan's system and it was time to leave. Little girl, I'm truly grateful for your help. If it had not been for you, I'm afraid that I would never be as healthy as this for the rest of my life. Furthermore, from now on, he has already begun to reorganize the entire family. Every time he thought of that old man's recent actions, Yilan's face would unconsciously sink. It would take a long time before he could recompose himself. Master Yi, if fate permits it, we will meet again. Gu Ruoyun glanced behind Yilan, looking for a familiar small figure. Yi Nuwa isn't coming? Yilan laughed bitterly. He says he does not plan to send you off. He's afraid that he won't be able to withstand the urge to stop you from leaving. He has asked me to tell you to wait for him to break through to the rank of a martial emperor, then he'll come and look for you. Alright, I'll wait for him to come find me then. Gu Ruoyun smiled. Master Yi, we'll be leaving now. Let's go, Lady Gu, I'll escort you to the gate. Yilan smiled and replied. Seeing this, Gu Ruoyun did not reject the offer. She nodded and said, alright. In the entire Yi family, those who have seen Yilan were far and few in between. As such, even if he had appeared in such a place, not many would be able to recognize him as the #1 cultivator in the Yi family. However, there were bound to be a few elders who have seen him before. Hence, when they saw Yilan personally send Gu Ruoyun off, they were shocked. They started to make guesses at the identity of this woman. Who is she and why would the master personally send her off? The soldier who was currently guarding the city gate was the very same one who had given Gu Ruoyun the test back then. Initially, his heart leaped at the sight of Gu Ruoyun. Over the past few days, the young master has consistently asked him to find the whereabouts of the woman who was responsible for destroying the stone tablet. However, he had been unable to locate even a hair of her. It was as if she had disappeared into thin air. He had not expected her to reappear. If he could inform the eldest young master about this, he would certainly receive a great reward. However, upon seeing Yi Xingtian who was following behind the girl, the soldier was immediately dumbstruck. What is this? Didn't the eldest young master ask us to find this woman? Why is he walking with her now? Could it be that the eldest young master had been toying with me? Hence, when Gu Ruoyun's shadow had disappeared from outside the city gate, the soldier had yet to regain his senses. He stared dazedly at Yi Xingtian. What are you daydreaming about? Yi Xingtian frowned in annoyance and chastised him. Eldest young master, the soldier hurriedly recomposed himself and threw himself down to kneel on the ground. This subordinate simply had not expected to see that genius woman, the one whom you've tasked me to find, to be walking by your side. His meaning was, you're already acquainted with the girl whom you've asked me to find, so why had you asked me to do so earlier? What do you mean? Yi Xingtian still could not understand the situation. He frowned and asked, when did I walk with the genius woman whom I've sent you to find? Ah? The soldier was immediately dumbfounded. What is eldest young master talking about? Isn't this the person he had been searching for? It was Yilan who first managed to regain his senses. He exclaimed with a shocked look on his elderly face, could it be that Lady Gu was the genius woman who had destroyed the stone tablet? What? Yi Xingtian finally understood what the soldier was talking about and nearly jumped. What did you say? Lady Gu was the person we've been looking for? The father and son looked at each other as their eyes filled with shock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 671, The Return, 2. Chapter 671, The Return, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Father, should we go after her? Yi Xingtian suppressed the high spirit in his heart. If Lady Gu was the person we've been searching for, then there's no need. Yilan slowly stepped out from his shock. He turned towards the direction where Gu Ruoyun had left and muttered, if destiny permits it, I believe that we'll see her again. There's no need to rush for now. Besides, Lady Gu has left after having cured my ailment. I think that it's best that we don't disturb her for the time being. Hearing this, Yi Xingtian said nothing more. Whatever his thoughts were, no one knew. At Black Rock City. After several months, Gu Ruoyun had returned to this place once again. Everything looked the same and things do not seem to have changed very much. Yuner, where are we going? Qian Beiyi lowered his eyelids and observed the woman next to him. His lips curled into a smile that could send countries into war. Gu Ruoyun pondered for a bit before replying, we're going to the governor's palace. All right. Qian Beiyi would never have anything against Gu Ruoyun's suggestions. His already peerless features grew even more breathtaking with that smile. Instantly, the people on the street found themselves consciously drawn towards the two. The very sight of the picture-perfect pair walking hand in hand was so beautiful that they could not turn away. Every moment when they looked at each other and smiled with such a pure and deep connection, they looked like a couple who were made for one another. No one could come between them at all. Outside the quiet governor's palace, the Morone family disciples yawned sleepily. Suddenly, they seemed to notice something and hurriedly rubbed their eyes. They then ran into the governor's palace without another word. "Master, master, the governor has returned." "The governor has returned." "What?" At that moment, everyone, led by Master Morone, came out from the governor's palace. Everyone stared in shock at the woman in green. Some were so shocked that they could not even speak. "Lord Governor, you finally returned." Master Morone's elderly eyes welled up with tears. Even his voice shook. "I've been watching over the governor's palace, waiting for you to return. Now that you've finally returned, you won't be leaving anymore, right?" "No." Gu Ruoyun shook her head. "This time, not only would I be leaving, I also want to ask you this, who is willing to leave this place with me?" As long as Xiaohei, transporting the entire Black Rock City out from the banished lands would not be an issue. "Even though Black Rock City is our route, if you've made a decision, I will certainly pledge my life to follow you." "Russell, Russell." Everyone immediately knelt down and formed a pitch-black mass, using this to signify their heart's decision. "Morone Lin, gather everyone in the city. If anyone chooses to stay, I will not force them. I'll be moving the entire Black Rock City. Those who choose to stay will be sent to Holy City." With her connections to the Yi family, having them taken a few people would not be a problem. Moving the entire Black Rock City? Everyone was shocked when they heard those words. Black Rock City is huge, how can she move an entire city? Of course, no one opposed Gu Ruoyun's orders. They hurriedly gathered the citizens to the city plaza and announced Gu Ruoyun's decision. What kind of a place was the banished lands? It was a place made up of people who had been banished from the mainlands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 672, The Return, 3. Chapter 672, The Return, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If they were given the chance to leave the banished lands, no one would refuse. As such, not a single person in Black Rock City, including the little peddlers, had opposed Gu Ruoyun's decision. So, on this day, a huge incident happened in the banished lands. Black Rock City, which had previously enjoyed an abrupt rise in power, suddenly disappeared. That was right, it had indeed completely vanished. Even its roots had been pulled out and was lost in the river of history in the banished lands. Because of this, countless powerful cultivators received a great shock and gathered to visit Black Rock City. Initially, they believed that some powerful cultivator had destroyed Black Rock City. However, not a single sign of battle could be found on the land where Black Rock City had once stood. Furthermore, if it had been an unknown cultivator who had destroyed Black Rock City, they would at least leave some kind of trace. Even if they had used fire, it would be impossible for them to have burned the entire city in such a pristine manner. Most importantly, the marks on the ground only proved one thing. Someone had pulled everything up from the roots. From the roots? How could this be? Not even 10,000 martial honors would be able to accomplish such a feat. To be able to do such a thing, just how powerful was that person? This matter soon reached the ears of the Yi family's father and son as well. Instantly, Yi Lan's eyes danced as he laughed bitterly. This little girl. Wherever she goes, she'll cause a ruckus. Father, do you mean that Black Rock City's disappearance had something to do with Lady Gu? Yi Xingtian was shocked. Even if Lady Gu had the flames of Nirvana, she could not possibly have the power to pull Black Rock City out from its roots. That's right, my informants have told me that this girl was closely tied to this matter. Yi Lan shook his head exasperatedly. However, this is enough to place the martial honors of the banished lands into a state of terror for a while. Perhaps those secretive old men will appear as well. How much shock can a person who was able to move Black Rock City away inspire? Most importantly, no one knows who the cultivator was. Who could resist not investigating such a powerful yet anonymous cultivator in the banished lands? I'm glad that girl has managed to leave the banished lands. Otherwise, there would be trouble for sure. Don't judge the situation just because those old men do not seem to bother about worldly matters. Hidden in the mountain forests, they are the patron saints of the banished lands. That little girl had made such a huge move, those old men are bound to be shocked as well. There was a huge amount of anxiety in Yi Lan's voice. Obviously, his worries were unfounded. After she had uprooted Black Rock City, Gu Ruoyun had flown back to the mainland immediately. Otherwise, she might end up attracting unwanted attention. At the West Spirit mainland. Deep in the mountains, a group of elders in white traveled with a speed that almost cut through the trees around them. It's been so many days and we still have not been able to capture that woman, Guru Oyun. Let's speed it up. As long as we can capture the Dongfang family members, we can use them to threaten her. 1 year ago, during the divine trials, Guru Oyun had killed countless cultivators of the immortal realm. Even though the spirit sect had helped to conceal this matter, someone somehow managed to leak out this bit of information. As such, throughout this entire year, the immortal realm has been sending out search parties to find Guru Oyun's whereabouts so that they could exact revenge on her for killing off the best cultivators of the immortal realm. However, that woman seemed to have disappeared. Not one person has seen any sign of her at all during this year. Also, during this period of time, the spirit sect, without rhyme or reason, deliberately caused trouble for the immortal realm. This prevented the immortal realm from sending out any more personnel to gather information about Guru Oyun. Hence, the immortal realm had decided to seize the opportunity to stir up trouble under the spirit sect's surveillance and dispatched a few people to attack the Dongfang family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 673, The Return, 4. Chapter 673, The Return, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As long as they can capture the Dongfang family members, they would not have to worry about Guru Oyun not showing herself. However, because most of the powerful cultivators were under scrutiny and unable to leave, they could only send out a few low-level martial emperors. Even though Lan Yuga of the Dongfang family has already reached the rank of a high-level martial emperor, for the sake of victory, the immortal master had lent them his spiritual weapons and provided them with a spell which could temporarily increase their power. That, along with the fact that they had the advantage in greater numbers, they had no worries in attacking the Dongfang family. Who are you trying to capture? Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out from the trees above them. It was not too clear nor was it too faint, it was just enough for everyone to hear the message. Who's there? The elders' breath grew sluggish and they immediately paused in their tracks, staring in full alert at the big tree next to them. However, they found it hard to believe that while there was a man in the tree, they had not been able to sense his presence at all. Even their mental powers could not catch his aura. Who was this to have such power that we were unable to sense his presence? A shadowed form leaped from the tree, landing steadily on the ground. It was a delicate and pretty youth with eyes that sparkled like stars in the night sky. The aura from his body gave off a rather comforting feeling and made one inadvertently think of verdant hills and still waters. The youth carried the air of a harmless, well-brought-up man. He did not seem to have very much of a killing intent. Nevertheless, these traditional elders dared not act too carelessly. Based on the man's voice, they could tell that it had belonged to the delicate and pretty youth before them, who did not seem like the sort of person who would even harm a fly. Who are you? One elder furrowed his brows and asked. You mentioned that you wanted to do something to someone. Who are you targeting? The delicate and pretty youth slowly walked towards them. His smile was youthful and tender. Does it concern Guru Oyun? What? The elders looked at one another and let the elder who had first spoken issue the reply. That's right, we're scheming against Guru Oyun. Oh? Then I found the right people. The youth smiled gently. His smile still looked rather harmless, pure, and touching. However, boom! A powerful force suddenly appeared from the ground as countless swords erupted from the earth. Before the elders could react, they had been impaled by the swords on the ground. The elder who had replied was drenched in blood. He fixed his bloodshot eyes upon the youth's tender features and spluttered, Who are you? The youth did not speak. He held a long sword made of spotted laurel and slowly walked ahead. Just as his figure disappeared, a youthful and tender voice echoed in the thin air. The voice was light and airy, but it embedded itself fiercely into the hearts of the elders. Remember, my name is Xia Lingyu. The elder opened his mouth, trying to speak. However, before he could even call out for help, he had closed his eyes, lifeless, never to open them again. At the Dongfang family home, two figures stood for a long time outside the large gate. Guru Oyun looked at the courtyard before her and her eyes were distant. The Dongfang family home. I've finally returned. She was just about to make her way into the Dongfang family home when a figure rushed towards her, nearly colliding with her head-on. Just before the figure was about to crash into Guru Oyun, she stopped abruptly and wrinkled her eyebrows in annoyance. When she noticed Guru Oyun, she was stunned. Master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 674, The Return, 5. Chapter 674, The Return, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yunyao stared dazedly at the familiar face before her as tears streamed down her face. Overcome by emotion, she immediately reached out to hug Gu Ruoyun. However, before she could even touch Gu Ruoyun, she was pulled aside by another hand. Yunyao nearly fell face first onto the ground. Qian Beiyi glared irritably at the white tiger and his eyes filled with warning. Master, you've returned. In the past, Qian Beiyi's glare would have scared Yunyao to death. However, at this moment, the surprise of seeing Gu Ruoyun again after such a long separation had conquered her heart until she did not notice Qian Beiyi's deathly glare. I've returned. Where is maternal grandfather and maternal grandmother? They are in the grand hall, master. We've all been waiting for you. We've been waiting for almost 2 years. At the very mention of this, Yunyao's eyes were filled with grief. They had endured countless suffering over the past 2 years. Nonetheless, they had taken it all in stride. All for her sake. Come, let's make our way there now. All right. Yunyao had recovered her usual graceful manners and smiled. She followed behind Gu Ruoyun and walked into the grand hall. In the grand hall, Master Dongfang and Lan Yuga were in the middle of a conversation. It was at this moment that Lan Yuga, who had been laughing and chatting with him, abruptly stopped and stared out the door with a look that Master Dongfang had never seen before. Master Dongfang followed her gaze towards the doorway and nearly fainted in shock. His heart was immediately filled with ecstasy. The only thing was, the old man was used to being proud and pompous, so he quickly put away the joy on his face and cleared his throat. It's good to have you back. Master Dongfang had never experienced the dangers in the banished lands, but he has heard of them. It was a place where even martial honors would never return from. Hence, over the past year, they had been constantly on the edge and had not been able to have a good night's sleep. Now that the lady who had been away for more than a year has finally returned, Master Dongfang was not only surprised, he was also in a state of disbelief. Yes, I'm back. Gu Ruoyun smiled and slowly walked towards the two. Maternal grandmother, is maternal grandfather still crabby and ill-tempered? Has he made you angry? Master Dongfang nearly went wild with rage. I'm still this fellow's maternal grandfather after all, yet she would slander me the moment she returns. She's really going to anger me to death. Humph. He was not happy at all. He scoffed and was just about to turn away when at that moment, he accidentally caught sight of Qian Beiyi, who was holding Gu Ruoyun's hand. What? What's this? Even though Gu Ruoyun had announced to everyone that Qian Beiyi belonged to her a year ago, this had completely been for the sake of opposing Elder Qili. At the time, the two of them were not as intimate as they were right now. What more about holding hands in public? What on earth has happened over the past year? Yuner, what is your relationship with Sir Qianbei? Lan Yuga had obviously noticed this as well and asked in surprise. Maternal grandmother, we. Gu Ruoyun was just about to explain but was cut off by the man's jolly voice. Between the two of us, cooked rice can never go back to being raw again. What's done is done. We ask that you make us whole, maternal grandfather and maternal grandmother. Boom. Cooked rice can never go back to being raw again. Gu Ruoyun's mind exploded. While I'm sure of my feelings for Qian Beiyi, when had this cooked rice can never go back to being raw again situation occurred? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 675, A Missed Opportunity, 1. Chapter 675, A Missed Opportunity, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Qian Bei Yi. Gu Ruoyun gritted her teeth as she thought, why has this guy become so hateful after his awakening? Dear wife, don't tell me that you want to refuse the bill after you've wiped your mouth and licked the plate clean? Qian Beiyi turned and looked at Gu Ruoyun as if he had suffered a great injustice. He now wants everyone to know that Gu Ruoyun belongs to only him alone. Besides, once Gu Ruoyun's maternal grandfather and grandmother have both acknowledged him, he can finally be with his beloved in a just and honorable manner. Qian Beiyi. Gu Ruoyun viciously gnashed her teeth as she glared at him. Wait until I get back to the room. We'll settle this then. This statement sounded completely sinister no matter how one looked at it. Ahem. Master Dongfang awkwardly cleared his throat and said, if you wish to discuss passion and love with each other, go back to your room and do it. Do whatever you like, I have no right or ability to interfere. Actually, Master Dongfang had not put up much resistance because he was actually quite satisfied with having Qian Beiyi as a son-in-law. This man is very powerful and would be a good match for this girl. Besides, the girl is of age, it's about time for her to be married off. Of course, it would be best if they could decide on the matter by themselves. Qian Beiyi was a good and obedient child. So, upon Master Dongfang's words, he immediately scooped Gu Ruoyun into his arms and hurriedly rushed out of the grand hall. When the latter had regained her senses, they had reached the inside of the ancient divine pagoda. Qianbei Yi! How on earth had you managed to bring me here? Gu Ruoyun was astonished. All this while, only she and Zixi had been able to control the ancient divine pagoda. She could only utilize her soul to enter and exit the ancient divine pagoda. Hence, she had no idea how Qianbei Yi had managed to bring the both of them into there. Previously, you fed the Hell's Lotus with your own blood. Because of this, I'm now able to enter the ancient divine pagoda at will. Qianbei Yi smiled. Didn't you say that you would settle the bill with me after returning to your room? This ancient divine pagoda can also be considered as our room. Here, you can settle the bill with me in whatever way you please. Gu Ruoyun's face blackened. Why did you say those things to my maternal grandfather and grandmother? You ner. Qianbei Yi suddenly reached out and pulled the woman into his chest. He hugged the woman's soft and gentle figure in a tight grip as he lowered his eyelids and said, May I ask you something, are you willing to accept me? It's fine if you don't want to get married now. I can wait for you. Gu Ruoyun shook and she smiled gently. What do you think? What do you think? These simple words contained her answer. Qianbei Yi smiled. That smile made the colors of the world melt away and was so peerless that it takes one's breath away. Yuner, I want everyone to know that you're mine. Xiao Yi. Suddenly, Gu Ruoyun pushed Qianbei Yi away. Her eyes turned serious as she asked, I'll ask you one last time, have you regained your memories? Qianbei Yi gently lowered his eyelids, masking the confusion and hurt in those blood-red eyes. Yuner, if I regain my memories, would you leave me? He clenched his fist and his heart grew nervous. He's even lost the courage to look at the woman in front of him. Perhaps the only thing which could make this peerless and devil-like man feel insecure or afraid were matters concerning her. I won't leave you. Gu Ruoyun raised her gaze and her eyes were filled with resolve, and I don't mind any part of your past. Xiao Yi, if you've regained your memories, please let me know. Of course, if you're not ready to talk about it, I'll wait until you're ready. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 676, A Missed Opportunity, 2. Chapter 676, A Missed Opportunity, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Qianbei Yi pulled Gu Ruoyun back into his arms once again. The forcefulness in his embrace was as if he was truly terrified that the girl in his arms would leave him. I don't want to suffer that kind of agony a second time. Yuner, I'm sorry. Please allow me to be selfish just this once. I only want you to stay. In a corner, Yan widened his eyes as he watched the man and woman in an embrace. A peculiar light flashed across his eyes. At this moment, Qianbei Yi seemed to remember that there was still another little creature residing in the ancient divine pagoda. His crimson eyes darkened and his red lips gently moved as he spat, Get out! Boom! Following that, a powerful force crashed into Yan's head and sent him flying away. Yan felt wronged. I reckon that the king would only ever display such gentleness in front of master. When it comes to anyone else, he was simply too fierce. He had scared me so badly that my tiny heart is now in disarray. Besides, I wasn't really doing anything. It was the king himself who had wanted to come to the ancient divine pagoda and be intimate with master. What does this have to do with me? It's really none of his business. Back then, when Qianbei Yi had no memory of Yan's existence, he would never have lashed out at him. Now, he has found out that Yan, as a member of the animal race, had surrendered to Gu Ruoyun but had not followed her orders. As a result, he had nearly caused her to lose her life in the Xia family home back in Heaven City. Whenever Qianbei Yi thought of this, his chest would light up with a burning flame. Had Yan not voluntarily signed a bond of slavery contract with Gu Ruoyun, Qianbei Yi would have taken his life. I'll leave, I'm leaving now. Realizing that Qianbei Yi still wanted to make a move, Yan jumped in fright and disappeared in a whoosh, afraid that if he was one step slower, not even his dregs would be spared. A demon should not be provoked. Especially this one whose face was changing faster than its changing colors. He was clearly speaking to the woman in his arms in a soft and gentle voice, but in the blink of an eye, he would kill another living thing right next to him. So, it was safer to leave the ancient divine pagoda right away. Ah, right. Yuner, if you want Zixi to hatch a little faster, there's a way. What is it? Gu Ruoyun was immediately filled with joy. She hurriedly pushed herself out of Qianbei Yi's embrace and asked. Seeing how much she cared for Zixi, the vat of jealous vinegar in Qianbei Yi's heart immediately tipped over. Nevertheless, he replied, the 10,000-year-old ice crystal can help you speed up the hatching process of a phoenix egg. Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun's body immediately disappeared from the ancient divine pagoda and hurriedly went in search for Master Dongfang, desperate for news of the 10,000-year-old ice crystal. The 10,000-year-old ice crystal? Master Dongfang was astonished. I've heard that there's a small piece of it in the Amethyst Underworld Palace. What would you need that 10,000-year-old ice crystal for? Gu Ruoyun took a deep breath and said, I want to save a friend. Now, I must leave the Dongfang family for a bit. I'll return once I've obtained the 10,000-year-old ice crystal. What, you're leaving? Lan Yuga, who was next to him, was filled with reluctance. You've only just returned and now you want to leave again. Is it that urgent? Gu Ruoyun gently nodded. Her eyes were full of seriousness as she replied, he's a very important friend to me and had become seriously injured for my sake. Hence, I must help him. For without him, I would not be where I am today. All right. Lan Yuga nodded and sighed, please remain safe in everything you do. But once she finished speaking, Gu Ruoyun took one last look at Lan Yuga and Master Dongfang before walking out the door. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 677, A Missed Opportunity, 3. Chapter 677, A Missed Opportunity, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Before Gu Ruoyun left the Dongfang family home, she recalled the spiritual beasts which she had previously left at the Dongfang family home and kept them in the ancient divine pagoda. After that was done, she quickly walked out of the gate. Whoosh! Just as she reached the gate, a flash of red robes appeared before her eyes. She raised her gaze and found a pitiful-looking pair of eyes looking back at her. Yunner, you had left me at the ancient divine pagoda for the sake of the 10,000-year-old ice crystal, but the more Qianbei Yi thought of it, the more he felt wronged. She had actually thrown me away. And she had left without saying a single word. This. Gu Ruoyun paused in her steps and replied apologetically, I was in too much of a hurry. By the way, why did you not tell me about this back in the banished lands? Qianbei Yi steadied his expression and said, because the 10,000-year-old ice crystal was not in the banished lands, so there was no point for me to bring it up. Even though I don't like the sight of that guy following you around, it pains me to see you so sad even more. Xiao Yi, thank you. Gu Ruoyun raised her head and gazed at the man before her with a serious look on her face. Thank you. In this lifetime, as long as you don't abandon me, I'll never give up on you. Qianbei Yi looked down at the elegant young lady before lifting the corners of his crimson lips and smiling. He would only ever smile so broadly at the person before him. Come, let's search for the 10,000-year-old ice crystal for him. As long as you're happy, even if I have to help someone that I don't like, I have no complaints. He must be feeling the same way as I am right now, which was why he had told you how to save me. Gu Ruoyun did not respond. She merely nodded and followed the silver-haired man. The both of them disappeared into the courtyard doorway. Not long after her departure, a delicate and pretty youth paused outside the Dongfang family's gate. His finger gently brushed his chin as he looked at the board above his head and grinned a pure and clear smile. This is the Dongfang family home? I wonder if Big Sister is here. Everyone outside is saying that she's missing. I don't know if that's true. The youth then stepped forward. His delicate and pretty features were filled with joy. Every time he thought of the person he was going to meet very soon, his heart would become extremely excited. Suddenly, a hand reached out and stopped the youth in his tracks. The middle-aged man guarding the door blocked the youth's way with a cold look on his face. He inquired icily, "Who are you? Do you have a visitor's invite?" Visitor's invite? The youth was stunned. I'm here to see Gu Ruoyun. If she's around, could you please inform her about me? Tell her that Xia Linyu is here to see her. Apologies, Lady Gu has just left the premises. What? Hearing this, the youth's delicate features changed greatly. Do you know where she's gone? She was headed towards that direction, but I don't know the exact location of her destination. She's left? The youth went into a bit of a daze. I was one step too late? And I've missed her, just like that? No. This won't do. I must catch up to her. Without any hesitation, the youth turned to the direction where Gu Ruoyun had left and chased after her. Unfortunately, Gu Ruoyun was also flying at top speed. No matter how hard the youth tried to catch up, he could not find her shadow within the bustling crowds. He did not know when he would be able to see her again after this missed opportunity. Big sister, I've been working hard in my cultivation for the sake of meeting you sooner. Now that I'm finally able to leave that place, so don't you worry. From now on, no one will ever have the chance to abuse us, be it those members of the immortal realm or Xia Ming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 678, A Missed Opportunity, 4. Chapter 678, A Missed Opportunity, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xia Ming. Xia Linyu's heart would tremble every time he thought of that name. However, shouldn't I be thanking that man instead? If it had not been for him, I would still be in that frail body, a good-for-nothing youth who always needed big sister's protection. It was because of him that I was given a new chance in life. The youth clenched his fist. He could still feel that heartbreaking agony. However, the most unforgettable memory of all was that slimy man, Lu Chen, dismembering him alive, and the heart-wrenching moment when he saw the deep pain and self-remorse in his sister's eyes. She must have blamed herself for sending me to Lu Chen, which had brought me to that end. The East Peak mainland, Xiaming, Lu Chen, and Xia Chushui. The youth slowly unclenched his fist and stared into the blue skies with determination in his eyes. One day, I will storm that place and take revenge for my past life. I will arrive with my sister and clear that debt. Then, he said nothing more and journeyed onwards. His figure was as quick as a bolt of lightning. The people below could only see a flash of light streaking across the skies. It was gone in the blink of an eye. The Amethyst Underworld Palace, as a member of the three great authorities, held quite a hefty position on the mainland. At this moment, outside the Amethyst Underworld Palace, two persons paused in their steps. Gu Ruoyun gazed upon the ornate palace gate as a light flashed in her eyes. Xiao Yi, go into the ancient divine pagoda. Qianbei Yi was stunned. He then nodded, all right, if anything happens to you, I'll come out and help. Gu Ruoyun smiled. It would be better if I took care of this alone rather than with Xiao Yi by my side. After Qianbei Yi had entered the ancient divine pagoda, Gu Ruoyun walked towards the Amethyst Underworld Palace. As she reached the entrance, the two disciples who were guarding the gates stood in her way. Stop. This is the Amethyst Underworld Palace. Idle people may not enter. Gu Ruoyun smiled serenely as she said, inform Elder Jiu that Gu Ruoyun of the Dongfang family has come for a visit. Elder Jiu was an elder of the Amethyst Underworld Palace whom she had met during the divine trials. At that time, as payment for a Holy Spirit fruit, she had agreed to help heal Elder Jiu's injury. However, so many things had happened after that, rendering her unable to fulfill her promise until now. The two guards looked at one another and sent someone to summon Elder Jiu. Not long after that, an old man quickly flew from the palace, followed by the dumbstruck gatekeepers. After all, Elder Jiu has yet to reach the rank of a martial honor but was still a powerful cultivator at the pinnacle of a martial emperor. However, he had immediately rushed over when he heard the woman's name. Those who were unaware of the situation would assume that the excitement on his face was because the lord of the palace has returned. Also, he had flown through the air for the sake of meeting this woman as soon as possible. Ha ha ha. Lady Gu, you've managed to find the time to visit the Amethyst Underworld Palace. Elder Jiu was filled with excitement. The joy on his face was greater than if he had seen his own parents. If I remember correctly, she had gone to the Banished Lands a year ago. Now that she's arrived, that means that she's returned from the Banished Lands. Elder Jiu's heart immediately shook at that thought. What kind of a place was the Banished Lands? It is a place that even the lord of the palace dare not enter. Not only has she journeyed there, she has managed to return unscathed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 679, A Missed Opportunity, 5. Chapter 679, A Missed Opportunity, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A little over a year ago, he was still able to sense the mild fluctuations from this little girl's body. But now, he could not sense a thing. It was as if all the spiritual power in her body never existed. How could this be? This was clearly impossible. This little girl couldn't possibly have lost all her spiritual power. There's only one other possibility, her powers must have surpassed mine. Is she a martial honor? Elder Jiu did not even dare to think of it. What does a 20-year-old martial honor mean? If this gets out, the entire mainland will dive into a frenzy. Elder Jiu, are you well? Gu Ruoyun smiled and spoke to him as if he was an old acquaintance. Elder Jiu smiled bitterly, same as always, my old misfortune still remains, I cannot break through. I'm sorry, I promised that I would help remedy your ailment but I was unable to keep to my word. It's been almost 2 years since my departure. Now that I'm back, I will fulfill my promise and cure you. This was a promise that Gu Ruoyun had made in exchange for the Holy Spirit fruit back then. Now that she has returned, she must fulfill that promise. All right. Elder Jiao was excited. His face filled with gratitude as he said, "Then Lady Gu, follow me into the palace. I will arrange for you to begin my treatment." This time, Elder Jiao spoke to her in respectful terms. His face was filled with reverence. The two gatekeepers were completely dumbstruck by what they had just witnessed. They still had not regained their senses even after Gu Ruoyun had followed Elder Jiao through the gate. Only when the two had disappeared from view did they finally manage to snap out of their daze. Who was that young lady? Why had Elder Jiao treated her with such exclusivity? Also, she mentioned that she would be able to cure Elder Jiao's illness. How could this be? It's not like we don't know about Elder Jiao's ailment. So many miracle doctors have been unsuccessful in curing him, how could a little young lady possibly accomplish that? Hearing his partner's words, the other disciple shook his head. If this 20-year-old girl has that level of medical skills, the other doctors in the mainland can go commit suicide. To be beaten by a little girl, that's too embarrassing. Of course, Gu Ruoyun paid no notice to what the two disciples were thinking. She simply followed Elder Jiao and entered the Amethyst Underworld Palace gates. The Amethyst Underworld Palace was bigger than the average mansion, it was as big as an entire city. Hence, despite walking for a very long time, Gu Ruoyun has yet to reach Elder Jiao's territory. After a long time, even Gu Ruoyun had lost track of how far she had walked. Elder Jiao finally stopped. He turned to the woman behind him and smiled apologetically, "Lady Gu, this is where I live. Shortly after this, I will have your guest room arranged next to mine. This will make it easier for us to conduct the treatment." "Sure," Gu Ruoyun nodded, "I have nothing against your suggestion. I've journeyed to the Amethyst Underworld place in hopes of finding the 10,000-year-old ice crystal and to fulfill my promise at the same time." "Then I thank you very much." Elder Jiao heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Gu Ruoyun would not be satisfied with his arrangements. "All right, Lady Gu, when can begin the treatment?" Gu Ruoyun paused for thought, then said, "Let's do it today. The sooner it's treated, the sooner we can finish." In the past, if Gu Ruoyun had wanted to cure Elder Jiao's ailment, she would definitely need a bit of time. But now that she has reached the rank of a martial honor, one day was enough for her to return Elder Jiao back to health. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 680, The Lord of Amethyst Underworld Palace, 1. Chapter 680, The Lord of Amethyst Underworld Palace, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The sun was setting, casting an afterglow across the skies. In the quiet Amethyst Underworld Palace, a great frenzy was brewing. Previously, the young master of the Amethyst Underworld Palace had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. As a result, the lord of the palace journeyed into the swamplands to find herbs for his breakthrough. Sadly, he had ended up being poisoned by the elements in the swamp. In the end, he had managed to collect the herbs he was searching for and had escaped the swamplands immediately after that. Even a martial honor might not return from the dangers in the swamplands. Countless cultivators have gone into the swamplands, but aside from the lord of the palace, they never re-emerged again. Entire armies had been lost to the swamplands too. The Amethyst Underworld Palace was suddenly thrown into chaos. Doctors who have received favors from the Amethyst Underworld Palace rushed over immediately to cure the lord's ailment. However, not even the famous miracle doctors were able to neutralize the poison from the swamplands. Soon, the entire Amethyst Underworld Palace fell into sorrow. At this moment, in front of the lord's bed, a delicate and pretty youth around 15 years of age leaned over the bedside as he silently sobbed. His eyes were red from crying and his heart was heavy with remorse. "If it wasn't for me, father would never have had to go through such danger. Eldest grandfather, is it true that my father cannot be saved?" The delicate and pretty youth raised his head, looking at the elder behind him with bloodshot eyes. "I've heard that the ghost doctor is extremely well versed in medicine. I wonder if we can invite the ghost doctor to have a look at him. I don't want my father to die." "Young master, all the famous doctors on the mainland have gathered here. Even they were unable to cure him. It can be assumed that no one else can cure him at all, by the way." Suddenly the elder seemed to remember something and his eyes shone. "How could I have forgotten the medicine order? We can invite the medicine order's master. That order master is very well versed in medicine, perhaps she can cure the master." The delicate-looking youth's eyes shone with a semblance of hope. "Eldest grandfather, let's call upon the order master of the medicine order." "All right, I'll write a letter of invitation to the order master." At the end of the day, the ghost doctor was a freelance doctor. "I've never seen her great powers for myself, so I can't risk asking her. In contrast, the Order Master of the Medicine Order is far more reliable. If even she could not cure the Lord of the Palace, then it would be useless even if the deity Daluo were to appear. Due to the situation surrounding the Amethyst Underworld Palace's lord, the entire palace had plunged into chaos. However, Gu Ruoyun remained inside her room, treating Elder Zhou's ailment. As such, she was not aware of the calamity of the world outside. Throughout this entire day, Elder Zhou could feel his long sealed-up channels opening up. He felt a thick spiritual energy piercing through his entire body. This was a feeling he has not felt in a very long time. Now, he could enjoy the sensation once again. This, to him, was a huge surprise. Boom! A loud noise ensued and countless hydro valves seemed to have appeared throughout Elder Zhou's body. Spiritual energy poured out from within him and its powerful force encircled his entire being. He could not resist bursting into laughter. A martial honor! I've finally reached the rank of a martial honor. He laughed and laughed, unable to hold back the tears streaming from his eyes. Elder Zhou was the 9th elder in Amethyst Underworld Palace and was also the weakest in power. Now, he was finally on par with the rest of the elders. Of course, previously, if news of Elder Zhou's breakthrough had gotten out, the entire Amethyst Underworld Palace would dive into a frenzy as well. However, as they were now deep in sorrow over the Lord of the Palace's poisoning, they did not pay much attention to it, even with the knowledge that Elder Zhou was finally able to break through. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 681, The Lord of Amethyst Underworld Palace, 2. Chapter 681, The Lord of Amethyst Underworld Palace, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Crash. Just then, the door burst open and a disciple of the Amethyst Underworld Palace rushed in. He joined his fists and exclaimed, Elder Zhou, something has happened to the Lord of the Palace. What? Elder Zhou did not even have the time to recompose his elated expression and was immediately shaken by the news. He immediately rose from his bed and grabbed the disciple by his lapels. What did you say? Elder Zhou, the Lord of the Palace had been poisoned by the swamplands. He's now in a coma. Many doctors have already examined him and they have concluded that it's no use. Now, Elder Day has gone to the medicine order and asked the order master for help. Gasp. Elder Zhou released his grip and fell silent. After a long pause, he turned to face Gu Ruoyun and bowed deeply. Lady Gu, please help us save the Lord of the Palace. This is the first time he's ever had to beg anyone. Even when his wounds were incurable, he had never lowered his head to beg anyone for treatment. But now, for the sake of the Amethyst Underworld Palace's lord, he lowered his head and shirked off his pride as a martial honor. Gu Ruoyun gently rubbed her chin, a faint smile appeared on her elegant features. The Order Master of the Medicine Order? Isn't the Order Master Wei Yi's junior sister? She was also the one who had murdered her master and had framed Wei Yi for that? Gu Ruoyun paused at the thought and said, however, we each have our own expertise. My expertise does not lie in curing poisons. Hearing this, Elder Zhou's face filled with disappointment. Just as he was about to give up, the woman's calm voice spoke again. If you want to save him, it's not entirely impossible. Gu Ruoyun smiled gently. I know someone who can save him. Who? Elder Zhou's eyes shone as he asked quickly. The ghost doctor, Wei Yi. If the Order Master of the Medicine Order was coming here, then this would be the perfect opportunity for Wei Yi. Also, it's not like she wasn't well versed in treating poison. She was even able to cure the poison in Yi Lan's system, which was far more difficult than the poison from the swamplands. How could she possibly not know how to get rid of one measly swampland poison? This opportunity should be given to Wei Yi. Then I'll go pay the ghost doctor a visit immediately. Elder Zhou placed his full trust in Gu Ruoyun's words. As long as she says that the ghost doctor can cure the Lord, then she can definitely achieve this. Hence, his darkened gaze returned to its usual luster. Before Elder Zhou left, Gu Ruoyun turned around and said, by the way, when you send your men to meet her, tell her that I have asked her to come and please mention that the Order Master of the Medicine Order will be present as well. In the past, Elder Zhou might not have known Wei Yi's true identity. However, during the divine trials, the members of the Medicine Order have exposed her identity. Hence, this was also Wei Yi's time to collect her debt. Wei Yi, I once promised you that I would help you get your revenge as a reward for helping me. Due to the situation during the divine trials, I could not allow the members of the Medicine Order to find out about your existence for the time being, so I had not allowed you to return to the Medicine Order. Now, we no longer have the need to cower in fear. I have enough power to protect everyone around me. It's about time for you to return to the Medicine Order and take what's rightfully yours. A peculiar light flashed in Gu Ruoyun's eyes. She fixed her gaze upon the blue skies outside the door, lost in thought. 3 days. Those 3 days passed by in a flash. However, everyone in the Amethyst Underworld Palace remained deeply troubled, afraid that their lord would not be able to hold on before the Order Master of the Medicine Order arrives. As for Gu Ruoyun, she had remained in her room over the past 3 days and did not even take a single step outside. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 682, The Lord of Amethyst Underworld Palace, 3. Chapter 682, The Lord of Amethyst Underworld Palace, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 3 days later, a group of fairy-like girls dressed in white descended from the sky onto the Amethyst Underworld Palace's land. The leader of the group was a cool, elegant and magnificent woman in white, with light eyebrows and eyes the color of autumn. Her snow-white robes gave off a rather unsettling feeling. Order Master Rome, you've arrived? Seeing the group of women in white walking towards him, Elder De slowly stepped forward and smiled calmly. I've been waiting here for you for a very long time now. Please come with me. Even though Rong Xin was the Order Master of the Medicine Order, the Amethyst Underworld Palace was a territory under the 3 great authorities. As an elder of the Amethyst Underworld Palace, he does not need to treat these people with too much courtesy. All right. Let me examine the lord of your honorable palace. Rong Xin smiled and was neither servile nor overbearing. Elder De rather admired her calm demeanor. Especially since this Rong Xin isn't very advanced in age. She hasn't even reached the age of 30 yet. She has already reached the rank of a high-level martial emperor and has led the medicine order into an orderly streak. The medicine order is certainly lucky to have her. Thanks to her, they have cemented their current power on the mainland. Let's go then. The faint haughtiness on Elder Da's face disappeared at the thought of this. His mannerisms were a bit more courteous now. Rong Xin gestured in invitation and didn't say anything more, leading the members of the medicine order behind Elder De towards the lord of the palace's quarters. In the bedroom, the lord of the palace's face was completely ashen. He lay on the bed silently and his fingers looked black in color. His entire body seemed to be completely bloodless. When he saw Elder D and the rest walking in, the youth, who was sobbing while leaning over his father's bed, looked at them with shining eyes. Grandfather De, have the members of the medicine order arrived? Young master, this is Order Master Rong of the Medicine Order and the #1 doctor on the mainland. Elder De smiled as he stepped forward and introduced the youth. With her, you won't have to worry about the Lord's problem. In Elder Da's heart, only this young Order Master of the Medicine Order could hold the position of the #1 doctor in the mainland. Incidentally, upon hearing his words, Order Master Rong retained a faint smile on her face as if she never felt any pride in receiving compliments from others. Elder De secretly heaved a sigh as he thought, it's no wonder Order Master Rong had managed to accomplish so much. She's had this temperament from such a young age. Order Master Rong, the youth hurriedly rose to his feet and spoke with pleading eyes, please save my father. As long as you can save him, the Amethyst Underworld Palace will owe you one. Anything you wish shall be yours. Young master, there's no need for that. Let me have a look at the great lord's ailment. A faint smile hung on Rong Xin's cool and elegant face. She carefully examined the diffusion of the poison in the lord of the palace. However, the more she examined, the deeper her frown became. Her autumn-colored eyes were filled with helplessness. Order Master Rong, can my father be saved? The youth's heart clenched as he balled his little fists, his eyes slowly filled with anxiety. Sigh, Rong Xin shook her head, if he had only just contracted the poison, I can definitely save him. But now, there's only one way. What is it? We need to find someone as a vessel to transfer all of the poison into their system. Rong Xin announced this very calmly, as if sacrificing a person to save the life of another was the most common thing in the world. What? The youth was stunned. He turned towards the man on the bed and furrowed his delicate brows. After a long pause, he turned towards Rong Xin, Order Master Rong, can I be the one to help remove father's poison? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 683, The Lord of Amethyst Underworld Palace, 4. Chapter 683, The Lord of Amethyst Underworld Palace, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Young master. Hearing this, Elder Da's expression changed completely. How can you do this? You are the Lord's only son. If anything happens to you, the Lord of the Palace will never be able to live through it alone. This definitely cannot be allowed. If I don't do this, father will die. The youth's tears began to stream down his face again. He gritted his teeth and pleaded, "Grandfather De, I want to save father." "Young master." Suddenly, Rong Xian spoke again. She smiled, "This is actually a very simple matter and there's no need to you to take care of it personally. You only need someone at the rank of a martial king for me to transfer the poison to their system instead. Young master, you hold a noble position. How would you be able to do such a thing?" Elder De nodded, thinking that Rong Xian's words made sense. He felt a growing admiration towards her. Only a person who does not bother about trifles can have such great accomplishments. As a powerful cultivator, one must have a vicious heart. One has to look out for oneself or heaven and earth will combine to destroy them. People who were too kind cannot survive in this world. What did you say? The delicate youth was enraged and he spat furiously, "The life of another is a life as well. Why should I sacrifice another person to save my own father? Is there anyone in this world who isn't brought up by their own parents as well? My father was poisoned, logically speaking, as his son, I should be the one to save him. Why should I let someone else's child make the sacrifice? I don't agree to this. Young master." Elder De furrowed his brows, "Order Master Rong is right, we can simply pick another to save the palace lord. If you cannot bear to sacrifice a member of the Amethyst Underworld Palace, I can find someone from outside the palace. There's nothing more important than the palace lord and your life. Furthermore, we will reward their family members with benefits or grant them permission to enter the Amethyst Underworld Palace. Someone will be willing to sacrifice themselves for sure. You need not worry about this, young master. You. The youth began to tremble. Before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by Elder D again. "Young master, people involved in making big decisions cannot ask to be kind as you. Otherwise, how could you support the entire Amethyst Underworld Palace?" However, just as Elder De finished his speech, an elderly voice rang from outside the door. "That's right, big decision makers cannot be kind at all. However, similarly, big decision makers cannot be vicious as well. Great politicians do not attack unless attacked. Those who sacrifice the lives of the innocent for their own selfish desires are not powerful cultivators. They are demons. Grandfather Gio." The youth's eyes shone at the sight of the elder who had just entered the room. His reddened eyes filled with tears. "Grandfather Gio, I don't want to sacrifice other people in order to save father. I can be the one to do it. Young master, do not worry. No one is going to sacrifice the innocent. Elder Gio smiled as he approached the youth, ruffling his hair and feeling a sense of heartache. "No matter what, Grandfather Gio will stand by you." Wah! The youth ran towards Elder Gio's embrace and began sobbing profusely. In the Amethyst Underworld Palace, the closest person to him besides his father was Grandfather Gio. Only Grandfather Gio has ever understood him. All everyone else knows was to teach him about how humans should never be too kind. However, if you asked him to commit murder, he could never do it. Gu Ruoyan stayed silent as she watched the scene before her. Then, her eyes fell upon the woman in white in the room. As the rest of the Medicine Order's members were waiting outside the door, there can only be one other person in the room. The Order Master of the Medicine Order, Rong Xin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 684, The Lord of Amethyst Underworld Palace, 5. Chapter 684, The Lord of Amethyst Underworld Palace, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Rong Xin frowned, clearly annoyed with the newcomers. She swept her gaze across Gu Ruoyan, but when her eyes landed on the seductive woman in red, her cold and elegant features changed immediately. "It's you! Impossible! How could this woman be here? Didn't I also destroy her face?" This face was no different from the one she had when she was in the Medicine Order. Because the Medicine Order disciples who had attended the Divine Trials had all been killed by Qian Beiyi, Rong Xian was still not aware that Wei Yi was actually the Ghost Doctor. "Order Master Rong, do you know her?" "That's right." Rong Xian took a deep breath and spoke with fury. "She was once a disciple of the Medicine Order. In the end, because she killed our Order Master, I imprisoned her, but someone had helped her to escape. She's been on the run ever since. I never expected her to show her face here." "Oh?" Elder De furrowed his brows. Based on his position, he would naturally consider internal matters of other organizations beneath his station. Therefore, this was the first time he had actually heard of this matter. So, she's the murderess responsible for the previous Order Master's death. This woman certainly isn't any good if she would even kill her own Order Master. Elder De then turned away, no longer bothering to look at Wei Yi. A cold light flashed in Rong Xian's eyes and her features darkened as she asked, Wei, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? Wei flashed a charming smile that was filled with an icy chill. Whatever reason you're here for is the same reason I'm here. Our purpose is the same. He. Rong Xian laughed icily. A murderous intent that she could not hide flashed across her cool and elegant face. I hate her. How could I not? I was clearly more outstanding than her. Why was it that the master could only ever see her hard work? He had never even looked at me. So, I had devised a plan to kill off that damned old man and pushed the blame on his favorite disciple. It's his fault for giving such a valuable item like the treasury of medicine to this woman. Unfortunately, up till now, she was still unable to obtain the treasury of medicine. Also, the most unexpected thing was, how had the face which I had clearly destroyed returned to its original state? I had personally added all sorts of condiments and poisons, her looks can't possibly be restored. I've come here to examine the great lord's ailment. Don't tell me you're here for that as well, Wei raised her lips into a smile, that's right. I've come here to save the lord of the Amethyst Underworld Palace. I can cure wounds that you cannot, Rong Xian. You've once brought harm upon me. Now, it's about time for me to return the favor. Wei, you're still just as savage. Rong Xian slowly concealed the raging fire within her and smiled calmly. It's not like I can't cure the lord, I can bring him back to health instantly. I only need a willing sacrifice. The poison has spread too deep, this is the only way. Rong Xian, don't forget. We are doctors, not poison masters. Wei glanced at Rong Xian and explained, killing another for the sake of saving a life, how are you any different from a poison master? If you save a life, you save a life. If you sacrifice another, that is not a sign of your medical expertise. I can save him without having to sacrifice anyone else. Enough. Elder Da's face sank. He shot Gu Ruoyan and Wei an icy glare. Young ladies, I think that it's best that you both leave. We're doing well enough with Order Master Rong here. Furthermore, Miss Wei, you and Order Master Rong were once disciples of the same order, but your personalities are far too different. In contrast with your arrogance and your tendency to overlook everyone else, Order Master Rong is calm and confident. She is the very model of a powerful cultivator. You would benefit in learning from her. She has shown no signs of anger despite your insults. And you? You've only opened your mouth to deliver delirious utterances. Order Master Rong is the #1 doctor amongst all under the heavens, only she can cure our Lord's ailment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 685, Rong Xian's Hatred, 1. Chapter 685, Rong Xian's Hatred, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. #1 out of all under the heavens? Wei laughed in ridicule and replied scornfully, you mean the number idiot? Someone who loves to toy with others in the palm of her hand would be the ideal type of powerful cultivator? TSK. As the ideal powerful cultivator, does that mean that she should pay no heed to the lives of others? Rong Xian smiled icily. In the eyes of the strong, the weak are merely like mole crickets and ants. What difference does it make if they live or die? Rather die. As he noticed the increasingly ugly look on Elder Da's face, Elder Jiu frowned and said, the respected ghost doctor is here upon my invitation. Lady Gu is also my savior. She was the one who had healed the wounds on my body, allowing me to break through the rank of a martial honor. The ghost doctor, Elder De was stunned. This seductive woman is the renowned ghost doctor of the mainland? From what I know, she's only a rogue doctor and can't be compared with an upstanding organization like the Medicine Order. However, that lady in green had healed Brother Joe's illness? During the past 3 days, Elder De had been preoccupied with the Palace Lord's ailment and was not around during Elder Joe's breakthrough. As such, even though he had sensed someone achieving a breakthrough to become a martial honor somewhere outside the palace, he never thought that it would be Elder Joe whose channels had been sealed. Now that he has heard Elder Joe's declaration, Elder De hurriedly examined Elder Joe's powers. When he discovered the true rank of the latter's powers, his eyes filled with shock. A martial honor. That's right. Brother Gio has had a breakthrough. Back then, a high-level martial emperor was the furthest Brother Gio could go. Countless miracle doctors had come to examine his illness and all of them had stated clearly that he will never have another breakthrough again. Even the previous order master of the medicine order had paid Brother Gio a visit and said the very same thing. However, he has now actually managed to break through to the rank of a martial honor? Elder De took a deep breath as his eyes stared unblinkingly at Gu Ruoyan. If this young lady was able to heal Elder Gio, perhaps. Don't look at me, Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders, I can't cure him. At the end of the day, the only person with the capability to cure him is the ghost doctor, Wei Yi. Wei Yi looked at Gu Ruoyun with gratitude. She knew that Gu Ruoyun had said that to improve her reputation. After all, to the woman before her, curing this swampland poison would not require much effort. Gu Ruoyun had lowered her own value for her sake. The delicate and pretty youth's eyes shone. He hurriedly rushed towards Wei Yi as if he had caught a lifesaver and pleaded bitterly, Miss, please save my father. As long as you can save him, I'll agree to whatever you wish. Wei Yi smiled, it's only a swampland poison, I can take care of it. He. Hearing this, Rong Xian laughed scornfully. Her cool and elegant features displayed a sense of ridicule as she said, Elder De, if you're really going to trust her then I have nothing more to say. However, let me remind you that the toxins from a swampland poison are extremely powerful. Furthermore, it has already spread throughout the Palace Lord's entire body. If you continue to drag this on, you won't be able to save him even if you transferred the poison out from his system. Furthermore, Wei Yi had committed many wicked deeds. She should be punished, yet you want to put your trust in her? Are you not afraid that she would take advantage of the situation and double-cross you? Junior sister Rong Xian, you're overthinking things. I have nothing against the Palace Lord, so why should I harm him? Wei Yi smiled, besides, do you really think that I'll be able to walk out of the Amethyst Underworld Palace after killing the Palace Lord? Have you become even more simple-minded over the years? There are better strategies to frame a person than this. Rong Xian's expression changed greatly in that instant. She clenched her fists tightly, digging her long fingernails into her flesh and causing fresh blood to trickle down from the tips of her fingernails. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 686, Rong Xian's Hatred, 2. Chapter 686, Rong Xian's Hatred, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Rong Xian's heart was burning with a disastrous murderous intent. If this had not been the Amethyst Underworld's territory, she would have long made a move to kill this woman. Elder De fell silent. He was not worried about the possibility of the ghost doctor killing the Palace Lord. Just as she had explained, if she truly wished to assassinate the Palace Lord, she would not be able to walk out of Amethyst Underworld Palace after that. Nevertheless, Rong Xian was not completely wrong either. If they miss out on their last chance to remedy the illness, she may not be able to save the Palace Lord even if she had transferred the poison. He hardened his heart at that thought and said, we'll follow Order Master Rong's advice. This method was the cruelest but also the safest way. Even though we have to sacrifice another, we'll be able to cure the Place Lord for sure. For safety's sake, we'll do it this way. Rong Xian smiled and looked rather pleased with herself. She sneered at Wei Yi. Senior sister. Be it 10 years ago or the present moment, you'll never be able to surpass me. You will always be the loser and you can only remain alive under my leniency. No. I believe in the ghost doctor. The youth's face was filled with resolve as his eyes sparkled brilliantly. I may believe in the ghost doctor, but I also believe in Grandfather Gio even more. Young master. Elder Da's expression changed completely. If we miss out on our last chance, we won't have another. Do you really want her to save the Palace Lord? Yes. The youth raised his sparkling eyes and his voice was full of determination. Besides, this is the last chance. I'm not willing to sacrifice anyone to save father, so I'd rather put my trust in her. Grandfather De, let her do the treatment. No. Elder De rejected the suggestion without a second thought. His elderly face was completely stern as he said, Young master, we cannot risk the Palace Lord's life like this. If my father could hear our conversation, he would definitely insist on choosing the same option as me. The youth's eyelashes were extremely long with sparkling, crystal-like tears still hanging on the tips. Grandfather De, I'm the young master of the Amethyst Underworld Palace, the only son of the Palace Lord. When it comes to my decisions, everyone must obey. At this moment, a domineering air erupted from the young master's body. It caused the image in Elder Gio's eyes to shift as if he was looking at the Palace Lord himself bossing people around. It goes without saying that the young master now had the aura of the Palace Lord. Who says that the kind-hearted cannot make big decisions? As long as he had his own principles and a strong determination, the young master could certainly make big decisions. Ghost Doctor, the youth turned around and looked at Wei Yi, ignoring the ugly look on Elder Da's face. No one is going to stop you now. Please save my father. Wei Yi nodded, and slowly approached the man who was lying on the bed. Wei Yi, as she watched the woman's movements, the murderous intent in Rong Xion's eyes deepened. I hope you can cure the palace lord. Otherwise, believe me, the Amethyst Underworld Palace will make you pay. Of course, regardless of how great your medical expertise is, you'll never be able to cure him now. Swampland poisons are dangerous. Of course, once someone had just contracted the poison, they could still be cured easily. The palace lord's poisoning, however, had dragged on for such a long time. He was clearly at the end stage. Even if the deity Daluo was here, he could not possibly save him either. What more the lone Wei Yi? From the very beginning, Gu Ruoyun had not said a single thing. She gently raised the corners of her lips and a smile flashed across her clear cold gaze. It's been almost 2 years since I've seen Wei Yi. I'd like to see the extent of her medical expertise as well. Come here, help me put away his clothes. The ghost doctor turned to the delicate and pretty youth behind her and instructed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 687, Rong Xion's Hatred, 3. Chapter 687, Rong Xion's Hatred, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Oh, right. The delicate and pretty youth immediately returned to his senses and carefully removed the palace lord's clothes. Instantly, the massive pitch-black coloring on his skin appeared before everyone's eyes, emitting a putrid smell. The youth's heart immediately began to ache. His vision grew blurry with tears. Father, it's all my fault. I've caused you such pain. The man on the bed seemed to hear the young boy's anxious voice. His eyebrows and pupils moved, but he did not open his eyes. Anguish was written all over his face. It goes without saying that this man had a rare sort of beauty, especially the 2 muscles on his chest. Wei Yi felt absolutely tempted to touch his chest, but of course, with so many people around, she could not molest the sick but beautiful man. Once you're done, you may leave. After the youth had removed the palace lord's clothes, Wei Yi coughed awkwardly and instructed. All right. Hearing this, the young man obediently stepped back to Elder Zhou's side. His bright, tearful eyes observed the man on the bed anxiously. Under their watchful eyes, Wei Yi pulled out a cloth bag from her sleeve. She opened it and took out a silver needle. She then gently pierced it into the palace lord's body. There was a muffled groan before streams of black aura began flowing from the silver needle towards his belly button area. One silver needle was not enough. As such, Wei Yi used up all the silver needles in her bag. Soon, the palace lord's entire body was covered with silver needles and countless black aura stirred around his body. Shortly after, the other small black spots around his body disappeared. In contrast, the black mass around his belly button began to grow. Suddenly, Wei Yi took out a dagger and without any warning, slashed it across the palace lord's stomach. Instantly, a spiral of blackened blood began spurting out from the wound, bringing forth an absolutely rotten odor. What are you doing? Elder Da's face turned pale with shock as he rushed forward to grab Wei Yi. He really did not think that she would have had such audacity to kill the palace lord in front of everyone. Grandfather Da, stop! The delicate-looking young boy yelled when he realized that Elder Da was charging towards Wei Yi. His shout instantly caused the elderly figure to stop. He retorted angrily, Young master, did you not see her trying to kill the palace lord? Grandfather Da, let her explain. The youth furrowed his brows and replied irritably. Humph. Elder Da scoffed coldly as a murderous intent erupted from his entire being. His martial honor powers followed the fluctuations and dispersed into the air. Damned girl, what do you have to say for yourself? You've killed the palace lord and we've all seen it with our own eyes. Boom. Wei Yi's face turned pale under his powerful coercion. However, he had only directed his aura towards the charming woman before him, so the rest of them were unaffected. Just as Wei Yi was about to lose her resistance, a hand reached out from beside her and gripped her shoulders firmly. At that moment, Wei Yi relaxed and broke into a cold sweat down her back. Gu Ruoyan placed one hand on Wei Yi's shoulder and then raised her clear and cool eyes towards Elder Da. At the same time, another wave of coercion, just as powerful as Elder Da's, charged towards him and smashed through his aura instantly. Elder Da stumbled back and stared in shock at the calm and elegant face. A deep astonishment appeared from the recesses of his heart. A martial honor. This girl was actually a martial honor. Of course, this duel had been kept exclusively between the two of them. Even the newly minted martial honor, Elder Zhou, did not understand why Elder Da had suddenly stumbled back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 688, Rong Xion's Hatred, 4. Chapter 688, Rong Xion's Hatred, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He. Wei Yi slowly returned to her senses and chuckled. If I don't gather the poison in his system into one place, how could I possibly draw it out? Are you asking me to cut through his body 100 times? This meant that Wei Yi had used the silver needles to gather the poison in order to drain it out. After all, she was not Gu Ruoyun. With Gu Ruoyun's power, she could have simply drawn the poison out with one silver needle or used a detoxifying pill to get rid of the poison in the Palace Lord's system. She was not powerful enough at the moment, so how could she use those methods to detoxify the poison? Elder De was stunned. He swept his gaze from Wei Yi to the man on the bed. Black blood had trickled down and dyed the entire bed a dark red. The man continued to bleed for quite some time as the black mass in the Palace Lord's belly slowly grew smaller in size. When the blood changed from black to bright red, Wei Yi slowly stepped forward and covered his wound with a bit of fine white powder in order to stop the bleeding. In contrast to how he had looked like after he was poisoned, the Palace Lord's complexion now was only a little bit pale. The putrid smell from his body slowly disappeared as well, and his fingernails returned to a more normal color. Father! The youth pelted towards the man's bed. He wrapped his small hand tightly around the man's large palm as he gently called out to him in an emotional voice, Father, can you hear me? Won't you wake up and look at me? Linner! A frail voice sounded from in front of the youth. When he heard that voice, the young boy stiffened. He slowly lowered his gaze and met a pair of gentle eyes. Father, you're awake? You're finally awake? The young boy threw himself forward and accidentally pressed onto the man's wound. He groaned in pain and frowned. Nevertheless, he could not bear to push the young boy away from him. Instead, he smiled and said, Linner, I've made you worry. Father, don't put yourself in danger ever again. Also, it was the ghost doctor who had saved you. Hearing the young boy's words, the Palace Lord turned towards the charming-looking woman in gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, ghost doctor. You don't need to thank me. Wei Yi waved her hand. If you really want to thank someone, thank my little master. She was the one who had asked me to come. As she spoke, she gestured towards Gu Ruoyun. Her seductive face was filled with a big smile. Thank you, Mississippi. The Palace Lord's smile was full of warmth and his eyes spoke of a sincere gratitude. As she watched the scene, Rome Xian's fists clenched tighter and tighter as the hatred in her eyes grew thicker and thicker. In the end, she scoffed and, taking advantage of the distraction in the group, turned around to leave. However, once she had turned around, the thick murderous intent in her eyes burst into full force. Wei Yi, it seems that you've appeared this time to oppose me. Since that's the case, I won't give you that chance. Furthermore, I will make you regret your reappearance. In the room, Wei Yi caught sight of Rome Xian slithering away on her own. A cold smile hung on her lips. Rome Xian, since I've shown myself to you, that also means that your life will soon near its end. Palace Lord Gu Ruoyun smiled and looked at the man before her. This time, I've come here with a request. Please speak freely, Lady Gu. If it is within my power, I will do everything I can. The Palace Lord smiled and his voice held a sense of promise. I heard that Amethyst Underworld Palace possesses a 10,000-year-old ice crystal. I was wondering if you could lend it to me? Gu Ruoyun smiled as she asked. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 689, Rome Xian's Hatred, 5. Chapter 689, Rome Xian's Hatred, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The 10,000-year-old ice crystal? The entire room fell silent as they heard these words. Ahem. The Palace Lord cleared his throat and replied in a frail voice, the 10,000-year-old ice crystal is the township treasure of the Amethyst Underworld Palace. I've had it brought over from afar in order to use it to preserve my corpse after I've passed on. If you need it, Lady Gu, I can loan it to you for a while, but I will need it back after you're done. Elder Da's expression changed. He wanted to speak but was suddenly reminded of the debt of gratitude he owed Gu Ruoyun for saving the Palace Lord. Hence, he swallowed his words. Then I thank you greatly. A sincere smile slowly brought warmth to her clear and cold eyes. Gu Ruoyun had never imagined that this mission would be resolved so easily. The delicate-looking youth did not say a word. He fixed his clear, limpid eyes upon Gu Ruoyun with a gaze filled with absolute gratitude. If it wasn't for them, father might already be dead. Also, to the Amethyst Underworld Palace, one 10,000-year-old ice crystal was nothing when compared to father's life. After obtaining the 10,000-year-old ice crystal, Gu Ruoyun decided to return to the Dongfang family home. However, just as she stepped out from the gates of the Amethyst Underworld Palace, a figure appeared before her and addressed her respectfully, "Lady Gu, our elder has extended an invitation for you to be our guest." "Who is your elder?" Gu Ruoyun frowned and asked. "My elder is the Honorable Sir Tianqi of the Spirit Sect." "The Honorable Sir Tianqi?" Gu Ruoyun was stunned. How had that guy found out that I was at the Amethyst Underworld Palace? Also, why had he come looking for me in such a rush? "All right, lead the way," she frowned and replied calmly. Even if the Honorable Sir Tianqi knew about my departure from the banished lands, he wouldn't send another person to intercept me at the Amethyst Underworld Palace. Usually, he would visit me at the Dongfang family home. As such, Gu Ruoyun had no idea on what was going on in the Spirit Sect. Could it be that something has happened to Big Brother? Gu Ruoyun's heart clenched at the thought. Even her footsteps quickened. In this world, besides Xia Linyu, her only other brother was Gu Shengxiao. Hence, she would never allow any harm to come to him no matter what. At a laboratory in the Spirit Sect, an elder examined the herbs in his hand as he furrowed and relaxed his brows over and over again. This scared the people around him from approaching him, afraid that the old man had gone into another random fit of madness and would unleash his anger upon them. As this moment, a disciple of the Spirit Sect hurriedly walked in and announced respectfully, "Elder Tianqi, Lady Gu has arrived. She's waiting for you outside the Spirit Sect." "What?" The Honorable Sir Tianqi's face lit up with glee. Ignoring the herbs in his hands, he immediately threw them behind him before his elderly figure rushed out as swiftly as the wind. In a large courtyard. Her hair fluttered under a refreshing breeze. The woman stood with her hands crossed. Dressed in green, she looked like a slender bamboo tree, unyielding and steadfast. Her eyes, however, were clear and cool, like something straight out of a portrait. This woman did not have looks that could devastate nations, but her features were exquisite and very easy on the eyes. Perhaps having noticed the elder rushing towards her, the woman gently raised her eyes and lightly cocked an eyebrow. She spoke with a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Honorable Sir Tianqi, why have you summoned me in such a hurry? You've even sent someone to escort me from the Amethyst Underworld Palace." The Honorable Sir Tianqi chuckled and rubbed his fists. "Little girl, I'm your great-uncle after all. Your maternal grandmother is my younger sister. Why are you still addressing me as the Honorable Sir Tianqi? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 690, The Martial Spirit Pill, 1. Chapter 690, The Martial Spirit Pill, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun gently raised her eyebrow and her eyes filled with smiles. "Say it, why have you summoned me?" "This." The Honorable Sir Tianqi felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head as he looked at Gu Ruoyun before asking cautiously, "I've heard that you operate a medicine shop called the 100 Herb Hall? I've also heard that your medicine shop is selling some 10-year longevity pills and beautifying skin renewing pills?" Gu Ruoyun smiled gently. "That's right. I wonder if you want beauty or to extend your lifespan." "Beauty?" The Honorable Sir Tianqi's mouth twitched. "Little girl, do you still remember the pill formula I had obtained from the Elder of the Immortal Realm back during the Divine Trials? It's like this. I've recently handed the pill formula over to my higher-up. My higher-up has given each elder a task. Whoever manages to refine the pill from this pill formula shall be promoted as the #1 elder in the Spirit Sect. To become the #1 elder in the Spirit Sect means that this individual would have no one above him but our leader. Even the other elders must listen to his orders. Therefore, how could I not ask you for your help?" Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and smiled. "Let me have a look at that pill formula first." "All right." Seeing how Gu Ruoyun had agreed to his request, the Honorable Sir Tianqi's eyes sparkled. He anxiously pulled Gu Ruoyun into the laboratory. "Little girl, come have a look. How should we refine this pill? I've clearly followed its instructions, so why was I unsuccessful?" Gu Ruoyun did not respond as she allowed the Honorable Sir Tianqi to pull her into the room. Once she had entered the laboratory, the old man began grumbling incessantly and chased every disciple out of the laboratory. "This bunch of good-for-nothings. It has almost been a year since they've started the research with me, and yet they have not been of any help at all. It seems that I can only rely on this girl now. Is this the pill formula?" Gu Ruoyun picked up the pill formula on the table, took a look at it and mentally analyzed the entire thing. "This is the most basic stage of pill formulas. It's not much of a problem. I can help you refine this." The Honorable Sir Tianqi's breathing tensed once he heard this. He stared with excitement and nervousness at Gu Ruoyun. "Little girl, you mean that you really can refine pills?" The sale of pills at the 100 Herb Hall had caused such a huge sensation, but why had the three great authorities not made their move? The reason was simple. To the three great authorities, only medicines that contain spiritual energy can be considered as pills. As the beauty rejuvenation pill and the longevity pill do not contain any spiritual energy, they considered them as average medicines and not really as actual pills. They had never seen Gu Ruoyan refine pills either, and neither do they have any knowledge about pills. Therefore, they had no way of knowing that pills were divided into different categories. However, this was the opinion of others. The Honorable Sir Tianchi had personally witnessed Gu Ruoyun gift Lan Yuga with pills during Lan Yuga's birthday celebration. Those pills have allowed Lan Yuga to immediately break through to become a high-level martial emperor. How powerful that pill must be to allow a breakthrough even in the rank of a martial emperor. However, the Honorable Sir Tianchi had asked in such a way because he was not sure if Gu Ruoyan had personally refined the pills in her hands or if she had obtained them from somewhere else. So, now that he knows of Gu Ruoyun's ability in pill refinement, the shock in his heart was full-blown. Gu Ruoyun nodded and replied calmly, I can refine this. Give the pill formula to me and I'll refine a string of pills for you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 691, The Martial Spirit Pill, 2. Chapter 691, The Martial Spirit Pill, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Why were pills so rare? Not only was this due to the extinction of pill formulas, it was also because people nowadays have no idea how to refine pills. Even if they were given a pill formula, they would never be able to refine a pill even if they had researched it for 40 to 50 years. However, the cauldrons used to refine pills could still be made. The Honorable Sir Tianchi placed the herbs in front of Gu Ruoyan like valuable treasures. He chuckled, so, little girl, your great-uncle's chance of becoming the #1 elder in the spirit sect is in your hands. Ah, right. What kind of pill is this and what are its uses? It's a martial spirit pill. Gu Ruoyan looked at the Honorable Sir Tianchi and replied, this pill is used when a disciple first begins his cultivation journey. It can change a person's talents. While it cannot immediately turn a good-for-nothing into a genius, it could stimulate quite a big change. For example, a person would normally need around 10 years to go from a martial warrior to a martial king. However, if this person consumed a martial spirit pill before beginning their cultivation, it would take 3 years off from that time frame. 3 years may not sound like a particularly long or short amount of time, but to a cultivator, 1 year would already make a tremendous difference. As such, upon hearing Gu Ruoyan's explanation, the Honorable Sir Tianchi's breathing quickened. His eyes widened as he stared at the pill formula in Gu Ruoyan's hand. A martial spirit pill, ... While this cannot be compared with the pill that Gu Ruoyan had gifted Lan Yuga, to the spirit sect, this was an extremely valuable treasure. If the spirit sect was to recruit new disciples from the mainland and give this martial spirit pill to them, then those who were already geniuses would become even more powerful. And this was the benefit of the martial spirit pill to the spirit sect. Bang! Suddenly, the room's door was violently pushed open and the Honorable Sir Tianchi's face sank immediately. He exclaimed irritably, can't you see that I'm with a guest? Who allowed you to come barging in without even knocking first? The person's legs immediately turned to jelly from fright. He fell kneeling on the floor and stammered, Elder, the sect master had asked me to summon you. Sect master? The Honorable Sir Tianchi was shocked. He frowned as he asked, why is the sect master summoning me at a time like this? The disciples say that they've heard that the Honorable Sir Lingshang's disciple seems to have found a way to refine the pill and has asked the other members of the spirit sect to witness this. Therefore, the sect master has asked you to gather at the plaza. Whoosh! The Honorable Sir Tianchi's expression turned cold and he scoffed, that guy had actually got to it first. Let's go, little girl. We'll see whether that fellow can truly refine pills or if he's just being pretentious. He straightened his sleeves as he spoke and walked quickly out the door. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and did not reply. She then followed the Honorable Sir Tianchi out the door. The sunset cast a beautiful afterglow across the skies in the color of blood. At this moment, the previously quiet spirit sect was now gathered with countless people. So many people were walking around the plaza that it looked like a bazaar. At the center of the plaza was a pill cauldron. In front of the pill cauldron stood a young man. At this moment, he looked absolutely dazzling and could not help but raise his chin. His face was filled with a complacent smile. It's him? A light flashed in Gu Ruoyun's eyes. This man, who had unexpectedly emerged to stop me from killing Shi Yun back in the divine trials, had ended up having his powers crippled by Chen Beiyi. He had also spared no expense in causing harm to my brother, Gu Shengxiao, in order to claim the precious seat of respect in the spirit sect. Translator's thoughts. spinny spinny. Brownie points for anyone who can remember this character. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 692, The Martial Spirit Pill, 3. Chapter 692, The Martial Spirit Pill, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, this man was now completely healed. I also can't sense the poison I had placed in him anymore. Gu Ruoyun frowned. She did not know why, but she could sense something awfully familiar about that man. This sensation reminded her of another person. Looks like his acquaintance with Shi Yun was not a simple one. Unless I'm mistaken, the man who had healed him was the person who had once resided within Shi Yun. No, he was the one who had created Shi Yun. He was also the culprit behind Zixie's transformation into a phoenix egg. Zixie. As she thought of that demonic yet handsome man, a murderous intent began to stir from within Gu Ruoyun like a torrential storm. The Honorable Sir Tianqi sensed the murderous intent from her and looked at her with astonishment. However, he did not say a thing. After a long pause, he spoke, I don't know what's going on either. You had clearly crippled this man during the divine trials, yet in just one day, all of his wounds had been completely healed. Little girl, I know that there's a vendetta between the two of you, but now is not the time for you to have your revenge. If you wish for revenge, your time will come. This guy and his bullshit master have always wanted to harm your brother, yet they have never prevailed. I don't plan on letting them off either. Gu Ruoyun slowly calmed her murderous intent and quietly watched the center of the plaza as if nothing had happened. The Honorable Sir Tianqi obviously had not known that the real reason behind Gu Ruoyun's murderous intent was not because of this man but was because of the person who had healed him. By the way, little girl, do you see that person on the seat of honor? That's the sect master of the spirit sect. That guy next to him is that fellow's master, Lingshan. The Honorable Sir Tianqi looked at Gu Ruoyun as he explained. Gu Ruoyun did not reply. Her thoughts were unreadable. Just then, the middle-aged man on the seat of honor finally rose to his feet. He looked down at the crowd with clear, sharp eyes and spoke in a stern voice, I'm sure all of you can recall my previous announcement. Anyone who manages to refine the pill from the pill formula shall be promoted to the position of the number 1 elder. Now that Lingshan's disciple, Koan Nan, has managed to obtain the method of refining this pill, this position will be given to Elder Lingshan if he is truly able to refine the pill. Does anyone have any objections? Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other, but no one showed any signs of objection. If Koan Nan was truly able to refine the pill, they would have nothing to say against it. All right. Since none of you have any objections, let the pill refinement process begin. I'll be witnessing this momentous occasion with everyone else. As he spoke, the middle-aged man slowly sat back in his chair with an icy yet severe gaze. He focused his attention completely on the man at the center of the plaza. Koan Nan smiled complacently, his face awash with arrogance. After uncovering the pill cauldron, he gathered the herbs and threw them into the cauldron. Seeing this, Gu Ruoyun shook her head with an exasperated look on her face. Lady Gu, is something wrong with his pill refinement process? The Honorable Sir Tianqi noticed Gu Ruoyun's reaction and asked in astonishment. Indeed. Gu Ruoyun nodded, it's clear to see that Koan Nan is a genius. The steps on that pill formula were quite messy, which caused you to be unsuccessful in your refinement. He has managed to arrange the herbs in a neat order, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 693, The Martial Spirit Pill, 4. Chapter 693, The Martial Spirit Pill, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun paused before continuing, however, pill refinement is not as easy as mixing ingredients in a pot whereby putting the herbs in one by one would be enough. His ingredients are clearly not pure enough and had not been cleaned thoroughly. Even if he manages to find the correct order of the ingredients, this pill refinement process cannot possibly be successful. I don't know where he got the courage to demonstrate it in public and embarrass himself instead of experimenting with it on his own first. Hearing this, the Honorable Sir Tianqi heaved a sigh of relief. I was really worried that this boy would actually be able to refine a pill. If that happens, the position of the number 1 elder will go to that old fart for sure. If Elder Lingshan was to become the number 1 elder, I don't know what will happen to the spirit sect. Hiss. The pill cauldron let out a melancholy noise before becoming silent once more. Koan Nan wiped the sweat from his brow and steadied his rapidly beating heart. He was the only one who knows how many times he had gone over the calculations in such a short period of time. While he appeared fully confident in front of everyone, he was actually extremely nervous and deathly afraid that he would embarrass himself in front of so many people. However, he had to show exceptional talent to the eyes of the world. Otherwise, how could he expect to overthrow Gu Shengxiao? Koan Nan grits his teeth fiercely at the thought and placed one of the herbs into the pill cauldron. Huff! Koan Nan heaved a sigh of relief when the pill cauldron did not make any more peculiar noises. His gaze fell on the last herb before him. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you know that the pill formula which the Honorable Sir Tianqi had retrieved had been damaged and incomplete. During this past year, I've been studying the ancient books and have finally discovered the final ingredient. The exploding fruit is the final ingredient for this pill. Soon, I will be successful in refining it. His words were full of confidence and everyone was subconsciously affected. If Koan Nan has truly succeeded in interpreting this pill formula, he would have learned the long-extinct art of pill refinement, and from then on, his name would be etched in history. He would become the first pill master since the ancient times. What a great honor this would be! Even Gu Shengxiao, whom the sect master greatly admires, would not have such a great honor. No! That contrast was too far apart. Koan Nan felt more and more excited at the thought as the chance to be remembered in history was within his sight. In the years to come, everyone will remember his name, Koan Nan. At this moment, he had no wish for power or to be the disciple of the number one elder. He no longer wanted that. He only wanted to be honored as the first pill master since the ancient times. This was more important than everything else. Not good. Gu Ruoyun's expression changed greatly. He's actually thinking of adding the berserk fruit into the martial spirit pill. Does this guy no longer wish to live? If he wants to die, that's his business, but he would clearly be dragging everyone down to hell with him. Little girl, what do you mean? The Honorable Sir Tianqi was shocked and turned towards Gu Ruoyun in astonishment. This is bad, there's no time. Whoosh! Gu Ruoyun no longer cared about anything else as she charged towards Koan Nan at top speed. If she had been alone, she could still take shelter within the ancient divine pagoda. However, she was not the only one here. There was also the Honorable Sir Tianqi and Gu Shengxiao, who was still in the middle of cultivation in the spirit sect. The last ingredient in the martial spirit pill refinement process should have been the spirit moon herb, which would alleviate the force of the explosion. In the end, he had miscalculated and added the more explosive berserk fruit. The berserk fruit already contains explosive properties. If paired with the martial spirit pill, the entire spirit sect would be turned into a wasteland instantly. No one would be spared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 694, The Martial Spirit Pill, 5. Chapter 694, The Martial Spirit Pill, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Koan Nan's fingers trembled as he slowly placed the berserk fruit into the pill cauldron. Perhaps no one felt more emotional than he at this very moment. This was because his success or failure lay in this one move, but the chance to make a name for himself was in the palm of his hand. The Honorable Sir Lingshine could not contain himself from rising to his feet. His eyes were fixed upon Koan Nan. When it comes to his disciple, he had absolute faith in him. Since he dared to refine the pill in public, that proves that he had absolute certainty in his capabilities. Once he succeeds, the position as the number one elder would become his. The Honorable Sir Lingshang felt the urge to laugh at the thought as his heart was overcome by a secret delight. However, in the very next second, the smile on his face became frozen in place. A green-robed figure suddenly flashed across and a strong force snatched the berserk fruit in Koan Nan's hand. In the blink of an eye, a loud bang was heard. The berserk fruit which had been in Koan Nan's hand was reduced to dust, crumbling before his dumbfounded gaze. The crowd was stunned and only came back to their senses when a loud, angry roar was heard. You again! Do you love going against me that much? First, you had killed my beloved Shurer, then you had destroyed my power. This time, you want to destroy my achievements too. Give me back my pill. Koan Nan's eyes were bloodshot like a starving brute which had not eaten for days. He stared unflinchingly at Gu Ruoyun. He gritted his teeth as an abundance of murderous intent burst forth from his chest, twisting his features into a different form as his hatred increased. I know that you've done this on purpose. You're afraid of me, afraid that once my achievements become too great, I would retaliate against you. Let me tell you this, Gu Ruoyun. I'm a genius, a true genius. I've learned the art of refining pills. In this entire mainland, no one else knows how to refine pills but me. Gu Ruoyun looked quietly back at Koan Nan with a hint of pity in her eyes. Her expression somehow managed to anger Koan Nan even more. He charged straight towards her. I'll kill you. It was you who cost me my chance at becoming the first pill master since the ancient times. You can go to hell. Seeing that his hands were about to reach her neck, Gu Ruoyun finally made her move, but no one could manage to catch her actions at all. Boom! Before Koan Nan could figure out what was going on, a strong force slammed into his chest, causing his body to be flung out of the way and land violently onto the crowd. Who was Koan Nan? He was the second most powerful member of the spirit sect, second only to Gu Shengxiao. Yet now, a young girl has managed to dispatch him in an instant? Nobody even managed to see how she had done it. Fresh blood poured out from his mouth, but the pain on his chest was a far cry from the agony in his heart. He was so close to achieving success where so many others have failed, yet he had been cut off by this woman. How could he possibly accept this? A martial honor. A frosty light flashed in the Honorable Sir Lingshang's eyes. If I remember correctly, this woman had only just reached the rank of a martial emperor during the divine trials. It's only been close to 2 years and yet she has already become a martial honor. This woman cannot be allowed to live on. Each time he thought of her shocking talents, the Honorable Sir Lingshang's chest would fill with murderous intent. His eyes have become extremely gloomy and his elderly features were enveloped in a cold light. This little girl is already a martial honor? In contrast to the Honorable Sir Lingshang, the Honorable Sir Tianqi had raised his brows in surprise. Previously, he had not observed Gu Ruoyun's powers. He never thought that she would have unwittingly reached the ranks of a martial honor. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 695, Refining the Pill, 1. Chapter 695, Refining the Pill, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. TSK, this little girl really is a true genius. She's even stronger than her parents. Humph. The Honorable Sir Lingshang scoffed as a cold light flashed in his eyes. I wonder when the spirit sect has ever opened our doors to outsiders. It seems that anyone can come in these days. Hearing this, the Honorable Sir Tianqi chuckled and stepped out from the crowd, placing himself in front of Gu Ruoyun. This little girl is not just anyone. She's Gu Shengxiao's little sister. I'm surprised that you're not aware of this, Honorable Sir Lingshang? The Honorable Sir Lingshang's eyes were turning gloomier by the minute. He clenched his fist so hard that it shook. It's this old man again. Sooner or later, I'm going to have to kill him. What? She's eldest senior brother's little sister. Such a young martial honor, this young lady's talents are near on par with eldest senior brothers. It's no wonder she's here. The spirit sect does allow relatives to visit, so it's really nothing out of the ordinary for her to be here. The rest of the disciples began to discuss fervently under their breaths. The main cause of fascination was that, amongst the younger the disciples, Gu Ruoyun has already broken through to the rank of a martial honor at around the age of 20. This was enough to garner respect from everyone. Hearing the Honorable Sir Tianqi's explanation, a glint flashed in the sect master's eyes. However, he remained silent and examined Gu Ruoyun. Even if she is Gu Shengxiao's sister, she has sabotaged my disciple's pill refinement process upon arrival. What kind of evil intentions does she have? As he saw that the position of the number 1 elder was now further from his grasp, the murderous intent in the Honorable Sir Lingshang's heart ran deeper and deeper. If she does not provide me with an explanation today, I don't care whose sister she is. I won't let her leave. Hearing this, the rest of the disciples began whispering amongst one another. The Honorable Sir Lingshang's anger isn't completely unfounded. Koan Nan has reached this stage with such difficulty, yet his chances were destroyed in an instant. Anyone would be mad at that. The Honorable Sir Tianqi hesitated. He turned towards Gu Ruoyun and asked, "Little girl, what's gotten into you?" This little girl certainly knows how to invite trouble. Since Koan Nan was going to fail, then let him fail. Why had she needed to sabotage his pill refinement process? To the extent that now, this pair of master and disciple has an opportunity to extort. If he wants to die, don't drag me down with him. Gu Ruoyun smiled icily, adding a berserk fruit into a martial spirit pill. I really don't where he had found that conclusion. A pill like the martial spirit pill is already quite volatile. By combining it with a berserk fruit, does he wish to detonate the entire spirit sect? I have no wish to die just yet. If he's still feeling overly depressed, it's best that he finds a secluded spot with no one else around. What did you say? The Honorable Sir Lingshang's anger began to rise and he retorted with a vicious look in his eyes. Koan Nan has made sufficient preparations for the sake of this pill formula and his refinement was absolute perfection. If it had not been for your sabotage, he would have successfully created a pill. Perfection. Gu Ruoyan laughed in her face filled with ridicule. From what I could tell, he wasn't refining pills, he was cooking stew. He didn't even clean off the impurities from the herbs before placing them into the cauldron. If this isn't stew, then what is it? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the Honorable Sir Lingshang burst into laughter. It was a laughter mixed with malice. So, does this mean that you know how to refine pills? I'm not very well versed, but at least I'm competent. Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly and replied humbly. However, her humility was interpreted as arrogance in the eyes of the crowd. After all, Koan Nan's pill refining demonstration was for all to witness. During the past few days, every elder has been trying their hand in pill refinement and have all of them had failed. Some have already triggered an explosion in the cauldron during the initial stage of their research. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 696, Refining the Pill, 2. Chapter 696, Refining the Pill, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, Koan Nan had never given up. He persevered until the end and was only one step away from success. His steps in pill refinement were flawless. Yet this woman before him actually claims that she was more capable than him? It's true that her powers aren't too bad and she is a true genius as well. However, strength and power does not mean that her brains are sharper than Koan Nan's, especially since this was based on an ancient pill formula. As such, upon hearing Gu Ruoyan's declaration, the spirit sect disciples who had held her in regard now began to snort disdainfully. It's one thing to feel confident, but to have unfounded confidence is simply arrogance and complacency. He, the Honorable Sir Lingshang raised the corners of his lips. He swept his gaze towards his disciple who was about to blow up into a fit of rage, stopping him from losing his temper. His malicious gaze then fell upon Gu Ruoyan, sect master. Since this young lady has spoken, how can we not give her a chance? How about we let her give it a try so that she can understand that the lost art of pill refinement is not that simple? As he spoke, the disdain on his face was as clear as day. The sect master paused in silence before nodding and announcing with an authoritative voice, "All right. Since Lady Gu has been invited here by the Honorable Sir Tianqi, if Lady Gu is truly able to refine this pill, the position as the number 1 elder shall be given to Elder Tianqi." Gu Ruoyan did not respond and simply walked towards the pill cauldron. Her features were extremely calm. She was so calm that she looked like a still lake where no fluctuations could be seen. By the way, I've forgotten to mention this, but this little girl is the boss of the 100 Herb Hall. The beauty rejuvenation pills and longevity pills have both been produced by her hands. The Honorable Sir Lingshang once again snorted disdainfully. Beauty rejuvenation pills? Longevity pills? I don't know who came up with those names. They probably thought that by simply attaching the word pill to it would magically turn those items into precious pills. I had sent someone to purchase those 2 pills and have brought them back for examination. They are indeed just normal medicinal pills. They can't be considered as actual pills at all, and they didn't have a single bit of spiritual energy at all. The Honorable Sir Tianqi shrugged his shoulders and did not continue the discussion with the old man. He smiled as he watched Gu Ruoyan. In front of the pill cauldron, Gu Ruoyan carefully raised a few herbs and stared at them for half a beat. No one could tell what she was actually doing. After a long pause, she then threw the herbs into the pill cauldron. Now that the art of refining pills was now extinct, naturally they would not know the reason why Gu Ruoyan had stared at the herbs for such a long time. This had been because she was clearing off the impurities. Hey! Suddenly, one person responded in surprise. Lady Gu's pill refining steps are pretty much the same as Koan Nan's. Is that any surprise? She must have sabotaged senior brother Koan Nan's refinement process and learned all his steps so that she could claim everything as her own. I think that her one action in staring at those herbs had been clearly done on purpose in order to show everyone else that she and senior brother Koan Nan are not the same. Overhearing the fervent discussion among the members of the crowd, Koan Nan sneered as he glared in rage at Gu Ruoyan. Idiot girl, and I thought that you had some sort of capability. You're merely imitating me by following my actions. Everything that you've taken is the knowledge that you've learned from me. Even if you do manage to refine the pill, in the end, the world will know that you've succeeded only because of me. You would then be known as nothing but a shameless SL*T. The entire plaza began buzzing with discussions. Only the sect master stared unblinkingly at Gu Ruoyan with a glint flashing in his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 697, Refining the Pill, 3. Chapter 697, Refining the Pill, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The others may not have been able to sense Gu Ruoyun's actions, but he, as a high-level martial honor, was able to clearly sense the mental strength Gu Ruoyun was emitting. She was using her mental strength to clean the impurities in the herbs. The herbs have now been purified. Gu Shixiu's little sister? A peculiar light flashed in the sect master's eyes as he mumbled to himself, why have I never heard Shangxiao mention that he had a little sister like this? Koan Nan was very nervous when he was refining the pill a while ago. He clearly did not have a lot of confidence in himself. However, her movements have been leisurely and natural, as if she had 100% guarantee for success. Besides, in the eyes of others, the steps used between the two of them may look the same, but the sect master could sense very clearly the difference in medicinal powers in the pill cauldron. Could it be that this little girl could actually refine pills? If that's true, I must ask Shengxiao to bring her into the spirit sect. We cannot allow the courts of hell or the immortal realm to have her. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. The sect master fell silent at the thought, but his eyes never left Gu Ruoyun. Quick, look! That young lady has just brought out the final ingredient. The crowd was astonished as they saw Gu Ruoyun take out a small, grass-like plant from her robes. They had thought that she would follow in Koan Nan's footsteps and used a berserk fruit. They never would have thought that she would use a completely opposite herb from the berserk fruit instead. It was a green-colored herb with leaves in the shape of a crescent moon. That was correct. Even a person with no medical knowledge could sense the gentleness from the spirit moon herb. This power was far too gentle and was at a completely different category from the berserk fruit. Is she looking for her own death? Koan Nan sneered. I had used an entire year to discover that the final missing ingredient was the berserk fruit. Only the power of the berserk fruit can create this pill. Such a gentle power could never accomplish such an important task. There's no need to even think about it, her pill refinement method would be a complete failure. The noisy discussions between the members of the crowd seemed to melt away as Gu Ruoyun placed all her focus on the pill cauldron in front of her. As the crowd watched, she gently placed the spirit moon herb into the pill cauldron. Puff! A soft noise was heard. Then, all was silent again. At the same time, a thick medicinal fragrance followed by a thick spiritual energy began to overflow from within the cauldron, dispersing throughout the entire plaza. Silence. The entire plaza was as silent as the grave. Koan Nan charged towards Gu Ruoyun like a madman. His totally unattractive face was completely pale. He murmured in disbelief, how is this possible? It's not possible. According to my research, only the berserk fruit can be powerful enough to be the final ingredient in forming the pill. That gentle spirit moon herb can't possibly do the trick. He shook his head and staggered back. His expression was an extremely ugly sight to behold. It was as if he could not re-emerge from this attack. Gu Ruoyun's actions had been like a violent slap. He could not bear it. Ha ha ha. The Honorable Sir Tianqi could finally lay down the nervousness in his heart. He burst into wanton and unrestrained laughter as he stared mockingly at the Honorable Sir Lingshang, whose elderly face was completely ashen. I told you, this little girl is the boss of the 100 Herb Hall. The 100 Herb Hall has always been selling pills, yet all of you had not believed me and had insisted that those were only regular medicinal pills. So, now what? A violent slap across the face isn't a very good feeling, is it? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 698, Refining the Pill, 4. Chapter 698, Refining the Pill, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Honorable Sir Lingshang clenched his fist and felt the urge to punch the Honorable Sir Tianqi's infuriating face. In the end, he quelled his furious impulses and fiercely straightened his robes. Koan Nan, let's go. This was far too embarrassing. I simply can't stay on in a place like this. As for the Honorable Sir Tianqi, sooner or later, I'll bring him to a downfall. Great uncle, Gu Ruoyun clapped her hands and smiled as she walked towards the Honorable Sir Tianqi. I can give you the method to refine the martial spirit pill after this. The Honorable Sir Tianqi's eyes moved slightly and he chuckled. All right, little girl. Let's head to my laboratory right now. Go, go, go. He ignored the stares from the rest of the crowd and dragged Gu Ruoyun away. Once they had left, the plaza burst into a crazy sensation. Pills. Heavens, is that really a pill? I never thought that I, Li Ming, would have the opportunity to see a long-extinct pill before my very eyes in this lifetime. That's a long-extinct pill. How many powerful cultivators before me have been unable to obtain it? If I could only consume one pill in this lifetime, I can die with no regrets. Of course, aside from the shock which had come with the pill, most of it was respect towards Gu Ruoyun. This young lady only looks to be around 20 years of age. Not only was she a martial honor at such a young age, she could even refine the legendary pills. Besides, this person is also Gu Xingxiao's sister. The sect master did not speak, but his eyes were fixated upon Gu Ruoyun's shadow as she left. His thoughts were unreadable. At the laboratory, the Honorable Sir Tianqi pulled Gu Ruoyun inside and smiled bitterly. "Little girl, this time you've held the limelight for quite too long. Are you not afraid of drawing the attention of others? Wasn't this what you wanted?" Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders. The Honorable Sir Tianqi immediately sputtered and his face looked thoroughly exasperated. "I had initially wanted to ask you to give the martial spirit pill refining method to me, then I would be the one to refine the pill in front of the sect master. I didn't think that something like this would happen. While I'm very proud of you, you must carefully consider the consequences after this. I know that you've already reached the rank of a martial honor, but the leaders of the three great authorities are all high-level martial honors and they have many martial honors as subordinates as well. You are one person after all. Even with me, there are only the two of us. Gu Ruoyun smiled. "Between the three great authorities, I'm already wildly incompatible with the immortal realm. Even without my demonstration today, they would still want to kill me. Besides, on this mainland, I no longer need to fear anyone else. Not to mention Shen Beiyi, whose powers have long surpassed those of a martial honor, or the few martial honors stored within Shaohei. Even if I was to stand alone, it would be enough for me to go up against a martial honor and not be defeated." This was why she dared to refine pills in front of so many people. The Honorable Sir Tianqi sighed and said, "By the way, little girl, your older brother should have about a few more months left before he emerges from his closed-door cultivation. Would you like to wait for him here?" "My big brother?" Gu Ruoyun's heart clenched and a hint of emotion flashed through her eyes. She nodded and said, "All right, I have nothing pressing at the moment anyway." He. The Honorable Sir Tianqi chuckled. "One more thing. Little girl, where's that silver-haired man who had always followed you around? How is he?" "You mean Xiao Yi?" Gu Ruoyun raised her eyebrows. "I'm afraid it's a little inconvenient at the moment. Furthermore, his body has just been healed not too long ago, so I've found a place for him to recuperate. Once he has returned to health, he'll reappear." The reason she had asked Shen Beiyi to stay in the ancient divine pagoda was that his wounds have not completely healed, though he has awoken. By staying inside the ancient divine pagoda, it would help him recuperate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 699, Refining the Pill, 5. Chapter 699, Refining the Pill, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At the Spirit Sect. In a spacious and bright room, the Honorable Sir Lingshan was seated next to a coffee table. He looked as if he had to restrain himself over and over again in order to avoid slamming his fist onto the innocent table. Gu Ruoyun. His eyes darkened as a cold light flashed across his pupils. "I didn't think that she would still be alive. I thought that the immortal realm would have killed her off by now." The immortal realm had been searching for her whereabouts during the past 1 to 2 years. He initially thought that this woman would have certainly been killed off by the members of the immortal realm. In the end, she was unexpectedly still alive and has even broken through to the rank of a martial honor. Martial honor. That was a rank which I've spent over 60 years to reach. This woman is only about 20 years of age, yet she already has achievements of this level. No, one Gu Shengxiao is dangerous enough. If this Gu Ruoyun is allowed to continue her growth, no one on this mainland will ever be able to defeat her. The Honorable Sir Lingshan fiercely exhaled and his eyes flashed with malice. "Koan Nan, let's make a trip to the immortal realm." Koan Nan looked at the Honorable Sir Lingshan with shock and grew silent. "Master, we've never had any relations with the immortal realm. If we go and visit them like this, I'm afraid." The Honorable Sir Lingshan laughed icily and his eyes were eerie and terrifying. A powerful murderous intent burst from his body as he spat. "That woman has already broken through to the rank of a martial honor. Even I do not have absolute certainty that I would be able to kill her. If we let her escape, it would bring a great disaster in the future. So, under these circumstances, we have to secretly tip off the immortal realm. Only with the full might of the powerful cultivators from the immortal realm can we truly defeat her." But the Honorable Sir Lingshan paused before turning towards the far-off skies as he smiled scornfully. "Besides, I reckon that the immortal realm is still unaware of her breakthrough to the rank of a martial honor. Once they find out, they would definitely send out countless powerful martial honors. How can she defend herself against so many on her own? In order to make sure that the sect master does not find out about this, we don't need to show ourselves. We only need to stay in the shadows and watch the show. While many have witnessed Shin Yi killing countless powerful cultivators from the immortal realm, it wasn't Gu Ruoyun who had actually done the killing. Besides, after having killed off so many martial honors, no one knows whether that man was now dead or alive. Without that man by her side, Gu Ruoyun was simply no match for so many martial honors. The only thing they need to do now was to inform the immortal realm of Gu Ruoyun's appearance in the spirit sect. A wave of vicious light flashed in the Honorable Sir Lingshang's eyes. His face grew more eerie and horrifying. The murderous look in his eyes was absolutely terrifying. Koan Nan did not speak. He understood the reason behind his master's words. Now, the only way to kill her was by utilizing the immortal realm. Gu Ruoyun, I have yet to avenge Shirer's death. You've also embarrassed me in front of so many people. A new hatred and an old vengeance, I'll ensure that you won't even know how your own death happened. In the laboratory, the Honorable Sir Tianqi was sweating as he refined his pills. He stared anxiously at the pill cauldron before him. I've failed 100 times. That's right, it has indeed been 100 times. Before coming in contact with the pill, I thought that I only needed the pill formula to refine pills. Yet, now I understand how difficult it really is. Even with an instructor I've been failing incessantly. Gu Ruoyun shook her head and her face looked thoroughly exasperated. This old fellow has been refining for a good few days and nights now and has wasted a big pile of herbs, yet he still hasn't had any success. Elder Tianqi, Lady Gu. Suddenly, the room's door was pushed open and a man dressed in green entered the room. He joined his fists and spoke with reverence. The Lord Sect Master requests an audience. Translator's thoughts. Spinny spinny. Poor Honorable Sir Tianqi. Sweating face, my reaction would probably have been similar to Gu Ruoyun's. All those good herbs. Gone to waste. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 700, Depart, Kill, 1. Chapter 700, Depart, Kill, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sect Master, ... The Honorable Sir Tianqi was stunned as he stopped whatever he was doing and wiped the sweat from his brow. He frowned and mumbled to himself, what does the Sect Master want with us? Forget it, we'll stop the pill refining for now. Let's go and find out what he wants, little girl. Gu Ruoyun nodded and followed the Honorable Sir Tianqi out the door. The meeting room was filled with people. Once Gu Ruoyun and the Honorable Sir Tianqi entered the meeting room, the elders present began to discuss amongst themselves fervently as they looked at Gu Ruoyun with eyes full of curiosity and excitement. If the Sect Master had not been in attendance as well, some elders would probably have rushed forward to strike up a friendship with her. I've called you both here to discuss one thing. The aloof and remote Sect Master lowered his head and stared down at Gu Ruoyun. He spoke coolly, Lady Gu, are you willing to join the Spirit Sect? As long as you agree, I will give you the position of the Chief Pill Master. I can also make your position higher than everyone else, you can be second only to me. While the Sect Master's words were structured as if he was merely asking Gu Ruoyun's opinion, his tone of voice was extremely uncomfortable. Hence, the Honorable Sir Tianqi immediately looked very nervous. He knew this little girl's temperament better than anyone else. Making her second only to one person? That was definitely impossible. She would never agree to serve anyone. Sorry, but I'll have to refuse. The woman in green calmly replied. Her tone of voice was like a calm breeze and was as still as the water in a lake. Instantly, the entire meeting room was silenced. Every elder stared at Gu Ruoyun in shock. She had just been offered a position higher than everyone else, second only to the Sect Master. This was a position of great honor and yet she has refused? The Sect Master was clearly unhappy. He furrowed his brows and exclaimed, Lady Gu, I know that you're extremely talented. With your achievements, breaking through to a high-level martial honor is something that will come sooner or later. Perhaps you'll even break through to the rank above a martial honor. What was the rank above a martial honor? It was a martial supreme, of course. In the West Spirit mainland, such an individual has yet to appear. After so many years, the Sect Master has met a lot of geniuses, but he has not been able to determine whether any of them could break through to become a martial supreme. She was the only exception. Nevertheless, the Sect Master's tone of voice changed momentarily before he continued to speak. You should know very well that the Immortal Realm harbors a deep, passionate hatred towards you. The Immortal Master of the Immortal Realm is a high-level martial honor just like me. I know that you're currently a low-level martial honor, but your power is not just a small step away from a high-level martial honor. If you join the Spirit Sect, he would never dare to lay a single finger on you. Gu Ruoyun smiled. While her smile was casual and breezy, Her eyes were clear and cold. My apologies, I can take care of my grudge against the immortal realm on my own. There's no need for you to trouble yourself, sect master. You. Seeing that Gu Ruoyun still rejected him despite his words, the sect master could not help but feel angry as well. His handsome face was now frosted with an icy chill. On account of the fact that you are Xingxiao's little sister, I won't be calculative over your lack of courtesy. Gu Ruoyun, are you truly rejecting my offering joining the spirit sect? Sect master. The Honorable Sir Tanchi's expression changed as well and he retorted resentfully, this little girl is only a 20-year-old kid, there's no need for you to force her to choose. Everyone has the right to choose. Since the Gu girl has chosen not to join the spirit sect, then we cannot force her. Isn't that right? The sect master's face gradually sank. He never anticipated that the Honorable Sir Tianchi would dare to speak to him in this way. He was just about to fly into a rage when a serene and clear voice brushed towards him like the wind. It landed on his heart like a heavy fist. Sect master, I've told you that I'm not willing to join the spirit sect. Neither am I willing to commit myself in any way. However, don't forget. Gu Shengxiao is my older brother and the Honorable Sir Tianchi is my great uncle. I won't do anything to harm the spirit sect. Furthermore, trust me, if I wish to leave, no one can stop me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.